Chapter Steve Hitler's decline. Before the end of June 1940, Germany bestrode the continent of Europe like a colossus. She dominated the whole of Western, Central, and Southeastern Europe except for the small island of Britain on the western fringe. Apart from that offshore check, the only serious limitation on her supremacy was the existence of Soviet Russia, a looming shadow on her northeastern flank. Hitler had enjoyed a run of success that seemed to promise him the complete domination of Europe, if not of the world. 5 years later, that Midsummer Night's Dream had turned into a nightmare. It was on the plane of grand strategy that his decline began. There lay his fatal flaw. If he had known how to allay the fears that his progress created, and to reassure the neighboring peoples that his new order was beneficent, he might have succeeded where Napoleon failed, and achieved the union of Europe under German leadership, a union too strong for outside forces to break, but the end was frustrated by the means. His political approach had been too direct. It was subtle enough to cause dissension in the threatened countries, but not to disarm opposition. In his gospel of National Socialism, nationalistic emphasis marred the effect of the socialistic appeal that might otherwise have attracted the masses in other countries. The iron hand was poorly concealed by a threadbare velvet glove. Likewise, following his conquests, his attempts at conciliation were clumsy and ill-sustained. These mistakes piled up an accumulating debit as his further ventures miscarried. The first check, and a continuing check, came with his failure either to subdue or to make peace with Britain after the collapse of the other countries in the West. So long as she stood out, Hitler's grip on the West could never become secure, and his position would be subject to ceaseless disturbance. At the same time, Britain alone could not do more than prevent him reaping the fruits of his success. Her combination of resistance and interference might have succeeded in bending his will and leading him to bid for peace by increasing concessions. It could never have sufficed to shatter his power and eject him forcibly from his conquests. Such a possibility only arose when a baffled and apprehensive Hitler was driven in June 1941 to turn eastward and strike at Soviet Russia. That decision, which turned out fatally for him, marked his abandonment of the indirect approach in grand strategy. Before long, in his impatience or anxiety for victory, he was led on to discard the indirect approach even in strategy. The change was the more significant because of the care which he had shown in applying it previously, even in dealing with such a relatively minor obstacle as that presented by Greece. The German conquest of the Balkans when the Germans invaded Greece in April 1941, following the landing of a small British army of reinforcement at Salonika. The Greek army was mainly aligned to cover the passages through the mountains from Bulgaria, where the German forces had assembled, but the expected advance down the Struma Valley masked a less direct move. German mechanized columns swerved westward from the Struma up to Strumitsa Valley parallel with the frontier, and over the mountain passes into the Yugoslav end of the Vardar Valley. Thereby they pierced the joint between the Greek and Yugoslav armies and exploited the penetration by a rapid thrust down the Vardar to Salonika. This cut off a large part of the Greek army anchored in Thrace. The Germans followed up this stroke not by a direct advance southward from Salonika past Mount Olympus, where the British army had taken up its position, but by another swerving thrust down through the Monastir Gap farther west. The exploitation of this advance towards the west coast of Greece cut off the Greek divisions in Albania, turned the flank of the British, and by its threatened swerve back onto the line of retreat of the surviving Allied forces, produced the speedy collapse of all resistance in Greece, the German invasion of Russia. At the outset of the invasion of Russia, the Germans operationally exploited the indirect approach with striking success, aided by the geographical conditions. The 1,800-mile breadth of that front and the scarcity of natural obstacles offered the attacker immense scope for infiltration and maneuver. Despite the great size of the Red Army, the ratio of force to space was so low that the German mechanized forces could easily find openings for indirect advance onto their opponent's rear. At the same time, the widely spaced cities where road and railways converged provided the attacker with alternative objectives that he could exploit to confuse the defending armies as to his direction and impale them on the horns of a dilemma in trying to meet his thrusts. But after gaining great opening successes in this way, The Germans forfeited the advantage through a failure to decide in which direction the advantage should be pursued. Hitler and the army command had different ideas from the start of the planning and never properly reconciled them. Hitler wished to secure Leningrad as a primary objective, thus clearing his Baltic flank and linking up with the Finns, and tended to disparage the importance of Moscow. But, with a keen sense of economic factors, he also wanted to secure the agricultural wealth of the Ukraine and the industrial area on the lower Dnieper. The two objectives were extremely wide apart, and thus entailed entirely separate lines of operation. That was essentially different from the flexibility inherent in operating on a single and central line of operation that threatens alternative objectives. Brauchitsch and Halder wanted to concentrate on the Moscow line of advance, not for the sake of capturing the capital, but because they felt that this line offered the best chance of destroying the mass of Russia's forces which they expected to find on the way to Moscow. In Hitler's view, that course carried the risk of driving the Russians into a general retreat eastward out of reach. As Brauchitsch and Halder agreed with him about the importance of avoiding this risk, and as he agreed with them about the importance of destroying the enemy's main forces by an early Kesselschlacht, battle of encirclement, they shelved a decision on further aims until the first phase of the invasion was completed. Brauchitsch, by his tendency to avoid meeting trouble halfway in dealing with Hitler, was apt to run into worse trouble in the end. In this case, by putting off the issue, he ran into trouble midway in the campaign. In the first phase, however, it was agreed that the center of gravity should be in the sector of Bock's army group just north of the Pripyat marshes and along the route from the Minsk and Moscow. Here the major part of the armored forces were employed. At the outset, the advance of Lieb's army group from its advanced left flank position in East Prussia and on through the Baltic states helped to mask the more dangerous thrust of its neighbor, Bock's army group. Moreover, the thrust of Rundstedt's army group on the other flank, south of the Pripyat marshes, kept the Russian command in uncertainty as to the invaders' main line of operation. On Bock's sector, the plan was to trap the mass of the opposing forces by a twofold encircling maneuver with the panzer groups of Guderian and Hoth, advancing from either flank and converging on Minsk before driving on, while the infantry corps of the 4th and 9th Armies executed an inner pincer stroke around and behind Bialystok. The invasion began on the 22nd June, a day ahead of Napoleon's date. The panzer pincers of Guderian and Hoth quickly made 2 deep incisions, and on the 6th day met at Minsk, 200 miles inside the frontier. Behind them, the infantry pincers closed in at Slonim, but not quite in time to catch the bulk of the Russians in their retreat from the Bialystok pocket. A second attempt, aimed to surround them near Minsk, was more successful, and nearly 300,000 were captured, although large fractions had managed to escape before the encirclement was sealed. The size of the bag gave rise to a wave of optimism, even among the generals who had been apprehensive about Hitler's decision to invade Russia. Halder remarked on 3rd July, "It is probably not an exaggeration when I contend that the campaign against Russia has been won in 14 days. But the operations had already suffered an ominous hitch, for the panzer forces had been ordered to pause until the encirclement battle was complete, whereas in the original plan they were to have driven on beyond Minsk without delay, leaving only minimum detachments there to help the infantry armies in closing the ring." Time was regained, however, by Guderian's bold action in attempting a crossing of the broad Dnieper without waiting for the foot marching mass of the 4th Army to come up, and before the Russians could bring up reinforcements. His calculations was justified by the result. Concentrating his forces under cover of night and behind a wide screen, he achieved crossings at 3 unguarded points on the 10th July. He then drove for Smolensk, which he reached on the 16th. The invaders had now penetrated over 400 miles into Russian territory, and Moscow lay only 200 miles ahead. For such a deep advance the pace had been very rapid. With Hoth's arrival north of Smolensk, a fresh encircling move was undertaken to cut off the large Russian forces between the Dnieper and the Desna that had been bypassed in the panzer drives. The trap was almost closed, but difficult country and muddy going hampered the movement, and the Russians succeeded in extricating a large part of their forces. Even so, a total of 180,000 were captured in the Smolensk area. Guderian urged the importance of keeping the Russians on the run and allowing them no time to rally. He was convinced that he could get there if no time was wasted, and that such a thrust at the nerve center of Stalin's power might paralyze Russia's resistance. Hoth shared his views and Bach endorsed them. But Hitler considered that the time had come to carry out his original conception of taking Leningrad and the Ukraine as primary objectives. While rating their importance higher than that of Moscow, he was not only thinking of the economic and political effect, as most of his critics among the generals tended to assume. He seems to have visualized a Cannae-like operation of super-large dimensions, in which the already created threat to Moscow would draw the Russian reserves to that sector of the front, thus making it easier for the German wings to gain their flank objectives, Leningrad and the Ukraine, and from these flank positions his forces could then converge on Moscow, which might fall like a ripe plum into their hands. It was a subtle as well as a vast conception. In the event, it broke down on the time factor, because Russian resistance proved tougher and the weather worse than had been expected. The prospects were not improved by the differences of opinion that were prevalent among the generals. Each tended all too naturally to focus his thought on his own sector and to press its claims for receiving preference. That tendency accentuated the risks of the very wide strategic divergence involved in the second stage of Hitler's concept. On the 19th July, Hitler issued his directive for this second stage to begin as soon as the immediate mopping-up operations between the Dnieper and the Desna had been completed. Part of Bock's mobile forces was to wheel southward to help Rundstedt in destroying the Russian armies facing him, while the other part was to wheel northward to help Lieb's attack on Leningrad by cutting the communications between that city and Moscow. Bock would be left only with foot-marching forces to continue the frontal advance on Moscow as best he could. Once again, Brauchitsch temporized. Instead of at once pressing for a different plan, he argued that before any further operations were started, the Panzer forces must have a rest to overhaul their machines and get up replacements. Hitler agreed as to the necessity for such a pause. Meanwhile, the high-level discussion about the course to be followed went on, and it continued even after the Panzer forces could have resumed their drive. On the 21st August, turning down the arguments of Brauchitsch and Halder for taking the Moscow direction, Hitler issued a fresh directive. This repeated the lines of the one he had issued a month before, except that rather less emphasis was given to Leningrad and more emphasis was placed on an annihilating envelopment of the enemy forces in the Kiev area on Rundstedt's front. After that, Bock might resume the advance on Moscow, while Rundstedt was to push on in the south to cut off the Russians' oil supplies from the Caucasus. During this prolonged period of discussion, various developments in the situation had tended to confirm Hitler in his decision. Reichenau's 6th Army on Rundstedt's left wing had been blocked in front of Kiev, and the strong Russian forces that were sheltered behind the eastern end of the Pripyat marshes had continued to threaten his left flank, as well as threatening Bock's right flank. On the other hand, Kleist's panzer group had achieved brilliant success in an oblique move. Following a local breakthrough at Belaya Surkov south of Kiev at the end of July, Kleist swerved southward down the river corridor between the Bug and the Dnieper. This indirect thrust not only opened the way into the Ukraine, but threatened the rear of the Russian armies which were facing the Romanians near the Black Sea. By the middle of August, the Germans reached the ports of Nikolaev and Kherson, at the mouths of the two great rivers. Although part of the endangered Russian armies escaped before the trap closed, the deep penetration achieved by Kleist produced a widespread dislocation of the Russian resistance in the south. This combination of events emphasized the possibility, if Kleist turned northwards and a strong force from Bock's front was sent southward, of bringing off a double flank stroke that would not only loosen the stubborn resistance of the Russian armies around and above Kiev, but also put them in the bag and thereby eliminate the danger that a drive for Moscow might be upset by a counter-offensive from the south of the Dnieper. The sum of these prospective benefits proved decisive in making Hitler settle on the Kiev operation as a preliminary to the Moscow advance. Nor was he alone in favoring it. It was natural that Rundstedt should welcome a reinforcement from the north to help him in solving the tough problem with which he was faced on his own front, and natural, too, that he should appreciate the prospect of achieving a great encirclement victory, the soldier's dream. Strategically, too, There was much to be said for freeing the southern wing and removing the menace of a counterstroke from that flank before pressing on to Moscow. Moreover, the relative immobility of the Russian masses increased the advantages of a strategy of switching the concentrated power of the German mobile forces successively from one sector to another to produce a decisive effect on each in turn. But time for such a procedure was running short, especially as the German army was unprepared for a winter campaign. The Kiev-Kesselschlacht itself proved a great success, much the greatest yet attained by the Germans, while Reichenau's and Weich's infantry armies engaged the Russian armies in front of them. Guderian thrust downward across their rear, while Kleist thrust upward from the Dnieper bend. The two panzer groups met 150 miles east of Kiev, closing the trap behind the backs of the Russians. This time few escaped, and the total bag of prisoners amounted to over 600,000. But it was late in September before the battle ended. Poor roads and bad weather had slowed down the pace of encircling manoeuvre, though failing to prevent its completion. Meanwhile, the decision to concentrate on gaining victory in the Ukraine had resulted in Hitler's primary objective, Leningrad, becoming a secondary one, although it was pursued simultaneously. Sufficient strength and effort were used in this divergent direction to bring about the envelopment of Leningrad, but not sufficient to produce a decisive defeat of the Russian forces in that sector. The German strength there had also suffered subtraction, because Hitler, when overruling Brauchitz's and Bock's desire for an early continuation of the drive for Moscow, had met them to the extent of agreeing that the Moscow axis should again be made the center of gravity as soon as the Kiev battle of encirclement had been completed. The triumphant outcome of this battle had a too exhilarating effect on both Hitler and his topmost generals, uniting them in optimism while inducing fresh divergence of effort. Hitler's decision to embark on an autumn bid for Moscow was accompanied by another one which involved further complications and a loss of concentration, for he could not resist the temptation to exploit the victory in the south at the same time as he pursued the aim of capturing Moscow. He assigned Rundstedt the extremely ambitious fresh task of clearing the Black Sea coast, capturing the Donetsk industrial area, and reaching the Caucasus. The belated bid for Moscow was made with 3 infantry armies and 3 panzer groups, one of which, Guderian's, was now constituted as a panzer army. On the 2nd October the offensive was at last launched again on a pincer plan. This time the circle was completed and 600,000 Russians were caught in the trap around Vyazma. But by the time they were rounded up, winter had set in, and the belated exploitation of the victory was bogged in the mud on the way to Moscow. Most of the executive commanders were now anxious to halt and take up a suitable advanced line for the winter. They remembered what had happened to Napoleon's army, and many of them began to reread Caulaincourt's grim account of 1812, but on the higher levels, more remote from the battle zone and its mud, a different view prevailed. Moscow exercised a magnetic attraction that induced excessive optimism about the practical possibility of attaining this goal. Contrary to what has been commonly assumed, Hitler himself was not the impelling cause of the continued effort. From the outset he had regarded Moscow as less important than other objectives, and although he had sanctioned the belated October drive in this direction, he came to have renewed doubts about it. But Bock's eyes were focused on Moscow, and his mind filled with the ambition of capturing that famed city. He was insistent on pursuing the offensive, arguing that, where both sides were nearing exhaustion, superior willpower would decide the issue. Brauchitsch and Holder were the more inclined to share Bock's view because they had been thwarted earlier in concentrating upon this objective. Having brought Hitler round to making the attempt, they were reluctant to admit or tell him that it could no longer succeed, although Rundstedt and Lieb both argued that the offensive should be broken off, and Rundstedt even advocated a withdrawal to the original frontier in Poland. Their views on the immediate issue had less influence, as they were not directly concerned with the Moscow. So another great effort was mounted by the Germans in November, but the obviousness of their aim and the convergence of the thrusts simplified the Russians' problem in concentrating reserves to check each dangerous development. Early in December the German offensive subsided and was followed by an enforced withdrawal under pressure of counterattacks. Hitler thereupon dismissed Brauchitsch and himself assumed direct control of the German army. By that move he attained an alternative objective of a personal kind, and in a double way, for he provided himself with a scapegoat for the past, while seizing more power for the future. In the south, the German tide of invasion attained its high water mark on the 23rd November when it penetrated into the city of Rostov on the lower Don, the gateway to the Caucasus. But it had exhausted its fuel in the mud, and within a week the advanced troops in Rostov were led to withdraw by a deep flanking counterstroke against their communication. In an inquest on the Germans' failure in the 1941 campaign, the appropriate verdict would be defeat from natural causes. Their strength became split in diverging directions, due partly to divided minds at the top, but also ironically to dazzling initial success in all directions. Instead of keeping a single line of operation that threatened alternative objectives, they were led to pursue several lines of operation, each too obviously aiming at a single objective, which thus became easier for the defender to cover. Moreover, in each case the attacker's direction became obvious at the same time, that his drive was becoming a precarious stretch of his own supply line, the Russian campaign of 1942. In 1942, the Germans no longer had the resources for an offensive on the previous year's scale, but Hitler was unwilling to stay on the defensive and consolidate his gains as a number of his generals advised or withdraw to Poland, as Rundstedt and Lieb had advocated, a course which, however, wise strategically, would be a palpable admission that he had bitten off more than he could chew. Driven on by the spur of insatiable appetite, by the haunting spectre of lost prestige, and by the instinctive feeling that attack was the only way of dealing with problems, Hitler searched for an offensive solution that with limited means might promise more than a limited result. Lacking sufficient strength for a renewed offensive on the whole front, he decided to concentrate his effort in the southern sector with the aim of securing the Caucasus oil and, still more important, shutting the Russians off from its supplies. If this perforce meant discarding a continued attempt to overthrow the enemy's main armed forces, Hitler hoped that he might succeed in undermining their power of resistance indirectly because of their dependence on the Caucasus source of oil supply. It was a shrewd calculation and came closer to being fulfilled than has commonly been realized in the afterlight of its ultimately disastrous failure. It had a brilliant start and gained great advantage from the way it distracted the Russian forces by operating on a line that repeatedly threatened alternative objectives. But later it suffered badly from becoming split in seeking to reach two divergent objectives simultaneously. That fatally dual trend was largely due to the split mind of the German command. Halder, the chief of the General Staff, planned the operation primarily with the aim of gaining a hold on the Volga around Stalingrad and there establishing a strategic barrage between the main Russian armies and their oil supplies. Hitler, without revealing his mind to Halder, was primarily intent on driving direct into the Caucasus as quickly as possible and encouraged the commanders of that drive to regard it as the main aim. The effort to gain the Stalingrad strategic position suffered in consequence. Then, at a later stage, the aggravation of being frustrated at Stalin's nameplace altered the bent of Hitler's mind, and everything else was sacrificed for a too direct concentration, too directly aimed against that untaken city. The start of the Germans' 1942 offensive was helped by the way that the Russians played into its hands by their spring offensive towards Kharkov. This became so direct that it carried its own check, and so prolonged that it used up the Russian reserves, while the deep bulge it created gave the German command the chance of catching the Russians at a disadvantage. Thereby the subsequent German offensive at the end of June had the effect of a counter-offensive against opponents who were deeply committed and awkwardly placed. The original axis of the German drive was parallel to that of the Russian push, but in the opposite direction. Launched from the Kursk sector north of Kharkov, it cut past the flank of the bulge which the Russians had made and quickly traversed the 120-mile stretch to the upper Don near Voronezh, an important junction on the main line from Moscow to the Caucasus. The Russians' concentration on blocking the path near Voronezh eased the way for the Germans to swing their weight southeastward and force an entry into the corridor between the Don and the Donets. This maneuver was assisted by the leverage which the Germans were able to develop indirectly from the wedge which they had previously driven into the southern flank of the Russians' Kharkov bulge. Under the combined pincer pressure, the Russian resistance broke down, and the German mechanized forces gained an increasingly clear run through the Don-Donetsk corridor, with their own flanks covered by two rivers. Within less than a month they had reached the farther end of the corridor and crossed the lower Don north of Rostov. This opened the road to the Caucasus oil fields and brought the campaign to a crisis. It looked as if Russia might be paralyzed by being cut off from her oil supplies, while the Germans' mobility would be assured. The way they had sold the dummy in their swerving advance had been brilliantly successful, but in their further advance beyond the Don, the Germans forfeited the strategic advantages which they had hitherto enjoyed. Previously, they had been moving strategically, concentrated flexibly, grouped along an axis which threatened alternative objectives, so that their opponents were kept on the horns of a dilemma, while they themselves could swing their weight wherever a weakness developed in the enemy's front. After crossing the Don, however, the Germans were led to divide their strength along divergent lines, one part pushing southward through the Caucasus, while the other part pushed eastward on Stalingrad. So widespread was the Russians' collapse in the Don-Donetsk corridor that Stalingrad and control of the Volga could have been gained with ease in July if the 4th Panzer Army, advancing in that direction, had not been diverted southward to help the 1st Panzer Army in crossing the lower Don on its way to the Caucasus. That help was not needed, whereas by the time that the 4th Panzer Army turned northward again, the Russian forces on the Stalingrad sector had begun to rally. It was easier for the Russians to reinforce this sector than the Caucasus, since it was nearer the central front and more accessible from the rail and road movement of reserves. The successive checks which the Germans met there then began to give Stalingrad a moral importance enhanced by its name, which came to outweigh its strategic value. The Germans' attention and efforts became increasingly focused on its capture, to the forfeit of their chances of completing the capture of the Caucasus oil fields as the 1st Panzer Army that was increasingly drawn on for the reinforcement of the attack on Stalingrad. Yet this subtraction was without compensation. After the first advance on Stalingrad had narrowly failed, the strengthening of the German forces was offset by the strengthening of the Russians in face of such a direct approach. Thus the Germans' own offensive concentration became a proportionately less forceful concentration. That was the strategic price they paid for forfeiting their former power of distraction. And the more closely they converged on the city, the narrower became their scope for tactical maneuver as a lever in loosening resistance. By contrast, the narrowing of the frontage made it easier for the defender to switch his local reserves to any threatened point on the defensive arc. Several times the Germans succeeded in piercing the defences round Stalingrad, but each time the gap was closed. The sum of experience suggests the axiom that a narrowing of the front always favours the defence. The attackers' losses naturally began to mount higher as their scope for manoeuvre diminished. Each step forward cost more and gained less. This process of attrition soon brought evidence that the Germans were running on a narrower margin of material strength than they had enjoyed in 1941. The first shortage that became apparent was in their armoured strength. The number of tanks that they could provide for each blow became smaller and smaller. Then their advantage in the air began to disappear. Their decline in these two master weapons threw a heavier burden on their infantry. Naturally, the price of any partial success gained by massed infantry assaults was exorbitant, and more became frayed. The effect of this tactical overstrain was the more dangerous because of the way the invaders were strategically overstretched. Yet when Halder, the chief of the General Staff, urged the wisdom of cutting their loss and making a timely halt to take up a good winter defense line, his advice was rejected by Hitler and merely led to his own replacement by Zeitzler, who was younger and more ardent. The lure of Stalingrad was too strong for Hitler, as the lure of Moscow had been the previous autumn, and he again found soldiers who were ready to encourage his hopes. This time the consequences were worse. The armies attacking Stalingrad had pushed forward so far, and on so narrow a front that they had exposed themselves to encirclement. This risk matured when the Russian counteroffensive was launched in November. The attackers were ripe for defeat both in the moral and in the strategical sense. The riposte itself, while shrewdly indirect in physical approach, gained deadliness from the recoil spring effect which the counteroffensive form of action naturally possesses. The Russians also profited from the way their thrusts were directed against sectors held by the Romanian and Italian forces that Hitler had employed to cover the far-stretched flank of his advance. The outcome was that the Russians cut off a large part of the attacking armies and secured their first great bag of prisoners. With their path partially cleared, the Russians exploited their success by a series of southward drives which threatened the rear and communications of the German armies in the Caucasus. The danger to which these were exposed is most simply expressed in the fact that they were over 400 miles east of Rostov at the time in January 1943, when the Russian drive down the Don was barely 40 miles from Rostov, the bottleneck through which ran the communications of the German armies in the Caucasus. Although the Germans succeeded in holding open the jaws of the trap long enough to make a gradual withdrawal without being cut off, they were not only compelled to abandon the Caucasus, but were then in turn squeezed out of the industrial Donets basin by enveloping pressure. In February, the Germans' retreat became suddenly quicker, and the Russians, pressing on their heels, reached and passed the line from which the German summer offensive had started. They recaptured Kharkov and approached the Dnieper. But late in February, the Germans retorted with a counterstroke that again wrested Kharkov from the Russians' hands and momentarily threw the Russians off their balance. Like the Germans in the summer, the Russians had overstrained themselves in the pursuit, outrunning their supplies, while the Germans had gathered renewed strength in snowball fashion by falling back on their bases and reinforcements. This Kharkov counterstroke was a most striking example of the defensive-offensive form of the strategy of indirect approach, the use of the baited gambit to lure the enemy into a trap, in this case a supersized trap. It was planned and executed by Field Marshal von Manstein, who in the first winter of the war, when Chief of Staff to Rundstedt's army group, had evolved the Ardennes plan that produced the French collapse in May 1940. While regarded by most of his fellows as the ablest strategist among them, he was not viewed with favor by Hitler. But when Paulus's army was surrounded at Stalingrad in November 1942, Hitler had sent Manstein to take command of Army Group Don in an attempt to avert disaster. Although it was too late to retrieve the situation at Stalingrad, Manstein managed to hold off the Russians from cutting the Rostov bottleneck long enough to save the forces from the Caucasus and re-established a defensive position along the Mayas River between the Sea of Azov and the Donets River. But the Russians had by now broken through the front north of the Donets held by the Italian and Hungarian armies, making a breach 200 miles wide between the Donets and Voronezh, and were sweeping westward past Manstein's flank. Crossing the Donets far and rear, they not only captured Kharkov, but thrust southwestward to the Great Bend of the Dnieper, the area on which Manstein depended for his supplies. On the 21st February, an advanced force came within sight of Zaporozhye on the Bend, whither he had just moved his own headquarters. In this critical situation, he showed an extraordinarily cool head and steady nerve. He had already refused to throw his scanty reserves into a direct effort to recapture Kharkov as Hitler demanded, and now withstood the temptation to use them for a direct defense of the Dnieper line. For he had seen in the Russian southwestward advance a great opportunity for a dislocating indirect stroke, and wanted to let them push deeper despite the peril to his base. Meantime, he was regrouping his forces and bringing his 3 depleted Panzer Corps from the Mayas to form a reversed front facing northwest. On the 26th, he was ready to strike and drove forward against the flank and rear of the Russian armies. It thus became a thrust against the hinge of an enemy advance, as at Sedan in 1940. Within a week, the Russian armies advancing southwest had fallen back in confusion across the Donets, having lost over 600 tanks and 1,000 guns. Manstein then drove on, turning northward against the rear flank of the Russian armies that were pushing west from Kharkov and Belgorod. They, in turn, were dislocated and forced to retreat, abandoning both these cities. The results of these successive indirect approaches were a staggering achievement on the part of a force that was faced with adverse odds of 8-1 in divisions. But for the extreme disparity of strength, it might have had a Sedan-like decisiveness. That disparity was ominous. The German reserves were much more limited than those of the Russians, and had been seriously depleted in 2 years' offensive effort, whereas a mass of newly formed Russian divisions were becoming available. Although the Kharkov counterstroke temporarily paralyzed the Russian menace, the balance of power had now turned heavily against Germany. The war in the Pacific. Since 1931, the Japanese had been expanding their footholds on the Asiatic mainland at the expense of the Chinese, who were weakened by internal conflict, and to the detriment of American and British interests in that sphere. In that year, they had invaded Manchuria and converted it into a Japanese satellite state. In 1932, they invaded China itself, but in the effort to establish their control of that vast area, they became enmeshed in the toils of guerrilla warfare, and sought a solution of the problem in further expansionist moves southward aimed to shut off the Chinese from outside supplies. Following Hitler's defeat of France, the Japanese took advantage of her helplessness by getting her to agree, under threat, to their protective occupation of French Indochina. In reply, President Roosevelt demanded, on the 24th July 1941, the withdrawal of Japanese troops from Indochina, and to enforce his demand he issued orders on the 26th for freezing all Japanese assets in the USA and placing an embargo on oil supply. Mr. Churchill took simultaneous action, and 2 days later the refugee Dutch government in London was induced to follow suit, which meant, as Mr. Churchill has remarked, that Japan was deprived at a stroke of her vital oil supplies. In early discussions, it had always been recognized that such a paralyzing stroke would force Japan to fight as the only alternative to collapse or the abandonment of her policy. It is remarkable that she deferred striking for more than 4 months while trying to negotiate a lifting of the oil embargo. The United States government refused to lift it unless Japan withdrew, not only from Indochina but also from China. No government, least of all the Japanese, could be expected to swallow such humiliating conditions and utter loss of face. So there was every reason to expect war in the Pacific at any moment from the last week of July onwards. In these circumstances, the Americans and British were lucky to be allowed 4 months' grace before the Japanese struck. But little advantage was taken of this interval for defensive preparation. On the morning of the 7th December 1941, a Japanese naval force with 6 aircraft carriers delivered a shattering air attack on Pearl Harbor, the American naval base in the Hawaiian Islands. The stroke was made ahead of the declaration of war, following the precedent of Port Arthur, the Japanese opening stroke in the war against Russia. Until early in 1941, the Japanese plan in case of war against the United States was to use their main fleet in the southern Pacific, in conjunction with an attack on the Philippine Islands, to meet an American advance across the ocean to the relief of their garrison in the Philippines. That was the move that the Americans were expecting the Japanese to make, and their expectation had been reinforced by the recent Japanese move down to Indochina. But Admiral Yamamoto had in the meantime conceived a new plan of a surprise attack on Pearl Harbor. The striking force made a very roundabout approach via the Kurile Islands and came down from the north upon the Hawaiian Islands undetected, then launching its attack before sunrise with 360 aircraft from a position nearly 300 miles from Pearl Harbor. 4 of the 8 American battleships were sunk and the others badly damaged. In little over an hour, the Japanese had gained control of the Pacific. By that stroke, the way was cleared for an uninterrupted seaborne invasion of Malaya and the Malay archipelago. While the main Japanese striking force had been steaming northeast towards the Hawaiian Islands, other naval forces had been escorting troopship convoys into the southwest Pacific. Almost simultaneously with the air attack on Pearl Harbor, landings began in the Malay Peninsula as well as in the Philippines. The former were aimed at the Great British Naval Base at Singapore, but there was no attempt to attack it from the sea, the kind of attack which the defense had been primarily designed to meet. The approach was very indirect. While landings were made at 2 points on the east coast of the Malay Peninsula to seize airfields and distract attention, the main forces were disembarked on the Siamese neck of the peninsula, some 500 miles north of Singapore. From these landing places in the extreme northeast, the Japanese forces poured down the west coast of the peninsula, successively outflanking the lines on which the British forces attempted to check them. The Japanese profited not only by their unexpected choice of such a difficult route, but by the opportunities for unexpected infiltration which the thick vegetation often provided. After almost continuous retreat for 6 weeks, the British forces were forced to withdraw from the mainland into the island of Singapore at the end of January. On the night of the 8th February, the Japanese launched their attack across the mile-wide straits, got ashore at numerous points, and developed fresh infiltrations along a broad front. The defending forces mustered more than double the attackers' numbers, but his were picked troops well trained for maneuver in jungle and close country, whereas the defenders were a heterogeneous lot, mostly raw and unskilled, thus having little capacity for timely countermaneuver, while the course of the campaign had made them acutely susceptible to flank threats. These handicaps, heavy enough in themselves, were much increased by lack of air cover against the constant overhead menace of the Japanese Air Force. The defenders were soon thrown off their balance, and their attempts to recover it were hampered by confusion in rear. Far from having a secure base, They had at their back a crowded city of mixed population, threatened with the cutting of food and water supplies, and behind this an enemy-dominated sea. The background was made all the more unnerving by the sight of black smoke clouds billowing up from burning oil tanks, an aspect created by scorched earth orders from the authorities at home that showed a very dubious strategic cycle. On the 15th of February, a second Black Sunday in succession, the defending forces surrendered. In the main Philippine island of Luzon, the initial landings north of Manila had been quickly followed by a landing in the rear of the capital. Under this dislocating leverage and the converging threat, the American forces abandoned most of the island and fell back into the small Bataan Peninsula before the end of December. There, by contrast, they were only open to frontal assault on a narrowly contracted front, and succeeded in holding out until April before they were overwhelmed. Long before that, and even before the fall of Singapore, the Japanese tide of conquest was spreading through the Malay archipelago. On the 24th January, different Japanese forces landed in Borneo, Celebes, and New Guinea. 3 weeks later, they launched an attack on Java, the core of the Dutch East Indies, after the island had been isolated by flanking moves. Within a further 3 weeks, the whole of Java had fallen into their hands like a ripe plum. But the apparently imminent threat to Australia did not develop. The main Japanese effort was now directed in the opposite direction, westwards towards the conquest of Burma. The direct but wide-fronted advance from Thailand upon Rangoon was an indirect approach to their major object on the Asiatic mainland as a whole, the paralysis of China's power of resistance. For Rangoon was the port of entry for Anglo-American supplies of equipment to China by way of the Burma Road. At the same time, this move was shrewdly designed to complete the conquest of the western gateway to the Pacific, and there establish a firm barrier across the main routes by which any overland Anglo-American offensive might subsequently be attempted. On the 8th, Rangoon fell, and within a further 2 months, the British forces were driven out of Burma, over the mountains, back into India. The Japanese had thus secured a covering position so strong by nature that any attempt at reconquest would be badly handicapped and bound to be a very slow process. A long time passed before the Allies built up forces sufficient to attempt the recovery of Japan's conquests beginning at the eastern end. Here they benefited from the preservation of Australia, which provided them with a large-scale base close to the chain of Japanese outposts. In August 1942, General MacArthur's opening move was made against Guadalcanal, the most southerly and nearest of the Solomon Islands. The reconquest of Guadalcanal took 6 months. The next considerable island of the group, New Georgia, was not tackled until late in June 1943, and its reconquest took over 3 months. Meanwhile, the Australian forces had started an offensive from the foothold they had retained in the southeastern corner of the great island of New Guinea. But operations proceeded slowly and painfully under conditions of appalling difficulty and in face of the most stubborn opposition. Nearly a year passed before the reconquest of the southeastern end of New Guinea was completed, with the capture of Lae in September 1943. It looked as if the long road back to the Philippines and thence to Japan itself would be an interminable journey, but in the autumn of 1943 the pace improved with the adoption of a bypassing method that was a variant of the strategy of indirect approach. The seaborne advance successively skipped past a number of islands in the outpost chain, leaving their Japanese garrisons isolated from supplies and in a state of strategic internment. In October 1944, a greater leap carried the Americans back into the Philippines. It was preceded by heavy air attacks against the ports and airfields of Luzon and Mindanao, the main northern and southern islands of the Philippine group. These strokes naturally tended to make the Japanese anticipate a landing in either of these quarters while leaving them uncertain which of them might be the objective. Then General MacArthur's seaborne armada appeared off the island of Leyte, midway between the two major islands, and there disembarked its forces. That stroke not only drove a wedge into the midst of the Philippines, but drove a wider strategic wedge between Japan and the larger part of her Pacific conquests in the Dutch East Indies. Inevitably, there was another interval before the Americans could build up their strength sufficiently to expand their offensive and complete the conquest of the Philippines. But ultimate success was assured by their combination of the log-splitting method with an enveloping sea-air net that isolated the islands while their conquest was proceeding. Moreover, the Americans had now gained a position close enough to Japan itself for the development of a powerful and sustained air offensive. The next big leap, by passing Formosa, carried them into the island of Okinawa in the Ryukyu archipelago, midway between Formosa and Japan. A notable feature throughout these later operations was the way that each bypassing move utilized a choice of alternative objectives to keep the enemy baffled as to the specific aim and exploit the weakness inherent in his disposition. Thus, the strategic indirectness of each move was multiplied in effect. The Japanese tide of conquest had spread too far for permanence. It had resulted in Japan's forces becoming dangerously widespread and thinly spread, so that they were susceptible to isolation in detail as soon as a change in the balance of sea power and air power enabled the Americans to profit by this scope for seaborne maneuver. Aggression recoiled onto the aggressor. The recoil refuted the militaristic belief that attack is the best defense. Instead, the result of too successful attack at the outset was to overstretch Japan's subsequent power of defense beyond the safety limit. The same fatal consequence followed Germany's offensive tide. The war in the Mediterranean. The earlier campaigns in the Mediterranean centered on Italo-German attempts to gain control of Egypt and the Suez Canal. The course of those campaigns provided a most striking illustration of the effects of strategic overstretching, either longitudinally or laterally. They also brought many lessons in the value of the indirect approach. Marshal Graziani's advance from Libya upon Egypt opened in September 1940. On any numerical calculation, its success was a certainty. So large was the size of the invading army compared with the British force available to defend Egypt, but its mobility was low, and the handicap that limited mechanization imposed on maneuver for surprise was increased by administrative inefficiency. After a 70-mile advance through the western desert, the Italians halted at Sidi Barrani, and there stuck for a couple of months. The British commander-in-chief in the Middle East, General Wavell, decided to try the effect of an upsetting stroke by the Western Desert Force, the embryo of the Eighth Army under General O'Connor. It was visualized as in the nature of a powerful raid rather than an offensive, not tip and run, but hit and withdraw. There were only two divisions available, the 7th Armored and the 4th Indian. After this stroke, the latter was to be brought back to the Nile and sent down to the Sudan to help in dealing with the threat of the Italian army in Eritrea and Abyssinia. The raid, however, turned into a decisive victory thanks to the paralysis and dislocation produced by General O'Connor's surprise move through the desert onto the enemy's rear, an indirect approach both physically and psychologically. This sudden blow was delivered on the 9th of December. A large part of Graziani's army was cut off and 35,000 captured, while the remainder only regained the shelter of their own frontier after a panic retreat that reduced them to a disorderly rabble. That fortified frontier was overrun by the 7th Armored Division in its pursuit, and the surviving Italian forces, which had fallen back into Bardia, were momentarily cut off by its further encircling sweep. The whole campaign might have ended at this point if the higher command had not insisted on the 4th Indian Division being withdrawn in accordance with the original plan. Deprived of its backing, the 7th Armored Division was naturally unable to penetrate the Bardia defenses, and several weeks elapsed before a fresh infantry division, the 6th Australian, could be brought from Palestine to act as a tin opener. Then Bardia was captured on the 3rd January with 40,000 prisoners. Tobruk fell on the 22nd with a further 25,000. The surviving part of Graziani's army retreated past Benghazi towards Tripoli, but was intercepted by an indirect approach and pursuit that proved one of the most brilliant and daring strokes of the war. The 7th Armored Division made a dash through the desert interior to reach the sea south of Benghazi on the 5th February. Its leading elements covered 170 miles in 36 hours over difficult and unknown country, while one fraction under Colonel Combe established a block across the enemy's line of retreat at Bedafom. Another fraction, the 4th Armored Brigade under Brigadier Caunter, pummeled his forces until they surrendered. The two fractions combined amounted to only 3,000 men, yet by their audacity in thrusting across the path of a vastly superior enemy, they secured a bag of 21,000 prisoners. Slender as were the forces which had achieved this astonishing conquest of Cyrenaica, there was at that moment little to stop them driving on to Tripoli. Such Italian troops as remained, besides being ill-equipped to meet a tank thrust, were badly shaken by the fate of their main army. O'Connor was eager to exploit his shattering victory at Bedafom and was convinced that he could carry out the fresh bound with little delay for the replenishment of supplies, but a halt was called by the British government in order to provide the means of dispatching the ill-starred expedition to Greece. Wavell was instructed to leave only a minimum to hold Cyrenaica. O'Connor also went back to Egypt, and the control was left in less capable hands. At this juncture also the leading part of the German Africa Corps under Rommel arrived in Tripoli, too late to save the Italians from disaster. This German help came in time to prolong the North African campaign for over 2 years, during which Britain's position in Egypt was brought into imminent danger. With a force barely equal to 1 division in strength, Rommel launched a counterstroke at the end of March by swift night moves round his opponent's flank, and onto their rear he disrupted their advanced dispositions, and then by an encircling bluff produced the surrender of their main body at Mekili. The unexpectedness of his advance made the indirectness of his actual approach at successive stages all the more upsetting. Within a fortnight he had swept the British out of the whole of Cyrenaica, save for an isolated portion which withdrew into Tobruk, and there remained as a thorn in his side. By the time he reached the frontier, however, he had overstretched his supply lines and was thus compelled to halt. In June, the British, having received reinforcements, attempted a fresh offensive archaically called Battle Axe against the Libyan frontier. Their offensive was largely a frontal push. Rommel dislocated it and turned the tables with a well-judged armoured counterstroke wide round their desert flank. In November, the British mounted a bigger offensive. By this time Wavell had been replaced by General Auchinleck as commander-in-chief, while the forces on the Libyan frontier had been constituted as the 8th Army under General Cunningham. The offensive opened on the 18th with a desert flank advance which placed the British close to Rommel's rear. But they forfeited the strategical advantage gained through this indirect approach by the too direct tactics of trying to smash the enemy's armor in head-on battles wherever they met it. Thereby they played into Rommel's hands. In meeting the superior numbers and mobility of the British mechanized forces, the Germans skillfully applied an indirect approach in tactics which lured the British tanks into traps that were lined with their own concealed tanks and deadly 88 guns. Rommel thus strikingly demonstrated, as already in Operation Battle Axe, the defensive-offensive method and baited gambit in modern mechanized warfare, blunting the edge of his opponent's sword on his own shield, preparatory to the delivery of his thrust. As a result, the British lost not only their strategic advantage, but much of their numerical superiority in tanks. The 8th Army was thrown off its balance, psychologically as well as physically, and on the 23rd Cunningham was inclined to break off the offensive and withdraw over the frontier to reorganize. Next day, Rommel, judging the situation to be ripe for bolder action, launched the mobile part of his forces on a daring swoop round the 8th Army's desert flank and over the frontier onto its communications. As it burst through into the British rear areas, it spread confusion and panic. The effect might have settled the issue of the battle if the decision to persist or retreat had remained with Cunningham. But Auchinleck, who flew up at this crucial moment, insisted on a continuance of the battle, and then on returning to Cairo 2 days later appointed Ritchie to command in place of Cunningham. Auchinleck's intervention brought victory out of defeat, yet it was basically more of a gamble than Rommel's strategic raid, because it staked the 8th Army's survival on the maintenance of its far-advanced position. It was very fortunate for the British that Rommel, in his drive for the frontier, had missed seeing, and thus missed the opportunity to capture 2 huge supply dumps on which the whole British advance depended for its maintenance. They were preserved from discovery thanks mainly to British control of the air. While Rommel's deep thrust failed in its aim only by a narrow margin, the penalty of failure was large. For while he and his 3 armored divisions, 2 German and 1 Italian, were operating over the frontier, far away from the remainder, the split-up British forces which he had left behind were able to recover their balance, resume their offensive pressure, and link up with the garrison of Tobruk before he returned to the relief of his non-mobile formations. That exemplified the risks of the strategic raid type of operation by part of an army where the pivot is not itself strong enough for lengthy resistance. Although he succeeded in regaining the advantage temporarily after several days' hard fighting and close-quarter maneuvering, it was a barren success. His losses were much heavier than in the opening phase, and a bigger subtraction from his limited tank strength than he could withstand, particularly in view of the bigger reinforcements available to the British. On the 6th of December, Rommel was forced to break off the battle around Tobruk and retreat, first to Gazala and then back to the frontier of Tripolitania. Here he again resorted to the defensive-offensive method with striking success. When the British launched their attack on the 27th December, he checked their armoured force outflanking it, forced it to fight on a reversed front, and finally surrounded it. The depletion of the British balance of tank strength in this battle was followed next week by the arrival of a convoy that brought the first considerable reinforcement of his own since mid-November. Thereupon he promptly planned to take advantage of the way that the British had become overstretched in their advance. By a surprise counterstroke, when they imagined him as still exhausted, he dislocated their front, then exploited their disorder by an indirect thrust from the desert flank against their Benghazi base, and tumbled them back to Gazala, recapturing more than half their gains. For 3 months, the front was stabilized on the Gazala position, but the Eighth Army's linear dispositions were more suited to be the springboard of a fresh offensive than to provide a well-balanced defense. In May, Rommel moved first and by a wide flanking maneuver with his armor in the night of the 26th threw the Eighth Army off its balance. He was checked, however, before he could reach the coast and cut off the British forces holding the Gazala line. Thereupon he took up a defensive position with his back against the British minefields, which led the British to feel that he was cornered and bound to surrender. But their counter moves were too direct, and they fell into the defensive traps which Rommel had quickly improvised when he was checked, with its reserves entangled and expended. The Eighth Army was unable to meet Rommel's next flanking move and was beaten piecemeal. While one portion was falling back to the frontier, another portion withdrew into Tobruk. Rommel's armoured forces swept past Tobruk as if heading for the frontier, then suddenly switched round and struck at Tobruk in reverse, before the forces there had settled down. It was a masterpiece of indirect approach, physically and psychologically. Penetrating the defences at a weak point, the Germans overran the garrison and captured almost the whole of it together with such an abundance of supplies and transport as to provide the means for a prolonged advance on their own part. Rommel then chased the remains of the Eighth Army helter-skelter through the western desert and came dangerously close to reaching the Nile Valley, the main artery of Egypt. If that had been secured, and with it the Suez Canal, Britain's whole position in the Middle East would have been wrecked. At this crisis, Auchinleck intervened by taking over personal charge of the battered Eighth Army and rallied it for a stand on the El Alamein position in the desert bottleneck which led to the Nile. Rommel's forces, weak in numbers and tired by their long pursuit, were checked by the unexpectedly tough resistance. They met a defense designed on fresh lines. When Rommel sought to break through by thrusts at different points, Auchinleck replied with indirect ripostes which, though failing to overthrow him, shook him sufficiently to spoil his aim. Soon reinforcements arrived from England. Mr. Churchill wanted the British to take the offensive without delay, but Auchinleck, more wisely, insisted on waiting until the fresh troops had become tactically acclimatized to desert conditions. In the sequel, Auchinleck was replaced by Alexander as Commander-in-Chief Middle East, and Montgomery took over command of the Eighth Army. Rommel, however, struck first at the end of August, but was again foiled by the new defensive tactics of the British. His armoured forces were encouraged to push through the minefields covering the southern half of the British front, a sector that was otherwise undefended, while the bulk of the British infantry were posted in strong positions in the northern sector. Then he was drawn to attack the main body of British armour on its own chosen ground in rear. He lost many tanks in these abortive assaults. While he was immobilized between this rear flank position and the minefields, another armoured division, the 7th, enveloped his southern flank. The net was not drawn tight in time to prevent his withdrawal, but the initiative had changed sides. The change became definite with the growth of Montgomery's forces and resources. After a long pause for thorough preparation, a longer pause than Auchinleck had contemplated, the Eighth Army launched its offensive in the last week of October. It was now backed by a tremendous superiority in air power, gun power, and tank power. Even then, the struggle was tough for a whole week, as the confined front allowed no scope for wide maneuver to exert a leverage. But Rommel's forces, besides being badly overstrained, were vitally crippled by the submarine sinkings of most of their oil tankers in crossing the Mediterranean. Their consequent immobility decided the issue, and once they began to collapse at their extreme forward point, they were not capable of making another serious stand until they had coiled up their supply lines. At the opening of the battle, Rommel had been away sick in Vienna, but flew back at once. Weighing up the situation, he planned to withdraw his army to the Fuka, a position 60 miles west of El Alamein. That step would have thrown Montgomery's battle machine out of gear, but Rommel's intention was overruled by Hitler's insistence that no ground must be yielded. So retreat was deferred until after defeat. Then Rommel executed it with his usual celerity and ruthless calculation, abandoning his less mobile and less expert troops, including the bulk of the Italians, in order to bring away his picked troops in the motor transport available. The chance of cutting him off was lost because the pursuit was not sufficiently indirect or extensive in its circling sweep. In the first place, it turned in too soon to catch the bulk of the forces retreating along the coast road. Then a longer-range turn-in at Charing Cross near Mersa Matruh, 120 miles west of El Alamein, failed to cut them off through running short of petrol after being impeded by heavy rain. A wider move through the desert farther inland would have avoided the rainy belt, but the main factor in the forfeited opportunity was that most of the transport in the 3 armored divisions had been devoted to ammunition for the battle, at the expense of having adequate petrol supplies immediately available on wheels, ready for the pursuit. Once Rommel had slipped through the jaws of his armored pursuers, he did not pause until he had reached his favorite backstop position near El Agheila at the far end of Cyrenaica, 700 miles back from El Alamein. In a fortnight's swift retreat, he had outstripped the pursuit and left few prisoners or supplies behind. There might have been a chance of disrupting his forces by air attack as they retreated round the Benghazi Bend, but this could only have been done by using forward airfields before they were protected by the British Army's advance, and although the air commanders were willing to take the risk, the Army command was not. The staggering counterstrokes that Rommel had formerly staged had left a deep impression, but this time the odds against him were too heavy to permit any such riposte or even a long sustained stand at El Agheila. A pause of 3 weeks occurred before the Eighth Army could bring up its strength and mount an offensive against the El Agheila position. Just as the offensive developed, Rommel began to slip off, and although a flanking manoeuvre succeeded in cutting off his rear guard, this managed to break through and get away before the strategic barrage was properly cemented. Rommel halted again on the Burat position, a further 200 miles back. He stayed there 3 weeks, but when the Eighth Army closed up and launched its next offensive in the middle of January, he fell back again. This time he made an almost continuous withdrawal for 350 miles past Tripoli to the Mareth line inside the frontier of Tunisia. His decision was the consequence not merely of his weakness of force and the sinking of the majority of his supply ships, but of the new situation produced by the Anglo-American invasion of Morocco and Algeria in November. That move had closely followed the El Alamein offensive, some 2,500 miles distant at the other end of North Africa. It was a long-range, indirect approach to Rommel's hold on Libya and his threatening position near the Nile Delta. In its own strategic sphere, its success was proportionate to its indirectness. As originally conceived, the Allied landings were to have taken place only on the Atlantic coast of Morocco. This would have meant a purely frontal advance, giving the French forces the fullest chance of effective resistance. The advance would have started 1,200 miles distant from Bizerta, the key to the whole North African theatre of war, so that the Germans would have had time and opportunity to stiffen the French resistance to the Allied invasion. Fortunately for the Allied prospects, landings on the Mediterranean coast near Oran and Algiers were added to the plan. American diplomacy smoothed the path of these landings by securing the acquiescence or quiescence of numerous Frenchmen in authority. Once lodgements were achieved at these points, they created a decisive leverage on the backs of the French forces on the west coast, where the initial resistance threatened to be more stubborn. The landings near Algiers reduced the distance from Bizerta to barely 400 miles. At that moment, a mere handful of motorized troops could have run through to Bizerta and Tunis without hindrance, except from the mountain roads. Alternatively, either seaborne or airborne landings nearby would have met scarcely any opposition. But the naval authorities were chary of attempting even small-scale landings so far ahead of air cover, and the overland advance was too cautious. Meantime, the Germans' reaction was swift, though the landings had taken them by surprise. From the third day onwards, they began to rush troops to Tunis in all available troop-carrying aircraft, as well as in small coasting vessels. Although the total was still small, it was just sufficient to check the leading troops of the Allied First Army when these reached the immediate approaches to Tunis 2.5 weeks after the initial landings. The result of this check was a 5 months deadlock in the mountainous arc covering Bizerta and Tunis. Nevertheless, this failure worked out to the Allies' advantage in the long run, for it encouraged the enemy to continue pouring reinforcements across the sea to Tunisia, where the Allies could cut off their supplies through developing the stranglehold of superior sea power and then cut off their retreat. Ironically, Hitler was led to stake larger forces on the retention of Tunisia than he had ever devoted to the capture of Egypt. By drawing so many of the German and Italian reserves across the Mediterranean and putting them in the bag there, the way was eased for the Allies' subsequent invasion of Europe. North Africa thus became as fatal a strategic bait to Hitler as Spain had been to Napoleon, in conjunction with their respective invasions of Russia. Hitler became so stretched between Africa and Russia that these two original points of aim turned into the two horns of a dilemma, and the strain precipitated his collapse in a way similar to Napoleon. The 1943 campaign in Tunisia had opened, however, with a German counterstroke that gave the Allies a bad shock. It came just when their two armies, the first from the west and the eighth from the east, seemed about to crunch the Axis forces between their jaws. The Axis command aimed to forestall that danger by dislocating both jaws, and for such an aim the conditions had become more favorable than was apparent on the surface of the situation. By now the reinforcements sent to Tunis had been built up into an army under General von Arnim, while at the same time the remnant of Rommel's army was acquiring fresh strength and equipment as it came nearer to the supply ports in its westward retreat. Profiting by this temporarily favorable turn in the situation, Rommel's design was to exploit the interior lines in Napoleonic style, utilizing his central position between the two converging Allied armies to strike and cripple them separately and successively. If he could crumple up the Anglo-American First Army that threatened him from behind, he would have both hands free to tackle the British Eighth Army, which had become thinned out as its lines of supply had stretched out. The design had brilliant promise, but its execution suffered a heavy handicap in being largely dependent on forces which were not under Rommel's control. For when the operation was launched, Arnim's army was independent, and even the veteran 21st Panzer Division, which was to deliver the main thrust, had passed to Arnim's command when it had been sent back to help in holding open Rommel's line of retreat and supply. The American Second Corps, which included a French division, was the immediate target of the counter-stroke. Its front covered 90 miles but was focused on the three routes through the mountains to the sea, with spearheads at the passes near Gafsa, Fade, and Fondouk. These passageways were so narrow that the occupiers felt secure. But at the end of January, the 21st Panzer Division made a sudden spring at the Fade Pass, overwhelmed the French garrison before American support arrived, and thus gained a sally port. This coup led the Allied commanders to expect a further and bigger attack, but they expected that it would come elsewhere. Regarding the Fade stroke as a diversion, they believed that the next stroke would come at Fondouk. As General Bradley remarked in his memoirs, this belief came to be a near-fatal assumption. On the 14th February, the real blow came, starting with a fresh spring forward from the Fade Pass. Arnim's deputy Ziegler was in charge here. Opening out as the American armor came forward to meet it, the 21st Panzer Division pinned the Americans in front, turned their left flank, and drove round their right flank to catch them in the rear. More than 100 of their tanks were destroyed in this trap. Rommel urged Ziegler to drive on during the night and exploit the success to the full, but Ziegler waited for 48 hours until he received Arnim's authorization before pushing on 25 miles to Spatla, where the Americans had rallied. Even then he was able to throw them back again, although the fight was harder and they rallied again at the Kasserine Pass. Meantime, Rommel had brought a panzer detachment from the Meereth line to deliver a more southerly thrust through Gafsa. This had driven on 50 miles by the 17th and captured the American airfields at Talepti, well to the west of Kasserine. Alexander, who had just been placed in charge of both the Allied armies and now arrived on the scene, said in his dispatch, "I found the position even more critical than I had expected, and a visit to the Kasserine area showed that in the confusion of the retreat, American, French, and British troops had been inextricably mingled. There was no coordinated plan of defense and definite uncertainty as to command." Alexander went on to say that if Rommel could break through our weak screening position on the western Dorsale, the next mountain range, he would find few natural obstacles to an advance northwards. This would disrupt our front in Tunisia and bring on a withdrawal if not a disaster. On the other side, Rommel wanted to exploit the confusion and panic by a combined drive with all available mechanized forces through Tebessa, 40 miles beyond the western Dorsal towards the Allies' main communications with their Algerian bases. Air reconnaissances had reported that Allied supply depots at Tebessa were already burning, but he found that Arnhem was unwilling to embark on such a venture, so in desperation he appealed to Mussolini. The hours slipped by, and it was not until early on the 19th that a signal came from Rome authorizing a continuation of the thrust, and Rommel to conduct it, but ordering that it should be made due northward to Thala, instead of northwestward to Tebessa as Rommel had proposed. In Rommel's view, that change was an appalling, an incredible piece of short-sightedness, since it meant that the thrust was far too close to the front and bound to bring us up against strong enemy reserves. The outcome amply justified Rommel, for the thrust came along the line which Alexander had expected and where he was best prepared to meet it. He had ordered the army commander to concentrate his armour for the defence of Thala, and British reserves from the north were being rushed down to that sector. It is thus evident that the Allies would again have been caught off balance if Rommel had been allowed to drive the way he wished. The Americans, too, had collected in strength on the line of approach to Thala, and held on so stubbornly to the Kasserine Pass that the Germans did not break through it until the evening of the 20th. Next day they drove into Thala exhausted and were pushed out by the British reserves that had now arrived there. So on the 22nd, Rommel, realizing that his chance had passed, broke off the attack and began a gradual withdrawal. One day later, but much too late, a fresh order came from Rome, placing all the Axis forces in Africa under Rommel's command. This counter-offensive is, in analysis, a very significant lesson in the study of the indirect approach, since it brings out so clearly how loss of time can forfeit its advantages, and also the importance, if it is physically indirect, of moving wide enough to ensure unexpectedness. A further penalty of the belated combination of the Axis armies under Rommel was that it came too late for him to cancel an attack that Arnhem had mounted in the north against the Allied positions facing Tunis. This too direct approach not only proved an expensive failure itself, but caused delay in releasing the divisions needed for Rommel's intended second stroke against Montgomery. The delay made a vital difference to its prospects. Until the 26th February, Montgomery had got only one division forward facing the Mareth line. For once he was worried, and his staff worked feverishly to redress the balance before the blow came. By the 6th March, when Rommel struck, Montgomery had quadrupled his strength besides 400 tanks. He had now over 500 anti-tank guns in position. Thus, in the interval, Rommel's chance of striking with superior force had vanished. The attack was brought to a standstill by the afternoon, and the Germans' loss of 50 tanks was a serious handicap in the next phase of the campaign. By then they had also lost Rommel, who had gone back to Europe sick and frustrated. On the 17th, the Allied offensive opened with an attack by the American Second Corps, now under General Patton. This was aimed at the Afrika Korps line of retreat to Tunis, and was intended to draw off resources from its front, but the advance was first cautiously slow, and was then definitely checked in the mountain passes that covered the approach to the coastal strip. This defensive success encouraged the Germans to try another offensive stroke, which failed to pierce the American defense. The loss of some 40 tanks not only blunted the edge of the attack, but accentuated the Germans' handicap in armored force, weakening their capacity to resist Montgomery's advance. For their ultimate victory, the Allies owed more to the enemy's misjudged offensive efforts than to the effect of their own assaults. The Allies' chance to turn the tables only came after the Germans had overstretched themselves in the offensive. Later, the Germans might have protracted the issue, but for the way they used up their remaining strength in abortive retorts. The Eighth Army's attack on the Mareth line was launched on the night of the 20th March. The main blow was a frontal one intended to break through the defence near the sea and make a gap through which the armoured divisions could sweep. At the same time, the New Zealand Corps made a wide outflanking march towards El Hamma in the enemy's rear, with the aim of pinning down the enemy's reserves that were placed there. The frontal attack failed to make an adequate breach, so after 3 days' effort, Montgomery changed his plan, sidestepping inland and sending the 1st Armoured Division to follow up the New Zealanders' threat to the enemy's rear. The sudden switch of his cavalry from right to left reproduced on a wider scale Marlborough's manoeuvre at Ramillies, an historic masterpiece of tactical flexibility. But the armoured charge ran through a valley lined with anti-tank guns on either flank, which might have proved a deadly trap if a dust storm had not been blowing at the time. Even then, the British attacks were checked by the German backstop defences at El Hamma. Thus, although the threatened cut-off led the enemy to abandon the Mareth line, he was able to hold the gate open and draw off his forces without much loss. He stopped again, barely 10 miles behind El Hamma, along the Wadi Akarit, which spanned the Gabe's Gap, a very narrow-fronted position between the sea and the hills. The Americans, swinging south past El Getar, had already tried to forestall the enemy on this position and to fall on his back while he was gripped by the Eighth Army, but they had again been checked before they could debouche from the hills. Then, in the early hours of the 6th of April, the Eighth Army attacked the Wadi Akarit under cover of pitch darkness. That tactical innovation resulted in a penetration, though the exploitation was checked by the Germans when daylight came. But 2 of their 3 attenuated panzer divisions were now absorbed in holding off the American push, which left them without sufficient resources to maintain their resistance. So on the next night they broke away and retired rapidly up the coast towards Tunis. A fresh attempt was made to cut off this retreat by the 9th Corps' effort to break through the Fondouk Pass on the 8th on April and reach the sea in their rear. After the infantry attack had failed to open a clear passage for the tanks, the latter succeeded next day in a daring charge across a minefield at heavy cost, but the breakthrough came just too late to intercept the enemy forces retreating up the coast. Within a few days, the enemy's 2 armies had joined hands to offer a united defense along the mountain arc covering Tunis, and it looked as though they might there maintain a prolonged resistance. Alternatively, they might utilize the breathing space gained by the swift withdrawal to evacuate their forces to Sicily. The 2,000-mile retreat of Rommel's Panzer Army Africa from El Alamein to Tunis was one of the outstanding performances of its kind in military history, especially in the course of its first and last stages. From the Mareth line back to Tunis, it had to be carried out through a long corridor lined by hostile forces, and was thus exposed to a continuously imminent threat of fatal interruption. While there has been no parallel for this Xenophon-like feat in recent ages, the same winter witnessed a retreat comparable in danger, though not in pure length, and carried out under even worse conditions, the withdrawal of Kleist's army group from the depths of the Caucasus back through the Rostov bottleneck, under continuous flanking menace from the Russian armies that were pressing down from the Don. Such a double provided impressive proof of the great resisting power inherent in modern defense, when skillfully handled. Moreover, this evidence of the limitations of the rear attack freshly emphasized the lesson of past experience that something more than a geographical indirectness of approach is required for offensive success. In each of these cases, an important part of the attacker's forces overhung the rear of the retreating forces from the outset, yet it could not close the trap. The line of danger was always obvious enough to enable the defending side to make effective use of its defensive assets and provide an adequate insurance. There must be a psychological indirectness of approach to upset the opponent's balance and create the conditions for a decisive issue. The rapidity of the retreat from the Wadi Akarit and its success in evading the Allied attempts at interruption gave the German Supreme Command a chance to evacuate its forces to Sicily if it had chosen that course. At least a fortnight's pause was inevitable before the Allies' armies could mount a serious offensive against the enemy's new defensive arc from Enfidaville, south of Tunis, to Cape Serrat, west of Bizerta. During that time there was a spell of misty weather which would have helped to screen the process of embarkation and transportation, so that a large proportion of the forces in Tunisia might have succeeded in getting away by sea and air. The German Supreme Command, however, was led to attempt a prolongation of the campaign in Africa. Rather than draw in its horns and base its defense of Europe upon the southern shores of Europe, even in Tunisia, it tried to hold too extensive a front for its resources, a 100-mile perimeter, in the endeavor to preserve both Tunis and Bizerte. Stretched between those two horns of a dilemma, it provided the Allies with an ideal opportunity to exploit the advantage of having alternative objectives. Before playing his hand, Alexander reshuffled his cards. He brought the American Second Corps up from the south to the northern coast, from the right wing to the left wing, facing Bizerte. He also switched the 9th Corps northward and inserted it in the center between the 5th Corps and the French 19th Corps, which now adjoined the 8th Army on the Allied right wing. On the 20th of April, the offensive was opened by the 8th Army with an attack on the enemy's left flank, but the coastal corridor became very narrow beyond Enfideville, and the advance soon slowed down, coming to a halt on the 23rd. On the 21st, April, the 5th Corps attacked from the left center through the hills leading to Tunis. Next day, the 9th Corps struck from the right center near Gubelat with the aim of achieving an armored breakthrough. But the effort failed to pierce the enemy's defenses, though it strained them severely and further weakened the enemy's remaining tank strength. A pause of nearly a fortnight followed on most of the front, but in the north the Americans and a corps of French African troops continued to make a gradual penetration, which brought them within 20 miles of Bizerte. Meantime, Alexander again reshuffled his hand. Leaving only a screening force in the right center near Gubelat, he moved the bulk of the 9th Corps over to the left center, concentrated it behind the 5th Corps, and reinforced it with 2 picked divisions from the 8th Army, the 7th Armored, and 4th Indian. At the same time, an elaborate deception plan was carried out to conceal the switching moves and persuade the enemy command that the next attack was coming in the south. The effect of the deception plan was reinforced by the reputation of the 8th Army and of Montgomery, so that General von Arnim kept a disproportionate part of his strength in the south. But Arnim had little chance of perceiving the deception, or of readjusting his dispositions after the blow fell because of the Allies' command of the air. They used this tremendous air superiority to drive the enemy's remaining aircraft out of the sky, and then to paralyze all movement of troops and supplies on the roads. The highly concentrated assault of the 9th Corps, now under General Horrocks, was launched in the starlight but moonless early hours of the 6th of May. It was preceded and covered by an intense artillery bombardment from over 600 guns upon a sector less than 2 miles wide. In the Majorda Valley leading to Tunis, after daylight, the Air Force extended the blast with a terrific storm of bombs. The stunned defenders of the gateway were soon overrun by the infantry of the 4th Indian and 4th British Divisions. The overstretched defense was not only thin but had little depth. Then the concentrated tanks of the 6th and 7th Armored Divisions drove through the breach, but they lost time in dealing with various small pockets of German resistance. By nightfall they had only advanced a few miles beyond the breach and were still some 15 miles from Tunis. Next morning, however, it became clear that the opposing army as a whole was still paralyzed by the combined air shock and strategic shock to such an extent that it could not develop any tactical countermeasures. By the afternoon, the leading troops of the British armored divisions had swept into Tunis. The 6th then turned south, while the 7th turned north, to spread dislocation. Almost simultaneously, the Americans and French poured into Bizerte. Enemy resistance dramatically collapsed on the northern half of the front. In the south, the enemy might still have been able to withdraw into the Cape Bon Peninsula and there make a prolonged stand. But this possibility was frustrated by the rapidity with which the 6th Armored Division drove down in the enemy's rear and cut across the neck of the peninsula. The collapse became general, and over 250,000 prisoners were taken. The enemy command had been caught off its balance, and then its machine was thrown out of gear by the combination of air pressure overhead and tank impact on its back. Dislocation of control was the primary cause of collapse, while the breakdown of communications accentuated the demoralizing effect of lack of reserves and disruption of supplies. Another factor was the closeness of the enemy's bases to the broken front. The rapid penetration into the bases was as dislocating to morale as it was to the administrative system. It not only created immediate panic among the base personnel, always more susceptible to demoralization than the fighting troops, but naturally produced an outspreading wave. The loss of their bases deepened the depressing sensation of fighting with their backs to the sea, a sea now dominated by the Allies' sea power and air power. It is remarkable how closely Alexander's plan of operations coincided with the classic pattern of the Napoleonic battle. Just as the Battle of the Marne did in 1914, though without intention, the characteristics of that pattern were that after the enemy had been pinned and pressed in front, a maneuver was directed against one of his flanks. This maneuver was not decisive in itself, but created the opportunity for a decisive stroke. For the threat of envelopment caused a stretching of the enemy's front in the attempt to meet it, and so produced a weak joint on which the decisive stroke then fell. Although handicapped by the want of an open flank, Alexander achieved victory by giving the pattern a greater internal development, combining flexibility and subtlety. As we have seen, he first drew the enemy's attention and resources to their left flank, then pressed hard on their right and right center, following these attacks with his main punch at their left center. When they managed to check his attempted breakthrough here, he turned this frustration to ultimate advantage by a pretense of swinging his weight farther to their left, while actually swinging it to the right of their center, where his earlier push had given them reason to assume that they were adequately strong. The multiple process of distraction gave his final concentration the most concentrated possible effect, while exploiting the choice of alternative objectives that the situation offered. It has seemed worthwhile to discuss the later phases of the African campaign in more detail than others, because they bring out so many points on both the logistical and psychological side of strategy. In particular, they furnish an object lesson in the subtlety and variety of the indirect approach. Chapter Hitler's fall after the disaster at Stalingrad and the retreat from the Caucasus. No real hope remained for the Germans of achieving decisive victory over Russia. The experience of 1941 and 1942 had shown the limitations of pursuing an offensive strategy with limited strength in unlimited space. Now, in 1943, the German strength was scantier while the Russians was increasing. But while the adverse ratio of force made an offensive strategy hopeless for the Germans, the ratio of force to lateral space was bound to make static defense very precarious. If the Germans were to change over to the defensive in such circumstances, it would call for an extensive sacrifice of the territory they had gained in order to practice elastic defense by a series of withdrawing maneuvers with the aim of drawing the sting out of the enemy's attack. The same necessity of yielding ground would apply with the defensive-offensive strategy that aimed to create opportunity for riposte. Even in 1943, there was good reason to reckon on a favorable prospect from a changeover to defense in a mobile form. Experience had shown that on the defensive, the Germans could count on inflicting losses on the attacking Russians out of all proportion to their own casualties. While the Russian commanders had become skillful in maneuver, and the wider spaces gave them opportunity, other circumstances tended to draw them into expensive efforts because of the Russians' instinctive urge to expel the invaders and the Russian commanders' natural desire to prove their determination in Stalin's eyes. It was not difficult to lead them into direct assaults and into repeating. The consensus of opinion among German strategists was that by carrying out a well-designed plan of elastic defense, they could wear down Russia's strength and her will to continue the war. It might even be possible to gain opportunity for a counterstroke that would radically change the situation. But Hitler was too offensive-minded to pay due heed to those counsels. He fervently believed that attack was the best form of defense, and that rigid resistance was the next best. Under this obsession, he even rejected every plea for developing the scale of fighter aircraft for Germany's defense to meet the multiplying Allied bombing offensive, and did not alter this decision until as late as June 1944. In the same way, when his advisers dwelt on the shortage of German reserves and pointed out the dangers of holding on to the awkward line where the winter campaign in Russia had ended, Hitler answered their arguments for a withdrawal to the line of the Dnieper by insisting that the problem could and would be solved by taking the offensive again in the summer of 1943. It was a new version of the cock crowing 3 times. Here it is worth note that in March, after Manstein's very indirect Kharkov counterstroke had broken the Russians' post-Stalingrad advance, he proposed to Hitler a plan to repeat it in a more calculated way with a baited gambit. The Maas River sector between the Donets and the Sea of Azov was now a very deep salient jutting out from the German front. It was thus highly probable that the Russian spring offensive would take it as a target. Manstein therefore suggested that the defending force there should be thinned out and should fall back when the Russians attacked, drawing them on prior to a counterstroke with all possible strength that should be delivered from the Kiev region against their northern flank, with the aim of rolling up the Russians' whole front in the south and trapping their forces. But this was too bold a plan for Hitler's stomach, while he was unwilling to give up the Donets basin with its industrial and mineral resources. So the alternative plan was adopted of trying to distract and dislocate the Russians before they launched their expected spring offensive by pinching off their large salient around Kursk, which jutted into the German front between Belgorod and Orel. The 4th Panzer Army of Manstein's Army Group South, formerly Don, was to form the right pincer arm, while the 9th Army of Kluge's Army Group Centra formed the left pincer arm. Manstein insisted that if such a plan was adopted, the stroke must be delivered early in May, immediately the spring mud dried and before the Russians could regroup their But Model, the commander of the 9th Army, urged that the offensive should be delayed until larger tank reinforcements had arrived, and Hitler accepted his argument, postponing the offensive until June, and then until the 5th July. It was a very significant example of how time and force are apt to be conflicting factors, and the outcome was a lesson in the way that increased force may really prove less weighty than early timing that carries a greater measure of surprise. As time passed, Hitler himself became dubious about the prospects, but could not bring himself to swallow the necessity of a strategic retreat as an alternative, and so yielded half-heartedly to the pro-offensive arguments of Zeitzler, Halder's successor, who was filled with the idea that it was essential to take the lead in attacking in order to forestall the Russians' attack. This time the Russian command, with shrewder judgment, withheld their own offensive until the Germans had moved, thus giving a wider extension to the baited method which had so often proved profitable in the tactical field. Detecting the German preparations and diagnosing the intention, the Russians filled the threatened salient with a deep layer of minefields and withdrew the bulk of their forces in rear of it. In consequence, the German offensive not only failed to put the Russians in the bag, but itself became bogged. The right pincer arm made moderate progress, penetrating the first 2 enemy positions and breaking up a large part of the enemy's armor on that sector, but the left pincer arm, Models, was checked at the outset. The frustrated effort had taken the Germans out of their defenses and left them in a much more awkward position than before, highly susceptible to the powerful riposte which the Russians then delivered. This dislocated the Germans' front north of Orel and momentarily produced a crisis. Manstein was ordered to call off his own attack and send several of his panzer divisions to Kluge's aid. As a result, the Russians then broke through a weak part of his own front. The whole sequence of operations bore a remarkable likeness to Petain's elastic defense and counterstroke in the Second Battle of the Marne, which gave the decisive turn to the First World War. Although the Germans rallied in time to put a check on the follow-through just as they had done beyond the Marne in 1918, the Russians offset this rally by widening their leverage. The pattern and rhythm of their operations increasingly came to resemble those of the Allies' 1918 counter-offensive in the West, an alternating series of strokes at different points, each temporarily suspended when its impetus waned in face of stiffening resistance, each so aimed as to pave the way for the next, and all close enough in time and space to have a mutual reaction. It led the German command, as in 1918, to scurry their scanty reserves to the points that were struck, while simultaneously restricting their power to move reserves in time to the points that were threatened and about to be struck. The effect was to paralyze their freedom of action, while progressively decreasing their balance of reserves. It was a strategic form of creeping paralysis. This is the natural method for an army that possesses a general superiority of force, as the Allied armies in the West had in 1918 and the Red Army had in 1943. It is all the more suitable when and where the lateral communications are not ample enough to provide the attacker with the power of switching reserves to follow up a particular success very quickly from one sector to another. Since it means breaking into a fresh front each time, the cost of the broad method is apt to be higher than with the deep method, and its effect less quickly decisive, but the effect is cumulative, provided that the side which operates it has an adequate balance of strength to maintain the process. In the autumn of 1943, the Russian advance came to bear an increasing likeness to an incoming tide along a 1,000-mile beach. In September, it reached the Dnieper at various points along a wide stretch of the river between the Great Bend and Kiev. The Germans evacuated the bridgehead they had retained in the Kuban, the western end of the Caucasus, and brought that part of their forces back through the Crimea in a belated attempt to strengthen the southern sector of their main front between the Dnieper Bend and the sea. But the Russians broke into this front before the reinforcements arrived, and in the resulting confusion reached the lower end of the Dnieper and isolated the Crimea. In October, also the Russians succeeded in crossing the Dnieper just north of the Bend and drove a massive wedge into this salient position. The Germans managed to avert the breakdown, which the Allied reports prematurely announced, but their position as a whole was seriously weakened. Hitler's reason for clinging on to the southern part of the Dnieper salient was to preserve the Nikopol area, an important source of manganese ore for Germany's armament industry. Economic necessity was here in conflict with strategy, developing a dangerous tug of war. The Germans paid a heavy price for Hitler's efforts to retain the manganese ore, for when any defense suffers such a persistent strain and stretch as theirs was now undergoing, there is always an increasing risk that some local effort may result in a widespread crack. Each time the Germans were tied to the defense of a fixed point by Hitler's orders, an eventual collapse was the costly penalty. The weaker the defending side, the more essential it becomes to adopt mobile defense, for otherwise the stronger side can make space its ally and gain a decisive advantage through outflanking maneuver. Early in October, the Russians had gained two other bridgeheads across the Dnieper, one north and one south of Kiev. The former was gradually extended until it provided a wide jumping-off position for an attack that was launched a month later. This produced the capture of Kiev and a rapid exploitation westwards. In barely a week, General Vatutin's advance reached the junctions of Zhytomyr and Korostin, some 80 miles beyond the Dnieper. Manstein, however, managed to retrieve the dangerous situation, although he had no reserves left. His rapid retreat, by luring on the Russians, created the opportunity for a flank counterstroke and for its execution. Manteufel, one of the most dynamic younger generals, scraped up such armoured fragments as could be found. Slight in strength as was the stroke, it gained weight in effect from the Russians' overstretch and its own indirectness, so that it tumbled the Russians out of both the pivotal points they had reached. Manstein then tried to develop the opportunity by organizing a larger counter-offensive when reinforcements arrived from the west, but the time factor impaired its prospects, for by then Vatutin's forces had recovered their balance. Although Manstein's menacing flank pressure made them fall back and abandon more of the ground they had gained west of the Dnieper, this counter-offensive was never so dangerous as it appeared on the surface, and early in December it faded out in the mud. Moreover, by using up such reinforcements as Manstein had received, it left him without the means to meet the Russians' next moves, since Hitler again rejected his arguments for making a long step back. On Christmas Eve, Vatutin broke out again from his compressed, but still large, Kiev salient. Delivering his new stroke under the cloak of an early morning fog, Vatutin recaptured Zhytomyr and Korostin within a week, and on the 4th January crossed the pre-war Polish frontier. A left-handed thrust reached the line of the Bug near Vinnytsia, thus threatening the main lateral railway from Odessa to Warsaw. Here Manstein staged another counterstroke, but Vatutin had sufficient strength to parry it. Moreover, the Russians then profited by Hitler's insistence on clinging to the Dnieper line below Kiev. Vatutin, in combination with Koniev from the other flank, now cut off this Korsun salient by a pincer stroke and surrounded 10 enemy divisions, although part of them managed to break out, despite Hitler's order to stand fast. This coup created a gap in the German front, thus easing the way for fresh Russian progress. The other Russian armies in the Ukraine now took up the rhythm of alternating strokes and levering advances. On the northern flank, the Germans were now forced to abandon Luck and Rovno, and on the southern flank the Nikopol salient along with its supplies of manganese ore. On the 4th of March, a new combined movement was opened by Marshal Zhukov, who had taken over command of Vatutin's armies when the latter fell ill. Striking from Shepetovka, Zhukov penetrated 30 miles in the first 24 hours and got astride the Odessa-Warsaw Railway 2 days later. This move outflanked the defensive line of the Bug. Near the Black Sea, Malinovsky drove forward and reached Nikolaev. Between these two horns, Koniev struck from Uman, reached the Bug on the 12th March, the Dniester on the 18th, and was over it next day. The rapidity with which these broad rivers were crossed was a new feature in the history of the war. Zhukov then thrust forward again from the Tarnopol area into the foothills of the Carpathian Mountains. In immediate reaction to this threat, the Germans occupied Hungary. It was obvious that this step was taken in order to secure the mountain line of the Carpathians. They needed to maintain this barrier, not only to check a Russian eruption into the Central European plains, but as the pivot of any continued defense of the Balkans. The Carpathians, prolonged southward by the Transylvanian Alps, constituted a line of defense of great natural strength. Its apparent length was diminished in a strategical measurement by the small number of the passes across it, thus facilitating economy of force. Between the Black Sea and the corner of the mountains near Foksani, there was a flat stretch of 120 miles, but the eastern half of this was filled by the Danube Delta and a chain of lakes, so that the danger area was reduced to the 60-mile Galatz Gap. Early in April, it looked as if the Germans would soon fall back on this rearward line. Koniev's forces pushed across the Pruth into Romania, while farther south the Germans were squeezed out of Odessa. The Crimea was also recaptured by two converging sweeps, and the enemy forces which had been left there were overrun. But the Germans managed to check the Russian drive beyond the Pruth and prevent it penetrating deeper into Romania, thus preserving its oilfield supplies for the moment. That success became their undoing 5 months later, for it induced Hitler to maintain his forces in an exposed position well to the east of the mountains and the Galatz Gap. Farther north, the Germans also succeeded in stemming Zhukov's effort to rush the Carpathian passes southwest of Tarnopol, though their counterstroke was soon held. Still farther north, near the Baltic, a Russian offensive in the middle of January had freed Leningrad from the enemy's encircling grip and was then exploited westward. But the Germans achieved an orderly withdrawal to a shorter and straighter line running from Narva past Pskov. It was only 120 miles long, and 90 of these were filled by two great lakes. Between Pskov and the Pripyat marshes, the enemy's front still hinged on the bastion towns of Vitebsk and Orsha. The Russians had closed in upon them at the end of September, but the enemy's position here had withstood both direct assaults and outflanking moves. It continued to form an effective block for a further 9 months until July 1944. Thus, in sum, the Russian front was temporarily stabilized by the end of April. The Red Army had made big gains of ground, especially in the south, but the Germans had usually managed to slip out of the traps produced by the Russian pincer maneuver and to stave off the disaster that so often appeared to be imminent. The total bag of prisoners was not large in comparison with the extent of the Russian advances, but the German forces had suffered a cumulative attrition that carried delayed effects of a more serious nature. Yet Hitler showed his decreasing sense of reality by removing Manstein from command, with the remark that yard-by-yard resistance was now more needed than skillful maneuver. The strain had been increased for 9 months past by the Anglo-American invasion of Europe from the south. In that quarter, the conquest of Sicily had been followed by the capitulation of Italy early in September 1942. The collapse of Germany's partner had created a hole in the southern wall of her fortress of Europe, which, though restricted by the peninsular shape of Italy, was big enough to cause a serious diversion of her strength in filling the hole. Beyond this, she had also to increase her insurance cover in the Balkans. The Italian collapse had a further ill effect on Germany by exposing her to a widened range of air attack from the Allied bombing forces, now rapidly swelling with the growth of the American forces. The air offensive against Germany's industrial resources might be termed an indirect approach on the plane of grand strategy, for it undermined the balance of her war-making power as a whole. If the Allies' bombing strategy had been better designed to dislocate supplies rather than to devastate populated areas, it could have produced a quicker paralysis of German resistance. But though much of the effort was misdirected, it did spread a creeping paralysis. Moreover, in the military field, the dislocation of communications was a major factor in immobilizing the German army's power to counter the Allied army's advance. The success of the Allied invasion of Sicily in July owed much to the complete bag they secured of the enemy forces in Tunisia. This removed most of the forces that were immediately available to stiffen the defense of Sicily. The moral impression that it made went far to demoralize the Italian forces in Sicily and shook the foundations of Mussolini's regime in Italy. The Germans feared that Italy would collapse or capitulate, and that any forces they sent south would be engulfed, hindered them from sending adequate forces to strengthen Sicily's defenses. Save for these factors, the Allies might have had cause to regret that they did not make a move against Sicily, while the enemy's attention was absorbed in the effort to bolster up their position across the sea in Tunisia. For even with so many favorable conditions, the conquest of Sicily did not prove easy. There the Germans, although weak in strength, were no longer fighting in outlying territory that could be isolated by sea power in its new sea-air form. The Allies, however, still enjoyed an inherent power of distraction owing to their amphibious power and the broad strategic situation, the immense stretch of the Germans' hold on southern Europe from the Pyrenees to Macedonia. The Allies' chief strategic asset lay in their possible choice of alternative objectives. Their concentration in French North Africa presented an almost equal threat to Sicily and Sardinia. If their main move were to be made on the western side of Italy, it could develop into an alternative and therefore dual threat to the industrial north of Italy or to the Germans' hold on southern France. If it were to be made along the Adriatic line, it might have either northern Italy or the western Balkans as its objective, and so would threaten both. If it developed along the Aegean line, it would threaten the German hold on Greece and Yugoslavia or on Bulgaria and Romania. Later information confirmed that this axial strategic advantage of the Allies, coupled with their deception plans, produced a divided mind in the Axis command, which was led to expect an invasion of Sardinia or Greece as an alternative to Sicily, and even thought it might come on the mainland of Italy or southern France. Their apprehensions were increased by the fact that air reconnaissance reported the appearance of Allied ships at many points along the Mediterranean. The actual landings in Sicily on the 10th July also profited from their wide distribution along 70 miles of coastline. Like the widespread, though less widespread landings on the Gallipoli Peninsula in 1915, they tended to keep the opponent in doubt as to the main point of danger, and then to delay his countermoves during the most critical time. This state of doubt eased the way for the Eighth Army's disconcertingly rapid advance up the east coast, which helped to throw the opponent off his balance. The upsetting effect was increased because his dispositions were based on the mistaken assumption that the main Allied landings would be attempted at the western end of Sicily, since it was nearest to the Allied bases in North Africa and offered more numerous ports. The fact that the move was directed against the southeastern corner of Sicily gave it the effect of a strategically indirect approach. Within 4 days, Montgomery's forces had advanced 40 miles up the east coast, almost halfway to the vital straits of Messina before they were checked on the outskirts of Catania. The same effect was repeated when General Patton's American 7th Army, after securing its foothold on Montgomery's left, suddenly swung its weight westward and then swerved northward across the island to Palermo. This was like selling the dummy in football. The general dislocation was increased because the Allied move simultaneously menaced the alternative objectives of Palermo and Messina. The resistance of the Italian forces collapsed at an early stage. The repercussion produced the fall of Mussolini's regime in Italy. This collapse threw the whole burden of Sicily's defense upon the nucleus of German troops, 2 scratch divisions, made up from drafts, to which a third was added at a later stage. They were left to meet an invasion that had been launched with over 7 divisions abreast, and soon rose to more than a dozen. Yet this small corps of resistance, though devoid of air support, succeeded in delaying the Allied conquest of Sicily for over a month, and then slipped away across the Straits of Messina under a canopy of flak to the Italian mainland. Apart from the stubborn fighting qualities of the German troops, the explanation clearly lay in the increasing directness of the Allies' advance and the lie of the country. After the capture of Palermo and the clearance of western Sicily, Patton's army had turned eastward to combine with Montgomery's in a converging drive upon Messina. That northeastern end of the island formed a triangle which was filled with mountains. The enemy could there profit, not only by the way the ground favored defense, but also by the way the process of withdrawal towards the apex brought a shortening of his front. Thus, his defensive density of force increased at each successive step back. While the Allied armies were increasingly cramped in deploying their full superiority of force, it was an important negative lesson in the problem of the strategic approach. Further lessons were brought out in the next stage. The invasion of Italy. In occupying Sicily, the Allies secured a European foothold that could easily be converted into a springboard. Its possession enabled them to bring their threat closer to the mainland of Europe and to intensify their concentration, while still menacing a diversity of points on the enemy's side. They were offered a choice of courses. Besides the most obvious direct course up the toe of Italy, they had the possibility of a short jump onto the shin of Italy, or onto Sardinia, or onto the heel of Italy. The last was outside the reach of fighter cover from air interference, but for that very reason would, as one suggested at the time, be the course of least expectation, for all the Allied moves hitherto had been carefully confined within the limits of such cover, so that a departure from the rule would come as a surprise to the enemy. Once landings were achieved there, the heel offered the most favorable route for the rapid advance of mechanized forces. Moreover, it would open up a threat to the Balkans as well as to central Italy, thus creating a fresh dilemma for the German Supreme Command. Strategically, the heel of Italy was capable of being turned, with deadly effect into a German Achilles heel. The Allied command, however, decided to make their main effort with the fighter cover limits, though at the last moment they improvised a subsidiary landing on the heel. The main effort comprised a landing on the toe by the 8th Army, and then a bigger landing at Salerno, just south of Naples, by the mixed American and British 5th Army, newly formed for the purpose under General Mark Clark. The prospects were marred not only by the directness of the strategic approach, but by the Allied statesmen's rigid insistence previously on unconditional surrender by Italy. Most of the Italian leaders were desperately anxious for peace, but hesitated to bow their necks to such humiliation and take responsibility for a peace without any safeguard. Only the Sicilian disaster and the immediate exposure of the Italian mainland drove them to overthrow Mussolini and initiate negotiations for peace, which took time to arrange. The delay allowed the Germans more than a month's grace to prepare their countermoves in readiness for the emergency. The crossing of the Straits of Messina took place on the 3rd September, and the landing on the toe was preceded by a tremendous but superfluous bombardment, the only German division in the neighborhood having moved north several days earlier. Even when the invading forces penetrated deeper, they met with little opposition, but their rate of advance was slowed down by the cramping nature of the country and by their own excessive caution. The move was thus of little help in easing the way for the major landing at Salerno. This was made on the 9th September, and the announcement of the arranged capitulation of Italy was timed to take place the previous afternoon. It did not shake the German forces which were posted there, and following their counterstroke the situation was critical until the 6th day. The root of the matter was contained in General Mark Clark's subsequent explanation. The Germans could see that in the nature of the problem another landing was probably on the way. They could also calculate that it would have to come within the limits of air cover. At that time, operating from Sicily, the maximum limit was approximately Naples. Therefore, they concentrated in the Salerno-Naples area, and we met their full force. The words italicized have an underlying significance, for they make it clear that the enemy profited by the probability that the Allied plans would be governed by conformity to an accepted limitation. The outcome showed the limited results of choosing the course of most expectation. By arriving where they were expected, the Allies suffered a costly check both in life and time, and courted a disaster which was only avoided by a narrow margin. Salerno provided one more demonstration of the lesson of history that nothing can be more hazardous for an army than to concentrate its effort at the point where the enemy can calculate on its coming and can thus concentrate his forces to meet it. At that time, the German commander, Field Marshal Kesselring, had only 7 divisions to defend the whole south and center of the Italian peninsula, besides having to quell and disarm forces of his exili. By contrast with the main landing at Salerno, the subsidiary landing on the heel of Italy met with no opposition and quickly secured 2 fine ports, Taranto and Brindisi. It opened up good avenues of approach up the coast towards the focal rail junction of Foggia and the important cluster of airfields near there. At that time, the hostile forces in the whole area between Taranto and Foggia comprised only one low-strength German parachute division, but the landing force consisted only of the British 1st Airborne Division, dismounted for the task. It had been hurriedly collected from rest camps in Tunisia and rushed across in such few ships as were available at short notice. It arrived without any tanks, without any artillery, except for one howitzer, and with scarcely any motor transport. In brief, it lacked the very things it needed to exploit the opportunity it had gained. After nearly a fortnight had passed, another small force, including an armoured brigade, was landed at Bari, the next port up the east coast. It pushed north without meeting opposition and occupied Foggia. The German forces facing the Fifth Army in the mountains, astride the direct route to Naples, began to fall back as soon as this indirect advance from the heel had gone far enough to carry a potential threat to their rear flank. On the 1st October, the Allies entered Naples 3 weeks after the landing, but in the meantime the Germans, reacting to the threat far more quickly than the Allies anticipated, had established a firm grip on the rest of Italy, dispersed the Italian forces, and nullified most of the effects of Italy's surrender. Henceforth the Allied armies were reduced to pushing their way up the Italian peninsula like a sticky piston rod in a stickier cylinder against increasingly strong compression. For the Germans had originally hoped to do no more than impose a short delay on the Allied advance to Rome, and had intended to await the Allies in the north. But they were emboldened to push reinforcements southwards to Kesselring's aid as they came to realize how badly the Allies were cramped by the narrowness of the front and the difficulty of the country, and the extent to which the Allies had lost the power of amphibious flexibility in committing their strength to this restricted effort. The Fifth Army's advance was temporarily checked on the line of the Volturno River, 20 miles beyond Naples, and then more definitely on the line of the Garigliano in front of Cassino. Successive assaults in November and December failed to pierce this barrier. Meanwhile, the advance of the Eighth Army up the east coast had been checked on the Sangro and then blocked soon after crossing it. By the end of the year, the Allies had advanced only 70 miles beyond Salerno in 4 months. Most of that ground had been gained during September, and thereafter the rate of progress became so gradual as to be generally described by the term inching. The invasion had been slowed down to a process of gnawing and grinding. In the light of long experience, such tactics sometimes succeed, but far more often result in disappointment. This campaign was no exception to the rule. It repeatedly demonstrated that direct attack on narrow fronts commonly leads to negative results. Even a big superiority of force rarely suffices unless there is room for maneuver, which requires a relatively wider front. The Italian peninsula was barely 100 miles wide, and most of that space was filled by a mountain spine and its ribs. Once the German Supreme Command decided to double their stake in the south, the establishment of a reasonable defensive density was bound to produce strategic cramp in the Allied advance up the leg of Italy. Early in 1944, the Allies attempted a fresh seaborne maneuver against the long coastline in the enemy's rear. On the 22nd January, a flanking force was landed near Anzio, 25 miles south of Rome. Only 2 German battalions were present in the area, and a swift dash inland could have seized the Alban Hills covering the immediate approach to Rome, or even Rome itself. But the Allies' plan had been based on the calculation that the enemy would immediately counter the landing, so that they were primarily concerned to consolidate the lodgment, while the main forces in the south took advantage of the anticipated weakening of the enemy's resistance there, but the enemy did not react in the way expected. When the lack of opposition near Anzio became clear, Alexander wished to quicken the move inland, but the local executive commander proved a break in himself. Under his cautious handling, no serious advance was attempted for over a week. Kesselring was thus allowed time to switch reserves to the scene, while he also held in check the forward drive of the main Allied forces on the Cassino sector. On the 3rd February, the 13th day after the landing, the Germans developed a powerful counter-offensive against the Anzio bridgehead. This in turn was checked, but the Allied force was left in an awkwardly shallow and narrow bridgehead. It looked uncomfortably like a large-scale internment camp, as the Germans had called the Allies' Salonika bridgehead in the last war. But those who remembered how that joke had ultimately turned out in 1918, when the breakout from Salonika started the process of Germany's collapse, could find comfort in the proverb, "He laughs best who laughs last." The offensive in Italy was renewed in May on a large scale. This time it was also part of a larger plan, for it formed the opening stroke in the Allies' grand design for a decisive offensive against Germany. Less than a month later came the cross-channel invasion of France by the Allied armies assembled in southern England. Both strokes were preceded and accompanied by a terrific air offensive to strangle the enemy's lines of supply. The first phase of General Alexander's plan comprised a fresh attack on either side of Cassino, where previous offensives had been blocked. To intensify its effect, General Lee's 8th Army extended its frontage and shifted its weight over from the Adriatic sector to join with General Clark's 5th Army in a combined blow against the western sector of the Gustav Line. The attack was launched at 11 p.m. on the 11th May, just before moonrise, and was particularly aimed to seize the mountain gate posts that supported the enemy's fortified barrier across the narrow entrance to the Liri Valley. The attack on the easterly gate post, Monte Cairo, made little progress in several days of tough fighting, but between Cassino and the sea wedges were driven into the Gustav Line at a number of points. The most significant penetration was made by General Juin's French Colonial Corps, which exploited its specialized skill in mountain warfare to pursue a difficult route across the Oronchi Mountains, and thus gained the advantage of unexpectedness. Its 6-mile thrust in 3 days past Montemagno to the heights overlooking the Liri Valley created a leverage that loosened the enemy's hold on the Gustav Line. The threat eased the way for British troops of the 8th Army to press up the valley and outflank Cassino, which fell on the 18th, Ascension Day. It also eased the way for an American push up the coast. Then, on the 23rd, the Allied force at Anzio chimed in with a stroke from the bridgehead. Here the investing force had been whittled down in order to send reinforcements south, and the Allied move was neatly timed to exploit the weakening. On the 3rd day, the German defense cracked under the pressure. Once the breakout was achieved, the Germans were caught short of reserves with which to meet the Allied follow-through towards the Alban Hills and the communications of the enemy's main forces in the south. Simultaneously with the Anzio stroke, the 8th Army launched an assault on the Germans' final position in the Liri Valley. The Canadian Corps penetrated this on the first day, and next day it became clear that the Germans were falling back everywhere. Their retreat was soon accelerated as the menace from Anzio developed. Within a few days, the direct line of retreat on Rome up Highway 6 was blocked, and the Germans were compelled to fork northeastward up difficult mountain roads, where their withdrawing columns were more exposed to a hammering from the air. Although a considerable part of the imperiled army managed to escape from the trap by this branching move, it forfeited the Germans' chance of covering Rome. General Alexander switched all possible strength to his left wing against the other German army, and in a week of tough fighting loosened its grip on the Alban Hills. Once the strategic breakwater collapsed, the Allied forces quickly flooded the flat country around Rome, capturing the city early on the 5th June. They had gained the prize which had been so nearly within their grasp 9 months earlier when the Italian government capitulated the invasion of France. The day after the capture of Rome came the landing in Normandy, the most dramatic and decisive event of the war. The cross-sea move of the Anglo-American Expeditionary Force, based on England, had been delayed by bad weather. It was launched when the wind was still strong enough to make the move hazardous, but also unlikely. General Eisenhower's decision to take the risk was not only justified by the outcome, but contributed to its surprise effect. The Allied landings were made on the morning of the 6th June in the Bay of the Seine between Caen and Cherbourg, and immediately preceded by the moonlight dropping of strong airborne forces near the two flanks. The invasion was prepared by a sustained air offensive of unparalleled intensity, which had been particularly directed against the enemy's communications with the aim of paralyzing his power of moving reserves to the crucial area. Although many factors had pointed to this sector as the probable scene, the Germans were caught off their balance with most of their reserves posted east of the Seine. That was due partly to the ingenuity of the plans for misleading them, and partly to an obstinate preconception that the Allies would come not only direct across the Channel but by the shortest route. The Allies' cautious desire for the maximum possible air cover had been a hindrance to their aim and progress in their Italian campaign, but now brought an unsought profit through its effect in making their opponents reckon that they would always take this cautious course. The effect of this miscalculation was made fatal by the action of the Allied air forces in breaking the bridges over the Seine. By deductions drawn from the layout of the Anglo-American forces in England prior to the invasion, and contrary to the views of his military staff, Hitler had, in March, begun to suspect the Allies would land in Normandy. Rommel, who was put in charge of the forces on the north coast, came to the same view. But Rundstedt, who was commander-in-chief in the west, counted on the Allies landing in the narrower part of the channel between Dieppe and Calais. That conviction was due not only to the Allies' past fondness for maximum air cover and the effect of their present deception plans, but even more to his reasoning that such a line was theoretically the right line since it was the shortest line to their objective. That was a characteristic calculation of strategic orthodoxy. Significantly, it did not credit the Allied command with a preference for the unexpected, nor even with an inclination to avoid the most strongly defended approach. The invaders' actual plan secured more than the avoidance of the best prepared defences. In choosing the Normandy route, the Allied command operated on a line which alternatively threatened the important ports of Havre and Cherbourg, and was able to keep the Germans in doubt until the last moment as to which was the objective, thus fixing them on the horns of a dilemma. When they came to realize that Cherbourg was the main objective, the Seine had become a partition wall dividing their forces, and they could only move their reserves to the critical point by a wide detour. The movement was lengthened by the continued interference of the Allied air forces. Moreover, when the reinforcements reached the battle area, they tended to arrive in the sector farthest from Cherbourg, the Caen sector. The British lodgment here became not only a menace in itself, but a shield for the development of the American operations farther west in the Cherbourg Peninsula. That double effect and alternative threat had a vital influence on the success of the invasion as a whole. The vast armada achieved the sea passage without interference, and the beaches were captured more easily than had been expected, except where the American left wing landed, east of the Vire estuary. Much was due to the excellence of the planning and equipment, which included many new devices. Even so, the margin between success and frustration in driving the bridgehead deep enough was narrower than appeared. The invaders did not succeed in gaining control of the quays to Caen and Cherbourg. Fortunately, the wide frontage of attack became a vital factor in redeeming the chances. The Germans' natural concentration on preserving these quays on either flank left them weak in the space between them. A quick exploitation of the intermediate landings near Arromanches carried the British into Bayeux, and by the end of the week, the expansion of this penetration gave the Allies a bridgehead nearly 40 miles broad and 5 to 12 miles deep between the Orne and Vire. They had also secured another, though smaller, bridgehead on the east side of the Cherbourg Peninsula. On the 12th, the Americans pinched out the intermediate key point of Carrington, so that a continuous bridgehead of over 60 miles span was secured. General Montgomery, who was in executive command of the invading forces as a whole under Eisenhower, could now develop his offensive moves more fully. The second week brought a marked expansion of the bridgehead on the western hank. Here the American First Army developed a drive across the waist of the Cherbourg Peninsula, while the British Second Army on the eastern flank continued to absorb the bulk of the German reinforcements, especially the Panzer divisions, by its pressure around Caen. On the strategic plane, this British threat of an easterly breakout was an indirect approach in aid of Montgomery's plan to break out at the western end of the bridgehead. In the third week, having cut off Cherbourg, the Americans wheeled up the peninsula and drove into the port from the rear. Cherbourg was captured on the 27th June, though not before the port itself had been made temporarily unusable. Around Caen, British thrusts were baffled by the enemy's skillful defensive tactics in country favourable to a flexible defence, but their threat continued to be a distraction to the German command's free use of its reserves. Under cover of this pressure, the build-up of the invading forces proceeded at a remarkably rapid rate. It was aided by the development of artificial harbours, which mitigated the interference of the weather and also contributed to surprise by upsetting the enemy's calculations, the Russian surge into Poland. Following a preliminary offensive on the Finnish front, the summer campaign of the Red Army opened on the 23rd June, the day after the third anniversary of Hitler's invasion of Russia. The offensive was launched in White Russia, north of the Pripyat marshes. This sector had proved in 1943 the toughest of all, and the Germans had felt justified in giving it less reinforcement than the more open sector between the Pripyat marshes and the Carpathians, where it was expected that the Red Army would renew its spring push. Thus, the defenders were again caught off their balance. The German situation was made worse because Hitler had vetoed the local army commander's arguments for a withdrawal to the line of Beresina, 90 miles behind the existing front. Such a step back, if made in time, would have thrown the Russian offensive out of gear. Once the German crust was pierced, Russian progress became startlingly swift. Vitebsk fell on the fourth day to the converging thrusts of Bagramian's and Chernyakhovsky's army groups, thus tearing a hole in the front of the 3rd Panzer Army. This opened the way for a drive southward across the Moscow-Minsk highway and onto the rear of the German 4th Army to Buskirch, which had partially damped the shock of the Russian offensive on its own front by a short step back to the line of the Dnieper. Meantime, Rokossovsky's army group had delivered an uppercut against the other flank of the great German salient. Breaking through just north of the Pripyat marshes, it bounded forward in 20-mile-a-day strides to get across the communications behind Minsk, isolating this focal center, which fell on the 3rd July. These multiple indirect thrusts produced a general breakdown of the German defense, and the immediate bag of prisoners was the largest taken in any Russian breakthrough up to that time. After the first few weeks, these captures dwindled, however, though the pace of the advance did not slacken. That combination of facts was significant. On the one hand, it was testimony to the skill of the German commanders in extricating their forces once Hitler had at last been forced by events to accept the necessity of a large-scale retreat. On the other hand, the speed and extent of the retreat, as well as the large number of important centers that was abandoned without a fight, indicated the growing skill of the Russian commanders in undercutting resistance by indirect approach. Examining the course of operations, it can be seen how time after time the Russian advances appeared to be carrying an alternative threat to one or other of a couple of big centers, and would then avoid both instead, cutting through the lightly guarded space between them and penetrating so far in their rear as to produce the abandonment of both. Significantly, also, the two main advances suffered their first severe check when they converged on Warsaw and Insterburg respectively, where in either case the advance became canalized into a direct approach. In less than a fortnight, the Red Army swept the enemy out of White Russia. By the middle of July, it had overrun more than half of northeastern Poland, come close to Brest-Litovsk and Bialystok, enveloped Vilna, crossed the Niemen, and was approaching the borders of East Prussia. Here its advancing wave was over 200 miles beyond the flank of the German army group under Lindemann that was still covering the Baltic states, along the front between Narva and Pskov, an ominous back-to-front situation. On the 14th July, the Russians launched their long-expected offensive south of the Pripyat marshes on the front between Kovel and Tarnopol, where the Germans had already begun to withdraw. Within 10 days they had reached Lau and Lublin, 100 miles southeast of Warsaw. The fortress cities of Przemysl, Brest-Litovsk and Bialystok fell in the same week. On the northern flank, the Russians thrust past Dvinsk towards the Baltic coast behind Riga, thus threatening to cut off Lindemann's forces, who had been strangely slow to withdraw. By the end of July, the Russians had reached the Gulf of Riga, while in the center they penetrated to the outskirts of Warsaw. But events now showed that the Germans were recovering from the shock and regaining control of their situation as their retreat went far enough to carry them out of immediate danger to a line where they might benefit from the measure in which the pursuers were outrunning their supplies. On the other side, the natural law of strategic overstretch began to operate. It soon became clear that the Germans were still capable of imposing a check on the advance, and that the Russians would need time to repair communications through the vast tract they had overrun before they could renew their momentum. Early in August, German counter-Strauss reopened the line of retreat in the north and also pushed the Russians back from Warsaw, where the Germans also proved strong enough to deal with the Polish rising that had started when the Russians drew near the city. South of Warsaw, the Russians succeeded in establishing bridgeheads across the Vistula, but were then checked. The remainder of August passed without any important change in the situation. The temporary deadlock was broken by a change of direction, a new Russian move in the south, on the Romanian front, almost simultaneously with its launching. Romania announced on the 23rd August that she had arranged to make peace. This cleared the way for a rapid Russian advance past Jassy down the corridor between the Pruth and the Sereth towards the Galatz Gap. It also helped the Red Army to encircle the German forces that had remained in their exposed coastal salient east of Pruth. Behind their backs, the Russian sweep continued, capturing Galatz and Faksani on the 27th, the Plosti oil fields on the 30th, and entering Bucharest next day. The tanks had covered 250 miles in 12 days driving. The Russian armies had then fanned out northward, westward, and southward. They pushed through the Transylvanian Alps towards Hungary, reached the borders of Yugoslavia in a drive to cut off the German divisions garrisoned in Greece, and thrust south over the Danube into Bulgaria, on whom the Soviet government now declared war. The deadlock in the fall of Rome was not followed by any such rapid collapse of German resistance as had been anticipated. Kesselring extricated his forces from their badly entangled situation, conducted the retreat with a masterly hand, and succeeded in imposing a fresh series of checks on the Allied advance northward. 7 weeks passed before the Allied armies reached the outskirts of Pisa and Florence on the Arno, 160 miles north of Rome. It was 3 weeks longer before Kesselring yielded Florence and fell back from the Arno to his main defensive position in the mountains behind the Gothic line. Recognizing the formidable nature of this barrier, General Alexander now planned a fresh sidestepping maneuver. Switching the weight of the Eighth Army back to the Adriatic flank, he struck at the east coast sector of the Gothic line near Pesaro at the end of August and broke through towards Rimini. But Kesselring managed to parry the threat and close the door, and Alexander had to revert to a process of trying to prise it open by levering attacks. Although the continued effort gradually forced a way into the eastern end of the Po Valley, that flat country was filled with vineyards and had a clay soil which quickly turned into a quagmire under rain, so that it was bad country for a rapid follow-through. The autumn rains came to rescue the battered and exhausted German forces when they were dangerously near collapse, and a fresh deadlock ensued. It lasted until the spring. Part of Alexander's forces had been taken away to carry out the invasion of southern France in August. In the event, that diversion had little effect on the main battle in northern France, where the issue had been decided a fortnight before the landing in the south was made. At the same time, it deprived Alexander of the extra margin of strength which would probably have been decisive towards winning the battle in Italy. Yet, as so often before, the disadvantage carried compensating advantages. For in the measure that Alexander's autumn offensive fell short of locally decisive pressure, it hindered the Germans from retreating to the foothills of the Alps while they were still strong enough to make an effective stand there, and at a time when their withdrawal would have been favoured by the weather conditions. Early in 1945, 4 of Kesselring's divisions were taken away to stiffen the defence in the west, while Hitler continued to forbid any immediate retreat to the Alps. Meanwhile, the poverty of the Germans' material resources became even more marked. By the spring they were desperately short of aircraft, tanks, transport and petrol of all the requirements for a rapid retreat to the shelter of the Alps. When the Allied armies took the offensive in April and burst through the thin German front, they were able to drive swiftly to the enemy's rear, and there fan out to block all the bolt holes, while the German forces were floundering in confusion or trudging back on foot. That final triumph came to the Allied armies in Italy as a fitting reward for prolonged effort, wiping out the memory of many frustrations. In the way the enemy's collapse in Italy preceded that in the main theatre, it bore a striking parallel to the way that the breakout of the strategically interned Allied army in Macedonia had started the ending of the last war. But this time, the enemy's general collapse had been more definitely due to the operations in the main theatre. There the most decisive phase had developed in August 1944, following the breakout from Normandy. July was a month of tough fighting in Normandy, with little to show for the effort except heavy casualties. But the Germans could not afford such a drain as well as the Allies could, while behind the almost static battlefront, the Allied resources were continually growing. On the 3rd July, the American First Army, having regrouped after the capture of Cherbourg, began an attempted breakout push southward towards the baseline of the peninsula, but the attackers were still cramped in room for manoeuvre, and progress was slow. On the 8th, General Dempsey's British Second Army penetrated into Thayen, but was blocked. The crossings of the Orne successive flanking thrusts were also parried. On the 18th, a more ambitious stroke, Operation Goodwood, was attempted when a phalanx of 3 armored divisions, one behind the other, was launched from a bridgehead northeast of Caen through a narrow gap created by a terrific air bombardment on a 3-mile frontage and drove across the rear of the Caen defenses. A breakthrough was momentarily in sight, but the pace was too slow and subordinate leaders too hesitant in bypassing defended villages, while the Germans were quick in swinging a screen of tanks and anti-tank guns across the path. After that missed opportunity, fresh British and Canadian attacks made little headway, but they served to keep the enemy's attention and his best troops fixed in the Caen sector. 7 of his 9 panzer divisions were drawn there. At the western end of the Normandy bridgehead, the American forces under General Bradley advanced their front 5 to 8 miles during the first 3 weeks of July. Meantime, General Patton's 3rd American Army had been transported over from England to Normandy in readiness for a bigger thrust. This Operation Cobra was launched on the 25th July, initially by 6 divisions on a 4-mile frontage, and was preceded by an air bombardment even heavier than in Goodwood. The ground was so thickly cratered that it aided the sparse and dazed defenders in putting a brake on the American drive. On the first 2 days, only 5 miles was covered, but then the breach was widened and progress quickened towards the southwest corner of the peninsula. The decisive breakout took place on the 31st July. It was helped by a sudden switch of the weight of the British Second Army from east of the Yonne to the central sector south of Bayeux for an attack near Caumont the previous day. While the enemy were reinforcing this danger point with such troops as they could spare from Caen, the Americans forced the lock of the door at Avranches, near the west coast of the Cherbourg Peninsula. Pouring through the gap, Patton's tanks surged southward and then westward, quickly flooding most of Brittany. Then they turned eastward and swept through the country north of the Loire towards Le Mans and Chartres. The cramped 70-mile front of the bridgehead had been immediately converted into a potential 400-mile front. Space was too wide for the enemy's available forces to impose any effective check on the advance, which repeatedly bypassed any of the road centers where they attempted to stand. The one danger to this expanding torrent was that the enemy might bring off a counter-thrust to cut the Avranches bottleneck, through which its supplies had to be maintained. On Hitler's insistence, the Germans attempted such a stroke on the night of the 6th August, switching 4 panzer divisions westwards for the purpose. The approach chosen by Hitler on the map at his remote headquarters in the east was too direct, and thus ran head-on into the Americans' flank shield, as Bradley remarked. Had the enemy side slipped his panzers several thousand yards south, he might have broken through to Avranches that very first day. Once checked, the attack was disrupted by the swift intervention of the Allied air forces, and when the thrust failed, it turned in a fatal way for the Germans by drawing their weight westward, just as the American armored forces were sweeping eastward behind their rear. The American left wing wheeled north to Argentan to combine in a pincer move with General Creyrat's 1st Canadian Army, pushing down from Caen upon Falaise. Although the pincers did not close in time to cut off completely the 2 armies within their embrace, 50,000 prisoners were taken and 10,000 corpses found on the battlefield, while all the divisions which got away were badly mauled. Their vehicles were even worse hit than their men by the continuous air bombing they suffered in an ever-narrowing space. The Germans' losses in the Falaise pocket left them without the forces or movement resources to meet the Allies' continued easterly sweep to the Seine and past the Seine. Each time the enemy wriggled out of a trap, he found himself caught in a bigger one. All the time his inland flank was being turned and his rear increasingly menaced by Patton's armored drive on the Allied right wing, while repeatedly bypassing resistance on its own path. The speed of its progress produced a continuous strategic bypassing of the main body of the German forces. Space and speed had formed the dual key by which the Allied armies had unlocked the gates of the West. Manoeuvre had triumphed where assault had been repeatedly baffled. Once unlimited room for manoeuvre was secured, mechanized mobility had been able to exploit the Allies' tremendous superiority of force. The rapidity of this wide flanking maneuver and its speedy effect in causing a general collapse of the German position in France forestalled the need of the further lever that was inserted by the landing of General Patch's American and French 7th Army in southern France on the 15th August. The invasion was a walk-in, as the Germans had been forced to denude the Riviera coast of all but a mere 4 divisions of inferior quality. The subsequent advance inland and up the Rhone Valley was mainly a supply problem rather than a tactical problem. Marseilles was occupied on the 23rd, while a drive through the mountains reached Grenoble the same day. On the 19th, the French forces of the interior had started a rising in Paris, and although their situation was critical for some days, the scales were turned in their favor by the arrival of Allied armored forces in the city on the 25th. Meantime, Patton's army was racing towards the Marne northeast of Paris. The next important development was an exploiting thrust by the British Second Army, which crossed the Seine east of Rouen to trap the remnants of the German Seventh Army, which was still opposing the 1st Canadian Army west of Rouen. A large proportion of the enemy succeeded in slipping back over the Seine in time, only to find that the British armoured columns were travelling on a wider and deeper bypass to cut off their retreat farther back. Dempsey's spearheads reached Amiens early on the 31st, having covered 70 miles from the Seine in 2 days and a night. Crossing the Somme, they then drove on swiftly past Arras and Lille to the Belgian frontier behind the back of the German 15th Army on the Pas-de-Calais coast. To the east, Hodge's 1st American Army had also leapt forward to the Belgian frontier near Hersen. Farther east, Patton's army made an even more dazzling drive through Champagne and past Verdun to the Moselle between Metz and Thionville, close to the frontier of Germany. But it had begun to lose weight through the difficulty of maintaining petrol supplies on an adequate scale, and then its armored spearheads were brought to a halt by running out of petrol, though the strategic prospect was becoming greater day by day. For they were hardly 80 miles from the Rhine. When they received sufficient fuel to resume their advance, opposition was stiffening. Patton's thrust had produced a decisive issue in the Battle of France, but the supply position checked it from deciding the battle for Germany in the same breath. The strategic law of overstretch reasserted itself to impose a postponement. On this sector it proved a long one, as Patton became drawn into a direct approach to Metz, and then into a protracted close-quarter battle for that famous fortress city, to the forfeit of the prospects of a bypassing maneuver. In the early days of September the pace grew fastest on the left wing, and it was thither that a bid for early victory was now transferred. British armoured columns entered Brussels on the 3rd, Antwerp on the 4th, and then penetrated into Holland. By this great manoeuvre, Montgomery had cut off the Germans' remaining troops in Normandy and the Pas-de-Calais, their principal force in the west. The 1st American Army occupied Namur and crossed the Meuse at Dinant and Givet. At this crisis, the executive command of the German forces in the west was taken over by General Model, who had gained the reputation on the Russian front of being able to scrape up reserves from nowhere. He now performed that miracle on a bigger scale. On any normal calculation, it appeared that the Germans, of whom more than 500,000 had been captured in the drive through France, had no chance of scraping up reserves to hold their own frontier in any degree of density that could suffice for an effective defense of the 500-mile wide stretch between Switzerland and the North Sea. But in the event they achieved an amazing rally which prolonged the war for 8 months. In this recovery they were greatly helped by the Allies' supply difficulties, which reduced the first onset to a lightweight charge that could be checked by a hastily improvised defense, and then curtailed the build-up of the Allied armies for a powerful attack. In part, the supply difficulties were due to the length of the Allies' own advance. In part, they were due to the German strategy in leaving garrisons behind to hold the French ports. The fact that the Allies were thus denied the use of Dunkirk, Calais, Boulogne, and Havre, as well as the big ports in Brittany, became a powerful indirect brake on the Allies' offensive. Although they had captured the still greater port of Antwerp in good condition, the enemy kept a tenacious grip on the estuary of the Scheldt, and thus prevented the Allies making use of the port. Before the breakout from Normandy, their supplies had to be carried less than 20 miles from the base in order to replenish the striking forces. They now had to be carried nearly 300 miles. The burden was thrown almost entirely on the Allies' motor transport, as the French railway network had been destroyed by previous air attacks. The bombing that had been so useful in paralyzing the German counter-measures against the invasion became a boomerang when the Allies needed to maintain the momentum of their pursuit. In mid-September, a bold attempt was made to loosen the stiffening resistance by dropping 3 airborne divisions behind the Army's right flank in Holland to clear the way for a fresh drive by the British Second Army up to and over the Lower Rhine. By dropping the airborne forces in successive layers over a 60-mile belt of country behind the German front, A foothold was gained on all four of the strategic stepping stones needed to cross the interval, the passage of the Wilhelmina Canal at Eindhoven, of the Maas, Meuse at Grave, of the Waal and Lek, the two branches of the Rhine at Nijmegen and Arnhem respectively. 3 of these 4 stepping stones were secured and passed, but a stumble at the third forfeited the chance of securing the 4th in face of the Germans' speedy reaction. This check led to the frustration of the overland thrust and the sacrifice of the 1st Airborne Division at Arnhem. But the possibility of outflanking the Rhine defense line was a strategic prize that justified the stake and the exceptional boldness of dropping airborne forces so far behind the front. The 1st Airborne Division maintained its isolated position at Arnhem for 10 days instead of the 2 that were reckoned as the maximum to be expected, but the chances were lessened by the way that the descent of the airborne forces at these 4 successive points in a straight line signposted all too clearly the direction of the Second Army's thrust. The obviousness of the aim simplified the opponent's problem in concentrating his available reserves to hold the final stepping stone and to overthrow the British airborne forces there before the leading troops of the Second Army arrived to relieve them. The nature of the Dutch country, with its canalized routes, also helped the defenders in obstructing the advance, while there was a lack of wider moves to mask the directness of the approach and distract the defender. The fight for the Rhine. After the failure of the Arnhem gamble, the prospect of early victory faded. The Allies were thrown back on the necessity of building up their resources along the frontiers of Germany for a massive offensive of a deliberate kind. The build-up was bound to take time, but the Allied command increased its own handicap by concentrating, first, on an attempt to force the Aachen Gateway into Germany rather than on clearing the shores of the Scheldt to open up a fresh supply route. The American advance on Aachen developed into a too direct approach, and its progress was repeatedly checked. Along the rest of the Western Front, the efforts of the Allied armies during September and October amounted to little more than a process of nibbling. Meantime, the German defense was being continuously reinforced with such reserves as could be scraped from elsewhere, and with freshly raised forces beyond the troops which had managed to make their way back from France. The German build-up along the front was progressing faster than that of the Allies. Despite Germany's great inferiority of material resources, the Scheldt estuary was not cleared of the enemy until early in November. In mid-November, a general offensive was launched by all 6 Allied armies on the Western Front. It brought disappointingly small results at heavy cost, and continued efforts merely exhausted the attacking troops. There had been a difference of view between the American and British commanders as to the basic pattern of this offensive. The British advocated a concentrated blow, whereas the Americans chose to test the German defenses over a very wide front. After the offensive had ended in failure, the British naturally criticized the plan for its dispersion of effort. But closer analysis of the operations suggests that a more fundamental fault was its obviousness. Although the offensive was wide in the sense of being distributed among several armies, it was narrowly concentrated within each army sector. In each case, the offensive effort traveled along the line where the defender would be inclined to expect it, for the attacks were directed against the natural gateways into Germany. Moreover, the main attacks were made in flat country that easily became waterlogged in winter. In mid-December, the Germans gave the Allied armies and peoples a shock by launching a counter-offensive. They had been able to hold the Allied offensive and slow it down to a crawl without having to engage their own mobile reserves. Thus, from the time when the chances of an American breakthrough waned, the risk of a serious German riposte might have become apparent, and the more so in view of the knowledge that the Germans had withdrawn many of their panzer divisions from the line during the October lull to re-equip them with fresh tanks. But the Allies' expectations of victory tended to blind them to the possibility of any counterstroke, so that this profited by unexpectedness in that respect. The best moment for a major counteroffensive, as for a minor counterattack, is usually when the attacking opponent has fully committed his own strength without having gained his objective. At that moment, his troops will be suffering from the natural reaction due to a prolonged effort, while the command will have relatively few reserves of its own ready to meet a counterstroke, especially if this comes from a different direction. The German command also profited by treating the problem of suitable ground in a way very different from their opponents. They chose for the site of their counteroffensive the hilly and wooded country of the Ardennes. Being generally regarded as difficult country, a large-scale offensive there was likely to be unexpected by orthodox opponents. At the same time, the woods provided concealment for the massing of forces, while the high ground offered drier ground for the maneuver of tanks. Thus the Germans might hope to score both ways. Their chief danger was from the speedy interference of Allied air power. Model summed up the problem thus: enemy no. One is the hostile air force which, because of its absolute superiority, tries to destroy our spearheads of attack and our artillery through fighter-bomber attacks and bomb carpets, and to render movement in the rear impossible. So the Germans launched their stroke when the meteorological forecast promised them a natural cloak, and for the first 3 days mist and rain kept the Allied air forces on the ground. Thus even bad weather was converted into an advantage. The Germans needed all the advantage that they could possibly secure. They were playing for high stakes on very limited funds. They knew it was a desperate gamble, and that they were playing their last trump. The striking force comprised the 5th and 6th Panzer armies, to which had been given the bulk of the tanks that could be scraped together. An awkward feature of the Ardennes from an offensive point of view was the way that the high ground was intersected with deep valleys where the through roads became bottlenecks. At these points, a tank advance was liable to be blocked. The German command might have forestalled this risk by using parachute troops to seize these strategic defiles. But they had allowed this specialist arm to dwindle, and its technique to become rusty since the coup that captured Crete in May 1941. Only a few handfuls were used. The aim of the counteroffensive was far-reaching: to break through to Antwerp by an indirect approach, cut off the British Army group from the American as well as from its supplies, and then crush the former while isolated. The 5th Panzer Army, now led by Manteuffel, was to break through the American front in the Ardennes, swerve westward, then wheel north across the Meuse past Namur to Antwerp. As it advanced, it was to build up a defensive flank barricade to shut off interference from the American armies farther south. The 6th Panzer Army, under an SS commander, Sepp Dietrich, was to thrust northwest on an oblique line, past Liège to Antwerp, creating a strategic barrage astride the rear of the British and the more northerly American armies. Aided by its surprise, the German counter-offensive made menacing progress in the opening days, creating alarm and confusion on the Allied side. The deepest thrust was made by Manteuffel's 5th Panzer Army, but time and opportunities were lost through petrol shortages resulting from Allied air pressure, and the drive fell short of the Meuse, though it came ominously close to it at some points. In that frustration, much was due to the indomitable way in which outflanked American detachments held on to several of the most important bottlenecks in the Ardennes, as well as to the speed with which Montgomery, who had taken charge of the situation on the northern flank, swung his reserves southward to forestall the enemy at the crossings of the Meuse. In the next phase, when the Allied armies had concentrated their strength and attempted to pinch off the great wedge driven into their front, the Germans carried out a skillful withdrawal that brought them out of the potential trap. Judged on its own account, the German counter-offensive had been a profitable operation, for even though it fell short of the objectives, it had upset the Allies' preparations and inflicted much damage at a cost that was not excessive for the effect except in the later phase when Hitler hindered the withdrawal. But viewed in relation to the whole situation, this counteroffensive had been a fatal operation. During the course of it, the Germans had expended more of their strength than they could afford in their straitened circumstances. That expenditure forfeited the chance of maintaining any prolonged resistance to a resumed Allied offensive. It brought home to the German troops their incapacity to turn the scales, and thereby undermined such hopes as they had retained. In brief, it was Germany's declaration of military bankruptcy. Henceforth it was impossible to disguise from the German army and people that they were reaching the end of their resources and merely sacrificing themselves in a forlorn fight. The final phase, from August until the end of the year, the main Russian front had been static astride the middle of Poland, while the Russian armies were repairing communications through the territory over which their summer tidal wave had swept, and building up their strength forward. An autumn effort to force the narrow gateway into East Prussia failed to crack the defense. Meanwhile, the Russian left-wing armies moving on from Romania and Bulgaria had been gradually pushing round through Hungary and Yugoslavia in a vast flanking movement. This was a movement in grand strategy with long-term objects as well as in strategy. It was slowed down by the burden of establishing control in the countries it traversed and by the paucity of communications through that region. But as the circuit continued, it naturally developed an increasing strategic convergence on the common objective, while the extent of the German forces that were absorbed in opposing this side-door approach was an important distraction from the Germans' capacity to maintain their main eastern and western fronts. In mid-January, Koniev's armies launched a great offensive against the German front in southern Poland, starting from their bridgehead over the Vistula near Sandomierz. After it had pierced the enemy's defences and produced a flanking menace to the central sector, Zhukov's armies bounded forward from their bridgeheads near Warsaw. During the first week, the offensive swept forward nearly as far under winter conditions as the summer offensive had done in the same time. Behind the front in western Poland, most of the country was so open as to be awkward for defense, as the Germans had found in their 1939 attack. By nature, it gave a mobile attacker the balance of advantage, especially when he possessed the superiority of strength to exploit the opportunity for maneuver provided by the wide spaces. Now the Germans themselves on the defensive were short of strength and mobility. During the second week, the Russians' pace was maintained while the scale of prisoners increased, which showed that the Russian spearheads were outstripping a belated attempt by the German command to carry out a general withdrawal. The hasty evacuation of the civil population from various big towns inside Germany's borders was a sign that the speed and power of the Russian advance had once again upset the German command's calculations and hustled them out of intermediate positions they had reckoned on holding. Driving through the wide space between the cities of Krakow and Lodz, Koniev's army swept over the western Polish frontier into Silesia. Both Krakow and Lodz fell on the 19th January, the latter to Zhukov's flanking advance. On the 23rd, Koniev reached the Oder above Breslau on a 40-mile front, and then gained several crossings over this barrier river. In this swift drive, he overran the important industrial areas in Upper Silesia, thus impoverishing Germany's war production. But the Germans then rallied strongly behind the Oder, and succeeded in curbing the extension of his bridgeheads beyond the river. On the Russian right wing, Rokossovsky's armies sprang forward from the Nerev River northeast of Warsaw and delivered an uppercut against East Prussia. Piercing that frontier at its western end, they thrust past the famous battlefield of Tannenberg, scene of the great Russian disaster in 1914, and reached the Baltic east of Danzig on the 26th. Most of the German forces in East Prussia were cut off, and were then invested at Königsberg. Meanwhile, Zhukov in the Russian center had been driving northwestward towards Torun and Poznan, a pair of pivotal communication centers. By passing each of them, he swept on to the German frontier, leaving them isolated like islets standing out above the incoming tide. The frontier was crossed on the 29th, and Zhukov then thrust on towards the Oder, which there runs farther west than in Silesia. As his objective was obviously Berlin, which lies barely 50 miles beyond the Oder, he naturally met stiffening resistance. Although his tanks reached the Oder near Kustrin on the 31st, some time passed before he was able to push up to the river on a broad front, and then successive attempts to force a crossing were parried by the Germans. Koniev's forces endeavored to create a flanking leverage by pushing northwest down the far bank of the Oder, but they in turn were stopped along the Neisse, which provided a defensive switch line for the Germans. The law of overstretch came into play once again, and the Russians were held up in the east until the issue had been finally decided in the west. While the Russians were battling for the Oder, Eisenhower's armies launched another great offensive early in February, aimed to trap and destroy the German armies west of the Rhine before they could withdraw across it. The opening attack was made by the 1st Canadian and British Army on the left wing, wheeling up the west bank of the Rhine to develop a flanking leverage on the German forces that faced the American 9th and 1st Armies west of Cologne. But the delay caused by the enemy's ardent stroke had the effect that the attack was not delivered until the frozen ground had been softened by a thaw. This helped the Germans' resistance. They improved their dangerous situation by blowing up the dams on the River Roer, thus delaying the American attack over that waterline until a fortnight later. Even then it met tough opposition. As a result, the Americans did not enter Cologne until the 5th. March, the Germans had gained time to evacuate their depleted forces and much of their equipment over the Rhine crossing. But the Germans had been led to throw a high proportion of their strength into the effort to check the Allied left wing. The consequent weakness of their own left wing created an opportunity for the American First and Third Armies. The right of the First Army broke through to the Rhine at Bonn, and a detachment was able to seize by surprise an intact bridge over the Rhine at Remagen. Eisenhower did not immediately exploit this unexpected opening, which would have involved a switch of his reserves and a considerable readjustment of his plans for the next and decisive stage, but the Remagen threat served as a useful distraction to the German scanty reserve. A bigger advantage was gained by the Third Army's breakthrough in the Eifel, the German continuation of the Ardennes. The 4th Armored Division, once again Patton's spearhead, as in the breakout from Normandy, dashed through to the Rhine at Koblenz. Patton then wheeled his forces southward over the lower Moselle into the Palatinate, and swept up the west bank of the Rhine across the rear of the forces that were opposing Patch's 7th Army. By this stroke he cut them off from the Rhine and secured a huge bag of prisoners, while gaining for himself an unopposed crossing of the Rhine when he turned eastward again. This crossing was achieved on the night of the 22nd, between Mainz and Worms, and was quickly exploited by a deep advance into northern Bavaria. That unhinged the Germans' whole front, and forestalled the much-discussed possibility that the enemy might attempt a general withdrawal into their reputed mountain stronghold in the south. On the night of the 23rd, the planned assault on the Rhine was carried out far downstream near the Dutch frontier by Montgomery's army group. The great river was crossed at 4 points during the night, and in the morning 2 airborne divisions were dropped beyond it to loosen the opposition facing the newly gained bridgeheads. The Germans' resistance began to crumble everywhere, and the crumbling developed into a general collapse. Even then, the end was postponed for more than a month. That was due not to serious opposition from the splintered German army, except at a few points in the extreme north and south, but to the Allied army's own supply problem as their advance extended beyond the Rhine, to the obstruction created by their air forces' way of blocking the roads with heaps of rubble, and to the complication of political factors. The military issue was finally settled when the Rhine was crossed, and long before that it had become merely a question of the exact time when the overstrained German army would snap like an overstretched piece of elastic. Although its formerly immense frontage had been contracted as it was pressed back on all sides towards the center, its own size had shrunk even more in proportion to the area of pressure, owing to excessive losses incurred through the inelastic defense strategy on which Hitler had insisted. His crass inflexibility when on the defensive was in striking contrast to the shrewd flexibility of his offensive methods earlier, before the fumes of victory intoxicated him. When account is taken of the shrinkage of the German forces and of their material resources, it appears almost a miracle that their resistance lasted as long as it did when stretched over so wide a circumference. It was partly due to an extraordinary capacity for endurance, and greatly helped by the forbidding nature of the Allies' demand for unconditional surrender, which might be classified as a too direct approach in the field of grand strategy. But it was above all proof of the immense inherent strength of modern defense. On any orthodox military calculation, the German forces were inadequate to resist for even a week the weight of attacking power which they withstood for many months. When they could hold frontages of reasonable proportion to their strength, they frequently beat off attacks delivered with a superiority of a force of over 6 to 1, and sometimes over 12 to 1. It was space that beat them. If Germany's opponents had recognized that condition in advance, and had themselves prepared to meet aggression in a way suited to make the most of the defensive advantage, the world could have been saved immense trouble and tragedy. Long ago, that famous pugilist, Jem Mace, summed up all his experience of the ring in the maxim, "Let 'em come to ye, and they'll beat theirselves." Kid McCoy later expressed the same idea in his teaching, "Draw your man into attack and get him so that he has both hands out of business and you have one hand free." The truth of Jem Mace's maxim became the outstanding tactical lesson of the battlefields in Africa, Russia, and Western Europe. With growing experience, all skillful commanders sought to profit by the power of the defensive even when on the offensive. It was also the main underlying lesson of the war as a whole. Germany went far to beat herself. Without what she did in that way, her opponents would have found it much harder to beat her. Her too direct approach to the problem of victory became the indirect solution of their problem. Her frustration and distension together were of immense help to them in shortening the war. But if the Allied nations had understood the basic conditions of warfare in the first place, instead of preparing to fight in a conventional way, the length and devastation of the war might have been much less. Part IV, Fundamentals of Strategy and Grand Strategy. Chapter 6, The Future of Strategy. Having drawn our conclusions from an analysis of history, it seems advantageous to construct on the fresh foundation a new dwelling house for strategic thought. Let us first be clear as to what is strategy. Clausewitz, in his monumental work on war, defined it as the art of the employment of battles as a means to gain the object of war. In other words, strategy forms the plan of the war, maps out the proposed course of the different campaigns which compose the war, and regulates the battles to be fought in each. One defect of this definition is that it intrudes on the sphere of policy, or the higher conduct of the war, which must necessarily be the responsibility of the government and not of the military leaders it employs as its agents in the executive control of operations. Another defect is that it narrows the meaning of strategy to the pure utilization of battle, thus conveying the idea that battle is the only means to the strategical end. It was an easy step for Clausewitz's less profound disciples to confuse the means with the end, and to reach the conclusion that in war every other consideration should be subordinated to the aim of fighting a decisive battled relation to policy. To break down the distinction between strategy and policy would not matter much if the two functions were normally combined in the same person, as with a Frederick or a Napoleon. But as such autocratic soldier rulers have been rare in modern times and became temporarily extinct in the 19th century, the effect was insidiously harmful, for it encouraged soldiers to make the preposterous claim that policy should be subservient to their conduct of operations, and especially in democratic countries it drew the statesman on to overstep the definite border of his sphere and interfere with his military employees in the actual use of their tools. Moltke reached a clearer and wiser definition in terming strategy the practical adaptation of the means placed at a general's disposal to the attainment of the object in view. This definition fixes the responsibility of a military commander to the government by which he is employed. His responsibility is that of applying most profitably to the interest of the higher war policy the force allotted to him within the theater of operations assigned to him. If he considers that the force allotted is inadequate for the task indicated, he is justified in pointing this out, and if his opinion is overruled, he can refuse or resign the command, but he exceeds his rightful sphere if he attempts to dictate to the government what measure of force should be placed at his disposal. On the other hand, the government, which formulates war policy and has to adapt it to conditions which often change as a war progresses, can rightly intervene in the strategy of a campaign not merely by replacing a commander in whom it has lost confidence, but by modifying his object according to the needs of its war policy. While it should not interfere with him in the handling of his tools, it should indicate clearly the nature of his task. Thus strategy has not necessarily the simple object of seeking to overthrow the enemy's military power. When a government appreciates that the enemy has the military superiority either in general or in a particular theater, it may wisely enjoin a strategy of limited aim. It may desire to wait until the balance of force can be changed by the intervention of allies or by the transfer of forces from another theater. It may desire to wait or even to limit its military effort permanently, while economic or naval action decides the issue. It may calculate that the overthrow of the enemy's military power is a task definitely beyond its capacity or not worth the effort, and that the object of its war policy can be assured by seizing territory which it can either retain or use as bargaining counters when peace is negotiated. Such a policy has more support from history than military opinion hitherto has recognized, and is less inherently a policy of weakness than some apologists imply. It is, indeed, bound up with the history of the British Empire, and repeatedly proved a lifebuoy to Britain's allies as well as of permanent benefit to herself. However unconsciously followed, there is ground for inquiry whether this conservative military policy does not deserve to be accorded a place in the theory of the conduct of war. The more usual reason for adopting a strategy of limited aim is that of awaiting a change in the balance of force a change often sought and achieved by draining the enemy's force, weakening him by pricks instead of risking blows. The essential condition of such a strategy is that the drain on him should be disproportionately greater than on oneself. The object may be sought by raiding his supplies, by local attacks which annihilate or inflict disproportionate loss on parts of his force, by luring him into unprofitable attacks, by causing an excessively wide distribution of his force, and not least by exhausting his moral and physical energy. This closer definition sheds light on the question, previously raised, of a general's independence in carrying out his own strategy inside his theatre of operations. For if the government has decided upon a limited aim or Fabian grand strategy, the general who, even within his strategic sphere, seeks to overthrow the enemy's military power may do more harm than good to the government's war policy. Usually, a war policy of limited aim imposes a strategy of limited aim, and a decisive aim should only be adopted with the approval of the government, which alone can decide whether it is worth the candle. We can now arrive at a short definition of strategy as the art of distributing and applying military means to fulfill the ends of policy. For strategy is concerned not merely with the movement of forces, as its role is often defined, but with the effect. When the application of the military instrument merges into actual fighting, the dispositions for and control of such direct action are termed tactics. The two categories, although convenient for discussion, can never be truly divided into separate compartments because each not only influences but merges into the other. Higher or grand strategy. As tactics is an application of strategy on a lower plane, so strategy is an application on a lower plane of grand strategy. While practically synonymous policy which guides the conduct of war, as distinct from the more fundamental policy which should govern its object, the term grand strategy serves to bring out the sense of policy in execution. For the role of grand strategy, higher strategy, is to coordinate and direct all the resources of a nation or band of nations towards the attainment of the political object of the war, the goal defined by fundamental policy. Grand strategy should both calculate and develop the economic resources and manpower of nations in order to sustain the fighting services. Also, the moral resources for to foster the people's willing spirit is often as important as to possess the more concrete forms of power. Grand strategy, too, should regulate the distribution of power between the several services and between the services and industry. Moreover, fighting power is but one of the instruments of grand strategy which should take account of and apply the power of financial pressure, of diplomatic pressure, of commercial pressure, and, not least of ethical pressure, to weaken the opponent's will. A good cause is a sword as well as armor. Likewise, chivalry in war can be a most effective weapon in weakening the opponent's will to resist as well as augmenting moral strength. Furthermore, while the horizon of strategy is bounded by the war, grand strategy looks beyond the war to the subsequent peace. It should not only combine the various instruments, but so regulate their use as to avoid damage to the future state of peace for its security and prosperity. The sorry state of peace for both sides that has followed most wars can be traced to the fact that, unlike strategy, the realm of grand strategy is for the most part terra incognita, still awaiting exploration and understanding pure or military strategy. Having cleared the ground, we can build up our conception of strategy on its proper plane, an original basis that of the art of the general. Strategy depends for success, first and most, on a sound calculation and coordination of the end and the means. The end must be proportioned to the total means, and the means used in gaining each intermediate end which contributes to the ultimate must be proportioned to the value and needs of that intermediate end, whether it be to gain an objective or to fulfill a contributory purpose. An excess may be as harmful as a deficiency. A true adjustment would establish a perfect economy of force, in the deeper sense of that oft-distorted military term, but because of the nature and uncertainty of war, an uncertainty increased by lack of scientific study, even the greatest military ability could not achieve a true adjustment, and success lies in the closest approximation to truth. This relativity is inherent because, however far our knowledge of the science of war be extended, it will depend on art for its application. Art can not only bring the end nearer to the means, but by giving a higher value to the means, enable the end to be extended. This complicates calculation, because no man can exactly calculate the capacity of human genius and stupidity, nor the incapacity of will, elements, and conditions. In strategy, however, calculation is simpler and a closer approximation to truth possible than in tactics. For in war, the chief incalculable is the human will, which manifests itself in resistance, which in turn lies in the province of tactics. Strategy has not to overcome resistance except from nature. Its purpose is to diminish the possibility of resistance, and it seeks to fulfill this purpose by exploiting the elements of movement and surprise. Movement lies in the physical sphere and depends on a calculation of the conditions of time, topography, and transport capacity. By transport capacity is meant both the means by which and the measure in which force can be moved and maintained. Surprise lies in the psychological sphere and depends on a calculation, far more difficult than in the physical sphere, of the manifold conditions, varying in each case, which are likely to affect the will of the opponent. Although strategy may aim more at exploiting movement than at exploiting surprise, or conversely, the two elements react on each other. Movement generates surprise, and surprise gives impetus to movement. For a movement which is accelerated or changes its direction inevitably carries with it a degree of surprise, even though it be unconcealed, while surprise smooths the path of movement by hindering the enemy's countermeasures and counter-movements. As regards the relation of strategy to tactics, while in execution the borderline is often shadowy, and it is difficult to decide exactly where a strategical movement ends and a tactical movement begins, yet in conception the two are distinct. Tactics lies in and fills the province of fighting. Strategy not only stops on the frontier, but has for its purpose the reduction of fighting to the slenderest possible proportions. Aim of strategy. This statement may be disputed by those who conceive the destruction of the enemy's armed force as the only sound aim in war, who hold that the only goal of strategy is battle, and who are obsessed with the Clausewitzian saying that blood is the price of victory. Yet if one should concede this point and meet its advocates on their own ground, the statement would remain unshaken. For even if a decisive battle be the goal, the aim of strategy must be to bring about this battle under the most advantageous circumstances, and the more advantageous the circumstances, the less proportionately will be the fighting. The perfection of strategy would be, therefore, to produce a decision without any serious fighting. History, as we have seen, provides examples where strategy, helped by favorable conditions, has virtually produced such a result, among the examples being Caesar's Alerde campaign, Cromwell's Preston campaign, Napoleon's Ulm campaign, Moltke's encirclement of MacMahon's army at Sedan in 1870, and Allenby's 1918 encirclement of the Turks in the hills of Samaria. The most striking and catastrophic of recent examples was the way that in 1940 the Germans cut off and trapped the Allies' left wing in Belgium, following Guderian's surprise breakthrough in the center at Sedan, and thereby ensured the general collapse of the Allied armies on the continent. While these were cases where the destruction of the enemy's armed forces was economically achieved through their disarming by surrender, such destruction may not be essential for a decision and for the fulfillment of the war aim. In the case of a state that is seeking not conquest but the maintenance of its security, the aim is fulfilled if the threat be removed, if the enemy is led to abandon his purpose. The defeat which Belisarius incurred at Sura through giving rein to his troops' desire for a decisive victory after the Persians had already given up their attempted invasion of Syria was a clear example of unnecessary effort and risk. By contrast, the way that he defeated their more dangerous later invasion and cleared them out of Syria is perhaps the most striking example on record of achieving a decision in the real sense of fulfilling the national object by pure strategy. For in this case, the psychological action was so effective that the enemy surrendered his purpose without any physical action at all being required. While such bloodless victories have been exceptional, their rarity enhances rather than detracts from their value as an indication of latent potentialities in strategy and grand strategy. Despite many centuries' experience of war, we have hardly begun to explore the field of psychological warfare. From deep study of war, Clausewitz was led to the conclusion that all military action is permeated by intelligent forces and their effects. Nevertheless, nations at war have always striven or been driven by their passions to disregard the implications of such a conclusion. Instead of applying intelligence, they have chosen to batter their heads against the nearest wall. It rests normally with the government responsible for the grand strategy of a war to decide whether strategy should make its contribution by achieving a military decision or otherwise, just as the military means is only one of the means to the end of grand strategy, one of the instruments in the surgeon's case, so battle is only one of the means to the end of strategy. If the conditions are suitable, it is usually the quickest in effect, but if the conditions are unfavorable, it is folly to use it. Let us assume that a strategist is empowered to seek a military decision. His responsibility is to seek it under the most advantageous circumstances in order to produce the most profitable result. Hence, his true aim is not so much to seek battle as to seek a strategic situation so advantageous that if it does not of itself produce the decision, its continuation by a battle is sure to achieve this. In other words, dislocation is the aim of strategy. Its sequel may be either the enemy's dissolution or his easier disruption in battle. Dissolution may involve some partial measure of fighting, but this has not the character of a battle. Action of strategy. How is the strategic dislocation produced? In the physical or logistical sphere, it is the result of a move which A. upsets the enemy's dispositions, and by compelling a sudden change of front, dislocates the distribution and organization of his forces. B. separates his forces, endangers his supplies. D. menaces the route or routes by which he could retreat in case of need and re-establish himself in his base or homeland. A dislocation may be produced by one of these effects, but is more often the consequence of several. Differentiation, indeed, is difficult, because a move directed towards the enemy's rear tends to combine these effects. Their respective influence, however, varies and has varied throughout history according to the size of armies and the complexity of their organization. With armies which leave on the country, drawing their supplies locally by plunder or requisition, the line of communication has negligible importance. Even in a high stage of military development, the smaller a force, the less dependent it is on the line of communication for supplies. The larger an army and the more complex its organization, the more prompt and serious in effect is a menace to its line of communication. Where armies have not been so dependent, strategy has been correspondingly handicapped, and the tactical issue of battle has played a greater part. Nevertheless, even thus handicapped, able strategists have frequently gained a decisive advantage previous to battle by menacing the enemy's line of retreat, the equilibrium of his dispositions or his local supplies. To be effective, such a menace must usually be applied at a point closer in time and space to the enemy's army than a menace to his communications, and thus in early warfare it is often difficult to distinguish between the strategical and tactical maneuver. In the psychological sphere, dislocation is the result of the impression on the commander's mind of the physical effects which we have listed. The impression is strongly accentuated if his realization of his being at a disadvantage is sudden, and if he feels that he is unable to counter the enemy's move. Psychological dislocation fundamentally springs from this sense of being trapped. This is the reason why it has most frequently followed a physical move on to the enemy's rear. An army, like a man, cannot properly defend its back from a blow without turning round to use its arms in the new direction. Turning temporarily unbalances an army as it does a man, and with the former the period of instability is inevitably much longer. In consequence, the brain is much more sensitive to any menace to its back. In contrast, to move directly on an opponent consolidates his balance, physical and psychological, and by consolidating it increases his resisting power, for in the case of an army it rolls the enemy back towards their reserves, supplies and reinforcements, so that as the original front is driven back and worn thin, new layers are added to the back. At the most it imposes a strain rather than producing a shock. Thus a move round the enemy's front against his rear has the aim not only of avoiding resistance on its way but in its issue. In the profoundest sense it takes the line of least resistance. The equivalent in the psychological sphere is the line of least expectation. They are the two faces of the same coin, and to appreciate this is to widen our understanding of strategy. For if we merely take what obviously appears the line of least resistance, its obviousness will appeal to the opponent also, and this line may no longer be that of least resistance. In studying the physical aspect, we must never lose sight of the psychological, and only when both are combined is the strategy truly an indirect approach calculated to dislocate the opponent's balance. The mere action of marching indirectly towards the enemy and on to the rear of his dispositions does not constitute a strategic indirect approach. Strategic art is not so simple. Such an approach may start by being indirect in relation to the enemy's front, but by the very directness of its progress towards his rear may allow him to change his dispositions, so that it soon becomes a direct approach to his new front. Because of the risk that the enemy may achieve such a change of front, it is usually necessary for the dislocating move to be preceded by a move, or moves, which can best be defined by the term distract in its literal sense of to draw asunder. The purpose of this distraction is to deprive the enemy of his freedom of action, and it should operate in both the physical and psychological spheres. In the physical, it should cause a distension of his forces or their diversion to unprofitable ends, so that they are too widely distributed and too committed elsewhere to have the power of interfering with one's own decisively intended move. In the psychological sphere, the same effect is sought by playing upon the fears of and by deceiving the opposing command. Stonewall Jackson aptly expressed this in his strategical motto, mystify, mislead, and surprise. For to mystify and to mislead constitutes distraction, while surprise is the essential cause of dislocation. It is through the distraction of the commander's mind that the distraction of his forces follows. The loss of his freedom of action is the sequel to the loss of his freedom of conception. A more profound appreciation of how the psychological permeates and dominates the physical sphere has an indirect value, for it warns us of the fallacy and shallowness of attempting to analyze and theorize about strategy in terms of mathematics. To treat it quantitatively as if the issue turned merely on a superior concentration of force at a selected place is as faulty as to treat it geometrically as a matter of lines and angles, even more remote from truth, because in practice it usually leads to a dead end, is the tendency of textbooks to treat war as mainly a matter of concentrating superior force. In his celebrated definition of economy of force, Foch termed this the art of pouring out all one's resources at a given moment on one spot, of making use there of all troops, and to make such a thing possible, of making those troops permanently communicate with each other, instead of dividing them and attaching to each fraction some fixed and invariable function, its second part, a result having been attained, is the art of again so disposing the troops as to converge upon and act against a new single objective. It would have been more exact and more lucid to say that an army should always be so distributed that its parts can aid each other and combine to produce the maximum possible concentration of force at one place, while the minimum force necessary is used elsewhere to prepare the success of the concentration. To concentrate all is an unrealizable ideal and dangerous even as a hyperbole. Moreover, in practice, the minimum necessary may form a far larger proportion of the total than the maximum possible. It would even be true to say that the larger the force that is effectively used for distraction of the enemy, the greater is the chance of the concentration succeeding in its aim, for otherwise it may strike an object too solid to be shattered. Superior weight at the intended decisive point does not suffice unless that point cannot be reinforced in time by the opponent. It rarely suffices unless that point is not merely weaker numerically, but has been weakened morally. Napoleon suffered some of his worst checks because he neglected this guarantee, and the need for distraction has grown with the delaying power of weapons. Basis of strategy, a deeper truth to which Foch and other disciples of Clausewitz did not penetrate fully, is that in war every problem and every principle is a duality. Like a coin, it has two faces, hence the need for a well-calculated compromise as a means to reconciliation. This is the inevitable consequence of the fact that war is a two-party affair, so imposing the need that while hitting, one must guard. Its corollary is that in order to hit with effect, the enemy must be taken off his guard. Effective concentration can only be obtained when the opposing forces are dispersed, and usually, in order to ensure this, one's own forces must be widely distributed. Thus, by an outward paradox, true concentration is the product of dispersion. A further consequence of the two-party condition is that to ensure reaching an objective, one should have alternative objectives. Herein lies a vital contrast to the single-minded 19th century doctrine of Foch and his fellows, a contrast of the practical to the theoretical. For if the enemy is certain as to your point of aim, he has the best possible chance of guarding himself and blunting your weapon. If, on the other hand, you take a line that threatens alternative objectives, you distract his mind and forces. This, moreover, is the most economic method of distraction, for it allows you to keep the largest proportion of your force available on your real line of operation, thus reconciling the greatest possible concentration with the necessity of dispersion. The absence of an alternative is contrary to the very nature of war. It sins against the light which Borsecchi in the 18th century, by his most penetrating dictum that every plan of campaign ought to have several branches, and to have been so well thought out that one or other of the said branches cannot fail of success. This was the light that his military heir, the young Napoleon Bonaparte, followed in seeking always, as he said, to faire sans thème en deux façons. 70 years later, Sherman was to relearn the lesson from experience, by reflection, and to coin his famous maxim about putting the enemy on the horns of a dilemma. In any problem where an opposing force exists and cannot be regulated, one must foresee and provide for alternative courses. Adaptability is the law which governs survival in war, as in life, war being but a concentrated form of the human struggle against environment. To be practical, any plan must take account of the enemy's power to frustrate it. The best chance of overcoming such obstruction is to have a plan that can be easily varied to fit the circumstances met. To keep such adaptability while still keeping the initiative, the best way is to operate along a line which offers alternative objectives, for thereby you put your opponent on the horns of a dilemma which goes far to assure the gaining of at least one objective, whichever is least guarded, and may enable you to gain one after the other. In the tactical field, where the enemy's dispositions are likely to be based on the nature of the ground, it may be more difficult to find a choice of dilemma-producing objectives than it is in the strategical field, where the enemy will have obvious industrial and railway centers to cover, but you can gain a similar advantage by adapting your line of effort to the degree of resistance that is met and exploiting any weakness that is found. A plan, like a tree, must have branches if it is to bear fruit. A plan with a single aim is apt to prove a barren pole. Cutting communications. In the planning of any stroke at the enemy's communications, either by maneuver round his flank or by rapid penetration of a breach in his front, the question will arise as to the most effective point of aim, whether it should be directed against the immediate rear of the opposing force or further back. When studying this question at the time that experimental mechanized forces were first created, and their strategic use was under consideration, I sought guidance on it by an analysis of cavalry raids carried out in the past, especially in the more recent wars since railways came into use. While such cavalry raids had more limited potentialities than a deep strategic penetration of mechanized forces seemed to me to promise, this difference emphasized rather than detracted from the significance of the evidence which they provided. Making the necessary adjustment, the following deductions could be drawn. In general, the nearer to the force that the cut is made, the more immediate the effect; the nearer to the base, the greater the effect. In either case, the effect becomes much greater and more quickly felt if made against a force that is in motion, and in course of carrying out an operation, than against a force that is stationary. In deciding the direction of a mobile stroke, much depends on the strategic position and supply conditions of the enemy forces, i.e. the number of their lines of supply, the possibility of adopting alternative lines of supply, the amount of supplies likely to be accumulated in advanced depots close behind their front. After these factors have been considered, they should be reconsidered in the light of the accessibility of the various possible objectives, i.e. the distance, the natural obstacles, and the opposition likely to be met. In general, the longer the distance that has to be covered, the greater the ratio of natural obstacles, but the less the ratio of opposition. Thus, unless the natural obstacles are very severe, or the enemy has unusual independence of supplies from base, more success and more effect is to be expected from cutting his communications as far back as possible. A further consideration is that, while a stroke close in rear of the enemy force may have more effect on the minds of the enemy troops, a stroke far back tends to have more effect on the mind of the enemy commander. Cavalry raids in the past had often forfeited their effect by lack of care in carrying out the demolition side of their task. As a result, the prospective value of mobile raids on communications had been unduly discounted. It should be realized, too, that the flow of supplies may be interrupted not only by demolitions on the route, but by actual or threatened interception of trains and lorry convoys. This form of interruption was increased in potentiality by the development of mechanized forces because of their flexibility and power of cross-country maneuver. These deductions were confirmed by the experience of the Second World War, above all by the catastrophically paralyzing effect, physically and psychologically, that was produced when Guderian's panzer forces, racing far ahead of the main German armies, severed the Allied armies' communications where these crossed the far back line of the Somme at Amiens and Abbeville. The method of advance until the end of the 18th century, a physically concentrated advance, both strategic to the battlefield and tactical on the battlefield, was the rule. Then Napoleon, exploiting Bourset's ideas and the new divisional system, introduced a distributed strategic advance, the army moving in independent fractions, but the tactical advance was still, in general, a concentrated one. Towards the end of the 19th century, with the development of fire weapons, the tactical advance became dispersed, i.e. in particles, to diminish the effect of fire. But the strategic advance had again become concentrated. This was due partly to the influence of railways and the growth of masses, partly to the misunderstanding of the Napoleonic method. A revival of the distributed strategic advance was required in order to revive the art and effect of strategy. Moreover, new conditions, air power and motor power, point to its further development into a dispersed strategic advance. The danger of air attack, the aim of mystification, and the need of drawing full value from mechanized mobility suggest that advancing forces should not only be distributed as widely as is compatible with combined action, but be dispersed as much as is compatible with cohesion. This becomes essential in face of atomic weapons. The development of radio is a timely aid towards reconciling dispersion with control. Instead of the simple idea of a concentrated stroke by a concentrated force, we should choose according to circumstance between these variants. I dispersed advance with concentrated single aim, i.e. against one objective. I dispersed advance with concentrated serial aim, i.e. against successive objectives. These will each demand preliminary moves to distract the enemy's attention and forces, unless the possibility of taking alternative objectives enables us to rely on such distracting effect being produced already by the enemy's perplexity. i.e. dispersed advance with distributed aim, i.e. against a number of objectives simultaneously under the new conditions of warfare, the cumulative effect of partial success, or even mere threat at a number of points may be greater than the effect of complete success at one point. The effectiveness of armies depends on the development of such new methods which aim at permeating and dominating areas rather than capturing lines, at the practicable object of paralyzing the enemy's action rather than the theoretical object of crushing his forces. Fluidity of force may succeed where concentration of force merely entails a perilous rigidity. Chapter The Concentrated Essence of Strategy and Tactics. This brief chapter is an attempt to epitomize from the history of war a few truths of experience which seem so universal and so fundamental as to be termed axioms. They are practical guides, not abstract principles. Napoleon realized that only the practical is useful when he gave us his maxims, but the modern tendency has been to search for principles which can each be expressed in a single word and then need several thousand words to explain them. Even so, these principles are so abstract that they mean different things to different men, and for any value depend on the individual's own understanding of war. The longer one continues the search for such omnipotent abstractions, the more do they appear a mirage, neither attainable nor useful except as an intellectual exercise. The principle of war, not merely one principle, can be condensed into a single word: concentration. But for truth, this needs to be amplified as the concentration of strength against weakness. And for any real value, it needs to be explained that the concentration of strength against weakness depends on the dispersion of your opponent's strength, which in turn is produced by a distribution of your own that gives the appearance and partial effect of dispersion, your dispersion, his dispersion, your concentration, such as the sequence, and each is a sequel. True concentration is the fruit of calculated dispersion. Here we have a fundamental principle whose understanding may prevent a fundamental error, and the most common, that of giving your opponent freedom and time to concentrate to meet your concentration. But to state the principle is not of much practical aid for execution. The above-mentioned axioms, here expressed as maxims, cannot be condensed into a single word, but they can be put into the fewest words necessary to be practical. 8 in all, so far 6 are positive and 2 negative. They apply to tactics as well as strategy, unless otherwise indicated. 1. Adjust your end to your means. In determining your object, clear sight and cool calculation should prevail. It is folly to bite off more than you can chew. And the beginning of military wisdom is a sense of what is possible, so learn to face facts while still preserving faith. There will be ample need for faith, the faith that can achieve the apparently impossible when action begins. Confidence is like the current in a battery. Avoid exhausting it in vain effort, and remember that your own continued confidence will be of no avail if the cells of your battery, the men upon whom you depend, have been run down. 2. Keep your object always in mind while adapting your plan to circumstances. Realize that there are more ways than one of gaining an object, but take heed that every objective should bear on the object, and in considering possible objectives weigh their possibility of attainment with their service to the object. If attained, to wander down a side track is bad, but to reach a dead end is worse. 3. Choose the line or course of least expectation. Try to put yourself in the enemy's shoes and think what course it is least probable he will foresee or forestall. 4. Exploit the line of least resistance so long as it can lead you to any objective which would contribute to your underlying object. In tactics, this maxim applies to the use of your reserves, and in strategy to the exploitation of any tactical success. 5. Take a line of operation which offers alternative objectives, for you will thus put your opponent on the horns of a dilemma which goes far to assure the chance of gaining one objective, at least whichever he guards least, and may enable you to gain one after the other. Alternative objectives allow you to keep the opportunity of gaining an objective, whereas a single objective, unless the enemy is helplessly inferior, means the certainty that you will not gain it once the enemy is no longer uncertain as to your aim. There is no more common mistake than to confuse a single line of operation, which is usually wise, with a single objective, which is usually futile. If this maxim applies mainly to strategy, it should be applied where possible to tactics, and does, in effect, form the basis of infiltration tactics. 6. Ensure that both plan and dispositions are flexible, adaptable to circumstances. Your plan should foresee and provide for a next step in case of success or failure, or partial success, which is the most common case in war. Your dispositions or formations should be such as to allow this exploitation or adaptation in the shortest possible time. 7. Do not throw your weight into a stroke whilst your opponent is on guard, whilst he is well placed to parry or evade it. The experience of history shows that, save against a much inferior opponent, no effective stroke is possible until his power of resistance or evasion is paralyzed. Hence, no commander should launch a real attack upon an enemy in position until satisfied that such paralysis has developed. It is produced by disorganization and its moral equivalent, demoralization of the enemy. 8. Do not renew an attack along the same line or in the same form after it has once failed. A mere reinforcement of weight is not sufficient change, for it is probable that the enemy also will have strengthened himself in the interval. It is even more probable that his success in repulsing you will have strengthened him morally. The essential truth underlying these maxims is that for success, two major problems must be solved: dislocation and exploitation. One precedes and one follows the actual blow, which in comparison is a simple act. You cannot hit the enemy with effect unless you have first created the opportunity. You cannot make that effect decisive unless you exploit the second opportunity that comes before he can recover. The importance of these two problems has never been adequately recognized, a fact which goes far to explain the common indecisiveness of warfare. The training of armies is primarily devoted to developing efficiency in the detailed execution of the attack. This concentration on tactical technique tends to obscure the psychological element. It fosters a cult of soundness rather than of surprise. It breeds commanders who are so intent not to do anything wrong, according to the book, that they forget the necessity of making the enemy do something wrong, The result is that their plans have no result, for in war it is by compelling mistakes that the scales are most often turned. Here and there a commander has eschewed the obvious and has found in the unexpected the key to a decision unless fortune has proved foul. For luck can never be divorced from war, since war is part of life. Hence the unexpected cannot guarantee success, but it guarantees the best chance of success. Chapter Exanational Object and Military Aim. In discussing the subject of the objective in war, it is essential to be clear about and to keep clear in our minds the distinction between the political and the military objective. The two are different but not separate, for nations do not wage war for war's sake, but in pursuance of policy. The military objective is only the means to a political end. Hence, the military objective should be governed by the political objective, subject to the basic condition that policy does not demand what is militarily, that is, practically impossible. Thus, any study of the problem ought to begin and end with the question of policy. The term objective, although common usage, is not really a good one. It has a physical and geographical sense, and thus tends to confuse thought. It would be better to speak of the object when dealing with the purpose of policy, and of the military aim when dealing with the way that forces are directed in the service of policy. The object in war is a better state of peace, even if only from your own point of view. Hence it is essential to conduct war with constant regard to the peace you desire. That applies both to aggressor nations who seek expansion and to peaceful nations who only fight for self-preservation, although their views of what is meant by a better state of peace are very different. History shows that gaining military victory is not in itself equivalent to gaining the object of policy. But as most of thinking about war has been done by men of the military profession, there has been a very natural tendency to lose sight of the basic national object and identify it with the military aim. In consequence, whenever war has broken out, policy has too often been governed by the military aim, and this has been regarded as an end in itself, instead of as merely a means to the end. The ill effects have gone further, for by losing sight of the proper relationship between the object and the military aim, between policy and strategy, the military aim became distorted and oversimplified. For a true understanding of the problem, essentially complex, it is necessary to know the background of military thought on this subject during the past 2 centuries, and to realize how conceptions have evolved. For more than a century, the prime canon of military doctrine has been that the destruction of the enemy's main force on the battlefield constituted the only true aim in war that was universally accepted, engraved in all military manuals and taught in all staff colleges. If any statesman ventured to doubt whether it fitted the national object in all circumstances, he was regarded as blasphemously violating Holy Writ, as can be seen in studying the official records and the memoirs of the military heads of the warring nations, particularly in an after-World War eye. So absolute a rule would have astonished the great commanders and teachers of war theory in ages prior to the 19th century, for they had recognized the practical necessity and wisdom of adapting aims to limitations of strength and policy. Clausewitz's influence. The rule acquired its dogmatic rigidity largely through his books upon the minds of Prussian soldiers, particularly Moltke, and thence more widely through the impact that their victories in 1866 and 1870 made upon the armies of the world, which copied so many features of the Prussian system. Thus it is of vital importance to examine his theory. As so often happens, Clausewitz's disciples carried his teaching to an extreme which their master had not intended. Misinterpretation has been the common fate of most prophets and thinkers in every sphere. Devout but uncomprehending disciples have been more damaging to the original conception than even its prejudiced and purblind opponents. It must be admitted, however, that Clausewitz invited misinterpretation more than most. A student of Kant at second hand, he had acquired a philosophical mode of expression without developing a truly philosophical mind. His theory of war was expounded in a way too abstract and involved for ordinary soldier minds, essentially concrete. To follow the course of his argument, which often turned back from the direction in which it was apparently leading, impressed yet befogged, they gasped at his vivid leading phrases, seeing only their surface meaning and missing the deeper current of his thought. Clausewitz's greatest contribution to the theory of war was in emphasizing the psychological factors. Raising his voice against the geometrical school of strategy, then fashionable, He showed that the human spirit was infinitely more important than operational lines and angles. He discussed the effect of danger and fatigue, the value of boldness and determination, with deep understanding. It was his errors, however, which had the greater effect on the subsequent course of history. He was too continental in outlook to understand the meaning of sea power, and his vision was short on the very threshold of the mechanical era. He declared his conviction that superiority in numbers becomes every day more decisive. Such a commandment gave reinforcement to the instinctive conservatism of soldiers in resisting the possibilities of the new form of superiority which mechanical invention increasingly offered. It also gave a powerful impulse to the universal extension and permanent establishment of the method of conscription as a simple way of providing the greatest possible numbers. This, by its disregard for psychological suitability, meant that armies became much more liable to panic and sudden collapse. The earlier method, however unsystematic, had at least tended to ensure that the forces were composed of good fighting animals. Clausewitz contributed no new or strikingly progressive ideas to tactics or strategy. He was a codifying thinker, rather than a creative or dynamic one. He had no such revolutionary effect on warfare as the theory of the divisional system produced in the 18th century or the theory of armored mobility in the 20th. But in seeking to formulate the experience of the Napoleonic Wars, the emphasis he put on certain retrograde features helped to cause what might be termed a revolution in reverse back towards tribal warfare. Clausewitz's theory of the military aim. In defining the military aim, Clausewitz was carried away by his passion for pure logic. The aim of all action in war is to disarm the enemy, and we shall now show that this, in theory at least, is indispensable. If our opponent is to be made to comply with our will, we must place him in a situation which is more oppressive to him than the sacrifice we demand. But the disadvantages of this position must naturally not be of a transitory nature, at least in appearance, otherwise the enemy, instead of yielding, will hold out in the hope of a change for the better. Every change in this position which is produced by a continuation of the war must, therefore, be a change for the worse. The worst condition in which a belligerent can be placed is that of being completely disarmed. If, therefore, the enemy is to be reduced to submission, he must either be positively disarmed or placed in such a position that he is threatened with it. From this it follows that the complete disarming or overthrow of the enemy must always be the aim of warfare. The influence of Kant can be perceived in Clausewitz's dualism of thought. He believed in a perfect military world of ideals while recognizing a temporal world in which these could only be imperfectly fulfilled, for he was capable of distinguishing between what was militarily ideal and what he described as a modification in the reality. Thus he wrote, "Reasoning in the abstract, the mind cannot stop short of an extreme, but everything takes a different shape when we pass from abstractions to reality." This object of war in the abstract, the disarming of the enemy, is rarely attained in practice, and is not a condition necessary to peace. Clausewitz's tendency to the extreme is shown, again, in his discussion of battle as a means to the end of war. He opened with the startling assertion, "There is only one single means, it is the fight." He justified this by a long argument, to show that, in every form of military activity, the idea of fighting must necessarily be at the foundation. Having elaborately proved what most people would be ready to accept without argument, Clausewitz said the object of a combat is not always the destruction of the enemy's forces. Its object can often be attained as well without the combat taking place at all. Moreover, Clausewitz recognized that the waste of our own military forces must, et ceteris paribus, always be greater the more our aim is directed upon the destruction of the enemy's power. The danger lies in this, that the greater efficacy which we seek recoils on ourselves, and therefore has worse consequences in case we fail of success. Out of his own mouth, Clausewitz here gave a prophetic verdict upon the consequences of following his own gospel in World Wars I and II. For it was the ideal and not the practical aspect of his teaching on battle which survived. He contributed to the distortion by arguing that it was only to avoid the risks of battle that any other means are taken, and he fixed the distortion in the minds of his pupils by hammering on the abstract ideal. Not one reader in 100 was likely to follow the subtlety of his logic, or to preserve a true balance amid such philosophical jugglery. but everyone could catch such ringing phrases as, "We have only one means in war, the battle. The bloody solution of the crisis, the effort for the destruction of the enemy's forces, is the firstborn son of war. Only great and general battles can produce great results. Let us not hear of generals who conquer without bloodshed." By the reiteration of such phrases, Clausewitz blurred the outlines of his philosophy, already indistinct, and made it into a mere marching refrain, a Prussian Marseillaise, which inflamed the blood and intoxicated the mind. In transfusion, it became a doctrine fit to form corporals, not generals. For by making battle appear the only real warlike activity, his gospel deprived strategy of its laurels and reduced the art of war to the mechanics of mass slaughter. Moreover, it incited generals to seek battle at the first opportunity instead of creating an advantageous opportunity. Clausewitz contributed to the subsequent decay of generalship when in an oft-quoted passage he wrote, "Philanthropists may easily imagine that there is a skillful method of disarming and overcoming the enemy without great bloodshed, and that this is the proper tendency of the art of war. That is an error which must be extirpated." It is obvious that when he wrote this, he did not pause to reflect that what he decried had been regarded as the proper aim of generalship by all the masters of the art of war, including Napoleon himself. Clausewitz's phrase would henceforth be used by countless blunderers to excuse, and even to justify their futile squandering of life in bull-headed assaults. The danger was increased because of the way he constantly dwelt on the decisive importance of a numerical superiority. With deeper penetration, he pointed out in one passage that surprise lies at the foundation of all undertaking, for without it the preponderance of the decisive point is not properly conceivable. But his disciples, struck by his more frequent emphasis on numbers, came to regard mere mass as the simple recipe for victory. Clausewitz's theory of the object, even worse was the effect of his theoretical exposition and exaltation of the idea of absolute warfare, in proclaiming that the road to success was through the unlimited application of force. Thereby a doctrine which began by defining war as only a continuation of state policy by other means, led to the contradictory end of making policy the slave of strategy and bad strategy. At that, the trend was fostered, above all, by his dictum that to introduce into the philosophy of war a principle of moderation would be an absurdity. War is an act of violence pushed to its utmost bounds. That declaration has served as a foundation for the extravagant absurdity of modern total warfare. His principle of force without limit and without calculation of cost fits, and is only fit for a hate-maddened mob. It is the negation of statesmanship and of intelligent strategy, which seeks to serve the ends of policy. If war be a continuation of policy, as Clausewitz had elsewhere declared, it must necessarily be conducted with a view to post-war benefit. A state which expends its strength to the point of exhaustion bankrupts its own policy. Clausewitz himself had qualified his principle of utmost force by the admission that the political object, as the original motive of the war, should be the standard for determining both the aim of the military force and also the amount of effort to be made. Still more significant was a reflective passage in which he remarked that to pursue the logical extreme entailed that the means would lose all relation to the end, and in most cases the aim at an extreme effort would be wrecked by the opposing weight of forces within itself. His classic work on war was the product of 12 years' intensive thought. If its author had lived to spend a longer time in thinking about war, he might have reached wiser and clearer conclusions. As his thinking progressed, he was being led towards a different view, penetrating deeper. Unhappily, the process was cut short by his death from cholera in 1830. It was only after his death that his writings on war were published by his widow. They were found in a number of sealed packets, bearing the significant and prophetic note, "Should the work be interrupted by my death, then what is found can only be called a mass of conceptions not brought into form, open to endless misconceptions." Much of the harm might have been avoided but for that fatal cholera germ, for there are significant indications that in the gradual evolution of his thought he had reached a point where he was about to drop his original concept of absolute war and revise his whole theory on more common sense lines when death intervened. In consequence, The way was left open to endless misconceptions far in excess of his anticipation, for the universal adoption of the theory of unlimited war has gone far to wreck civilization. The teachings of Clausewitz, taken without understanding, largely influenced both the causation and the character of World War I, and thereby it led on all too logically to World War II, theory in flux after World War I. The course and effects of the First World War provided ample cause to doubt the validity of Clausewitz's theory, at least as interpreted by his successors. On land, innumerable battles were fought without ever producing the decisive results expected of them, but the responsible leaders were slow to adapt their aim to circumstances or develop new means to make the aim more possible. Instead of facing the problem, they pressed theory to a suicidal extreme, draining their own strength beyond the safety limit in pursuit of an ideal of complete victory by battle, which was never fulfilled. That one side ultimately collapsed was due more to emptiness of stomach, produced by the economic pressure of sea power, than to loss of blood, although the blood which was lost in the abortive German offensives of 1918, and the loss of spirit in consequence of their palpable failure to gain the victory hastened the collapse. If this provided the opposing nations with a semblance of victory, their efforts to win it cost them such a price in moral and physical exhaustion that they, the seeming victors, were left incapable of consolidating their position. It became evident there was something wrong with the theory, or at least with its application alike on the planes of tactics, strategy, and policy. The appalling losses suffered in vain pursuit of the ideal objective, and the post-war exhaustion of the nominal victors, showed that a thorough re-examination of the whole problem of the object and aim was needed. Besides these negative factors, there were also several positive reasons to prompt a fresh inquiry. One was the decisive part that sea power had played, without any decisive battle at sea, in producing the enemy's collapse by economic pressure. That raised the question whether Britain in particular had not made a basic mistake in departing from her traditional strategy and devoting so much of her effort at such terrific cost to herself to the prolonged attempt to win a decisive victory on land. Two other reasons arose from new factors. The development of air forces offered the possibility of striking at the enemy's economic and moral centers without having first to achieve the destruction of the enemy's main forces on the battlefield. Air power might attain a direct end by indirect means, hopping over opposition instead of overthrowing it. At the same time, the combined development of the petrol motor and the caterpillar track opened up a prospect of developing mechanized land forces of high mobility. This, in turn, foreshadowed a newly enlarged possibility of producing the collapse of the enemy's main forces without a serious battle by cutting their supply lines, dislocating their control system, or producing paralysis by the sheer nerve shock of deep penetration into their rear. Mechanized land forces of this new kind might also provide, like air power though in a lesser degree, the possibility of striking direct at the heart and nerve system of the opposing country. While air mobility could achieve such direct strokes by an overhead form of indirect approach, tank mobility might achieve them by indirect approach on the ground, avoiding the obstacle of the opposing army. To illustrate the point by a board game analogy, with chess air mobility introduced a knight's move and tank mobility a queen's move into warfare. This analogy does not, of course, express their respective values. For an air force combined the vaulting power of the knight's move with the all-ways flexibility of the queen's move. On the other hand, a mechanized ground force, though it lacked vaulting power, could remain in occupation of the square it gained. These new air and land developments were bound to have a profound influence on the military aim and choice of objectives in future war. They increased the capacity of applying military action against civil objectives, economic and moral. While making it more powerful in effect, they also increased the range of military action against military objectives, making it easier to overthrow an opposing body such as an army by paralyzing some of its vital organs instead of having to destroy it physically and as a whole by hard fighting. To nullify opposition by paralyzing the power to oppose is far better economy of force than actual destruction of opposition, which is always a more prolonged process and more costly to the victor. Air power promised new scope for producing such paralysis of armed opposition, besides its capacity to evade opposition and strike at civil objectives in the enemy country. The sum effect of the advent of this multiplied mobility, both on the ground and in the air, was to increase the power and importance of strategy relatively to tactics. The higher commanders of the future would have the prospect of achieving decisive results much more by movement than by fighting compared with their predecessors, while the value of winning a decisive battle would not disappear, and the chances of doing so would actually be increased by the new powers of mobility. Even such a battle would have less of the traditional battle form. It would become more like the natural completion of a strategic maneuver. Battle is really a misnomer for such a consecutive operation. Unfortunately, those who were at the head of the armies after the World War, I was slow to recognize the need of a fresh definition of the military aim in the light of changed conditions and war instruments. Unfortunately, also, those who were at the head of the air forces were too exclusively concerned to assert their independence, and thus concentrated too narrowly on exploiting the possibilities of striking at civil objectives without regard either to its limitations or to its detrimental results. Filled with a natural enthusiasm for the new service to which they belonged, they were excessively confident that it could produce either the speedy moral collapse of the opposing people or the economic stranglehold of sea power in an intensified form and with much more quickly decisive effect. Practice in World War II. When the next war came, the handful of new land forces of a mechanized kind that had been created amply fulfilled the claims that had been made for them, and for their decisive effect if employed for long-range strokes at strategic objectives. A mere 6 divisions of this kind were largely instrumental in producing the collapse of Poland within a few weeks. A mere 10 such divisions virtually decided the so-called Battle of France before the infantry mass of the German army had even come into action and made the collapse of all the Western countries an almost inevitable sequel. This conquest of the West was completed in barely a month's campaign, with amazingly small cost to the victor. Indeed, the bloodshed all round was very slight, and in the decisive phase trifling by any Clausewitzian standard. While this sweeping victory was attained by action against objectives of a military nature, it was mainly through action of a maneuver form strategic more than tactical. Moreover, the effect of cutting the opposing army's communications and dislocating their control system in the deeply penetrating drive is hard to distinguish from its accompanying effect in shaking the people's morale and disrupting civic organization, so it could be termed as, at least in part, a proof of the new effectiveness of operating against civil objectives. Similar reflections apply to the even swifter conquest of the Balkans in April 1941, which once again demonstrated the paralyzing effect of the new instruments and their strategic application. Battle was insignificant in comparison, and destruction palpably an inappropriate term for the way that the decision was achieved. When it came to the invasion of Russia, a somewhat different method was tried. Many of the German generals, particularly Halder, the chief of the General Staff, complained of Hitler's tendency to aim at economic rather than military objectives, but analysis of the operational orders and of their own evidence does not bear out the charge. While Hitler was inclined to think that the economic aim would be more effective, it is clear that in the crucial period of the 1941 campaign he conformed to the General Staff's preference for fighting battles. The pursuit of this aim did not prove decisive, although it produced several great victories in which immense forces of the enemy were destroyed. Whether concentration on economic objectives would have been more decisive remains an open question. But in reflection, some of the ablest of the German generals consider that the best chance of defeating Soviet Russia was lost by aiming to win battles in the classical way, instead of driving through as fast as possible to the moral cum economic objectives offered by Moscow and Leningrad, as Guderian, the leading exponent of the new School 1 mechanical mobile warfare, wished to do. On this key question, Hitler had sided with the Orthodox school. In the series of swift German conquests, the air force combined with the mechanized elements of the land forces in producing the paralysis and moral disintegration of the opposing forces and of the nations behind. Its effect was terrific and must be reckoned fully as important as that of the panzer forces. The two are inseparable in any valuation of the elements that created the new style of lightning warfare, the blitzkrieg. Even greater was the contribution that the British and American air forces made later in the war to the success of the Allied armies and navies. It was due to the air forces, above all, that the Allied invasion of the continent became possible in the first place, and then an assured advance to victory. By their action against military objectives, particularly communications, they had a decisively crippling effect on the ability of the German armies to counter the Allied moves. The air staffs, however, never showed the same eagerness to conduct operations of this kind as they did to pursue independent operations against civil objectives, the attack on the industrial centers of the opposing country. Its purpose, as conceived, was to combine a direct economic and moral effect on the opposing nation in the belief that it would prove more decisive and more quickly decisive than cooperative action against the enemy's armed forces. Although the air staffs termed this strategic bombing, the term was really a misnomer, for such an aim and action lies in the sphere of grand strategy. It would be more correctly defined as grand strategic bombing, or if that seems too cumbrous a term, as industrial bombing, a term which covers moral as well as economic effect. The actual effect which this kind of bombing achieved as a contribution to victory is very difficult to assess despite much detailed investigation. The estimation of the data is confused by partisan assessments, both by those who favored industrial bombing and by those who opposed it on various grounds. Apart from the fog thus created, a correct assessment is handicapped and made almost impossible by the amount of imponderabilia in the data, even more than in the evidence about any other form of military action. But it seems fairly certain, even on a reasonably favorable view of its effects, that they were less decisive than the action of air forces against strategic objectives in the military sphere. In any case, they were much less clearly decisive. It is also clear that stage by stage throughout the war, the results fell far short of what was being claimed for this kind of action by those who were conducting it. Still clearer is the extremely detrimental effect of industrial bombing on the post-war situation. Beyond the immense scale of devastation hard to repair are the less obvious but probably more lasting social and moral effects. This kind of action inevitably produces a deepening danger to the relatively shallow foundations of civilized life. That common danger is now immensely increased by the advent of the atomic bomb. Here we are brought to the fundamental difference between strategy and grand strategy. Whereas strategy is only concerned with the problem of winning military victory, grand strategy must take the longer view, for its problem is the winning of the peace. Such an order of thought is not a matter of putting the cart before the horse, but of being clear where the horse and cart are going. Air action against an object that is primarily civil is action on the plane of grand strategy. It is called into question on that very account. By the test of its own nature, it is seen to be an unsound objective. It would be an unwise choice as a military aim, even if its ability to decide a war were more conclusively proved, or at least more clearly demonstrated, than it actually has been. Further revision of theory. In trying to revise any theory and readjust it for better balance, it is a help to have a background of study in the subject as long as one is willing to modify one's conclusions. I was, so far as I know, the first student of war after 1914-18 to make a re-examination of the prevailing doctrines derived from Clausewitz about the objective in war. After calling it in question in a number of articles in the military journals, I dealt with it more fully in Paris, or The Future of War, 1925. This little book began with a criticism of the way that the orthodox aim, the destruction of the enemy's main forces on the battlefield, had been pursued in World War I, pointing out its indecisive and exhausting results. It then went on to argue the advantages of the moral objective, showing how armored forces might deliver a decisive blow against the Achilles heel of the enemy army, the communications and command centers which form its nerve system, how air forces, besides cooperating in this strategic action, might also strike with decisive effect direct at a nation's nerve system, its static civil centers of industry. The General Staff prescribed the book for the study of the officers of the 1st Experimental Mechanized Force when this was formed 2 years later. The Air Staff, less surprisingly, made still fuller use of it. There was then a lack of textbooks on air strategy, and it fitted the developing trend of their views on the subject. The Chief of the Air Staff distributed copies of it to his fellow Chiefs of Staff. What I have said now is thus a revision, after prolonged reflection, of what I wrote a quarter of a century ago and an avowal of error over part of the thesis. It shows how in correcting the balance one is apt to tilt it too far the other way. T.E. Lawrence observed in a letter he wrote me in 1928, "The logical system of Clausewitz is too complete. It leads astray his disciples, those of them, at least, who would rather fight with their arms than with their legs. You at present are trying, with very little help from those whose business it is to think upon their profession, to put the balance straight after the orgy of the last war. When you succeed about 1945, your sheep will pass your bounds of discretion and have to be chivied back by some later strategist. Back and forward we go. In 1925, I myself went too far in arguing the advantages of the airstroke at civil objectives, though I did qualify this by emphasizing the importance of executing it in such a way as to inflict the least possible permanent injury, for the enemy of today is the customer of the morrow and the ally of the future. My belief then was that a decisive air attack would inflict less total damage and constitute less of a drain on the defeated country's recuperative power than a prolonged war of the existing type. In further study, I came to realize that an air attack on industrial centers was unlikely to have an immediately decisive effect, and more likely to produce another prolonged war of attrition in a fresh form with perhaps less killing, but more devastation than the 1914-18 form. But when one began to point this out, one soon found that the air staff was far less receptive to the revised conclusion than to the original conclusion. They continued to cherish faith in a speedy decision, and when war experience compelled them to relinquish it, they pinned their faith instead to industrial attrition as fervently as the general staff of the last war had done to manpower attrition. Nevertheless, a realization of the drawbacks and evils of taking the civil fabric as the objective does not mean the restoration of battle in the old sense as the objective. The drawbacks of that Clausewitzian formula were amply shown in World War I. In contrast, World War II demonstrated the advantages and new potentialities of indirect or strategic action against a military objective, amply confirming what had been forecast in that respect. Even in the past, such action had been effectively exploited by some of the great captains despite the limitations of their instruments, but now, with the help of new instruments, it proved still more decisive despite the increased strength of tactical resistance. The new mobility produced a flexibility in varying the direction of thrust and threat, which disarmed such resistance. The time has come for a fresh revision of the doctrine of the objective or military aim in the light of recent experience and present conditions. It is much to be desired that it should be undertaken on a combined service basis to produce an agreed solution, for there is a dangerous discordance of doctrine at present. The outlines of a revised theory fitted to present conditions and knowledge have emerged, I hope, in the course of this discussion of the subject. The key idea is strategic operation rather than battle, an old term that has outlived its suitability and utility. Battles may still occur, but should not be regarded as the aim itself. To repeat an earlier conclusion that was strikingly vindicated in World War II, the true aim is not so much to seek battle as to seek a strategic situation so advantageous that if it does not of itself produce the decision, its continuation by a battle is sure to achieve this. Chapter X-A, Grand Strategy. This book is concerned with strategy rather than with grand strategy or war policy. To deal adequately with this wider subject would require not only a much larger volume, but a separate volume, for while grand strategy should control strategy, its principles often run counter to those which prevail in the field of strategy. For that very reason, however, it is desirable to include here some indication of the deeper conclusions to which a study of grand strategy leads. The object in war is to attain a better peace, even if only from your own point of view. Hence it is essential to conduct war with constant regard to the peace you desire. This is the truth underlying Clausewitz's definition of war as a continuation of policy. By other means, the prolongation of that policy through the war into the subsequent peace must always be borne in mind. A state which expends its strength to the point of exhaustion bankrupts its own policy and future. If you concentrate exclusively on victory, with no thought for the after effect, you may be too exhausted to profit by the peace, while it is almost certain that the peace will be a bad one containing the germs of another war. This is a lesson supported by abundant experience. The risks become greater still in any war that is waged by a coalition, for in such a case a too complete victory inevitably complicates the problem of making a just and wise peace settlement, where there is no longer the counterbalance of an opposing force to control the appetites of the victors. There is no check on the conflict of views and interests between the parties to the alliance. The divergence is then apt to become so acute as to turn the comradeship of common danger into the hostility of mutual dissatisfaction, so that the ally of one war becomes the enemy in the next. This raises a further and wider question. The friction that commonly develops in any alliance system, especially when it has no balancing force, has been one of the factors that have fostered the numerous attempts throughout history to find a solution in fusion. But history teaches us that in practice, this is apt to mean domination by one of the constituent elements. And although there is a natural tendency towards the fusion of small groups in larger ones, the usual result of forcing the pace is the confusion of the plans to establish such a comprehensive political unit. Moreover, regrettable as it may seem to the idealist, the experience of history provides little warrant for the belief that real progress, and the freedom that makes progress possible, lies in unification. For where unification has been able to establish unity of ideas, it has usually ended in uniformity, paralyzing the growth of new ideas. And where the unification has merely brought about an artificial or imposed unity, its irksomeness has led through discord to disruption. Vitality springs from diversity, which makes for real progress so long as there is mutual toleration, based on the recognition that worse may come from an attempt to suppress differences than from acceptance of them. For this reason, the kind of peace that makes progress possible is best assured by the mutual checks created by a balance of forces alike in the sphere of internal politics and of international relations. In the former sphere, the experience of the two-party system in English politics continued long enough to show its practical superiority, whatever its theoretical drawbacks, to any other system of government that has yet been tried. In the international sphere, the balance of power was a sound theory so long as the balance was preserved. But the frequency with which the European balance of power has become unbalanced, thereby precipitating war, has produced a growing urge to find a more stable solution either by fusion or federation. Federation is the more hopeful method, since it embodies the life-giving principle of cooperation, whereas fusion encourages the monopolizing of power by a single political interest. And any monopoly of power leads to ever-repeated demonstration of the historical truth epitomized in Lord Acton's famous dictum, "All power corrupts, and absolute power corrupts absolutely." From that danger even a federation is not immune, so that the greatest care should be taken to ensure the mutual checks and balancing factors necessary to correct the natural effect of constitutional unity. Another conclusion which develops from the study of grand strategy against the background of history is the practical necessity of adapting the general theory of strategy to the nature of a nation's fundamental policy. There is an essential difference of aim, and must be a consequent difference of appropriate method between an acquisitive and a conservative state. In the light of this difference, it becomes clear that the pure theory of strategy, as outlined earlier in Chapter 6, best fits the case of states that are primarily concerned with conquest. It has to be modified if it is to serve the true purpose of peoples that are content with their existing territorial bounds and are primarily concerned to preserve their security and maintain their way of life. The acquisitive state, inherently unsatisfied, needs to gain victory in order to gain its object, and must therefore court greater risks in the attempt. The conservative state can achieve its object by merely inducing the aggressor to drop his attempt at conquest by convincing him that the game is not worth the candle. Its victory is, in a real sense, attained by foiling the other side's bid for victory. Indeed, in attempting more, it may defeat its own purpose by exhausting itself so much that it is unable to resist other enemies, or the internal effects of overstrain. Self-exhaustion in war has killed more states than any foreign assailant. Weighing these factors of the problem, it can be seen that the problem of a conservative state is to find the type of strategy that is suited to fulfill its inherently more limited object in the most strength-conserving way, so as to ensure its future as well as its present. At first glance, it might seem that pure defense would be the most economical method, but this implies static defense, and historical experience warns us that it is a dangerously brittle method on which to rely. Economy of force and deterrent effect are best combined in the defensive-offensive method, based on high mobility that carries the power of quick riposte. The East Roman Empire was a case where such an actively conservative strategy had been carefully thought out, as a basis of war policy, a fact which goes far to explain this empire's unrivaled span of existence. Another example, more instinctive than reasoned, is provided by the strategy, based on sea power, that England practiced in her wars from the 16th to the 19th century. The value of it was shown by the way that her strength kept pace with her growth, while all her rivals broke down in turn through self-exhaustion in war traceable to their immoderate desire for the immediate satisfaction of outright victory. A long series of mutually exhausting and devastating wars, above all the 30 Years' War, had brought statesmen by the 18th century to realize the necessity, when engaged in war, of curbing both their ambitions and their passions in the interests of their purpose. On the one hand, this realization tended to produce a tacit limitation of warfare and avoidance of excesses which might damage after the war prospects. On the other hand, it made them more ready to negotiate a peace if and when victory came to appear dubious of achievement. Their ambitions and passions frequently carried them too far, so that the return to peace found their countries weakened rather than strengthened, but they had learned to stop short of national exhaustion. And the most satisfactory peace settlements, even for the stronger side, proved to be those which were made by negotiation rather than by a decisive military issue. This gradual education in the inherent limitations of war was still in process when it was interrupted by the French Revolution, which brought to the top men who were novices in statesmanship. The Directory and its successor, Napoleon, pursued the vision of an enduring peace through war after war for 20 years. The pursuit never led to the goal, but only to spreading exhaustion and ultimate collapse. The bankruptcy of the Napoleonic Empire renewed a lesson that had often been taught before. The impression, however, came to be obscured by the sunset haze of Napoleonic myth. The lesson had been forgotten by the time it was repeated in the War of 1914-18. Even after that bitter experience, the statesmen of the Second World War were no wiser. Although war is contrary to reason, since it is a means of deciding issues by force, when discussion fails to produce an agreed solution, the conduct of war must be controlled by reason if its object is to be fulfilled. For 1. While fighting is a physical act, its direction is a mental process. The better your strategy, the easier you will gain the upper hand and the less it will cost you. Conversely, the more strength you waste, the more you increase the risk of the scales of war turning against you, and even if you succeed in winning the victory, the less strength you will have to profit by the peace. The more brutal your methods, the more bitter you will make your opponents, with the natural result of hardening the resistance you are trying to overcome. Thus, the more evenly the two sides are matched, the wiser it will be to avoid extremes of violence, which tend to consolidate the enemy's troops and people behind their leaders. These calculations extend further. The more intent you appear to impose a peace entirely of your own choosing, by conquest, the stiffer the obstacle you will raise in your path. Furthermore, if and when you reach your military goal, the more you ask of the defeated side, the more trouble you will have, and the more cause you will provide for an ultimate attempt to reverse the settlement achieved by the war. Force is a vicious circle, or rather a spiral, unless its application is controlled by the most carefully reasoned calculation. Thus war, which begins by denying reason, comes to vindicate it throughout all phases of the struggle. The fighting instinct is necessary to success in the battlefield, although even here the combatant who can keep a cool head has an advantage over the man who sees red but should always be ridden on a tight rein. The statesman who gives that instinct its head loses his own. He is not fit to take charge of the fate of a nation. Victory in the true sense implies that the state of peace and of one's people is better after the war than before. Victory in this sense is only possible if a quick result can be gained, or if a long effort can be economically proportioned to the national resources. The end must be adjusted to the means. Failing a fair prospect of such a victory, wise statesmanship will miss no opportunity for negotiating peace. Peace through stalemate, based on a coincident recognition by each side of the opponent's strength, is at least preferable to peace through common exhaustion, and has often provided a better foundation for lasting peace. It is wiser to run risks of war for the sake of preserving peace than to run risks of exhaustion in war for the sake of finishing with victory a conclusion that runs counter to custom but is supported by experience. Perseverance in war is only justifiable if there is a good chance of a good end, the prospect of a peace that will balance the sum of human misery incurred in the struggle. Indeed, deepening study of past experience leads to the conclusion that nations might often have come nearer to their object by taking advantage of a lull in the struggle to discuss a settlement than by pursuing the war with the aim of victory. History reveals also that in many cases a beneficial peace could have been obtained if the statesmen of the warring nations had shown more understanding of the elements of psychology in their peace feelers. Their attitude has commonly been too akin to that seen in the typical domestic quarrel. Each party is afraid to appear yielding, with the result that when one of them shows any inclination towards conciliation, this is usually expressed in language that is too stiff, while the other is apt to be slow to respond, partly from pride or obstinacy, and partly from a tendency to interpret such a gesture as a sign of weakening when it may be a sign of returning common sense. Thus, the fateful moment passes and the conflict continues to the common damage. Rarely does a continuation serve any good purpose where the two parties are bound to go on living under the same roof. This applies even more to modern war than to a domestic conflict. Since the industrialization of nations has made their fortunes inseparable, it is the responsibility of statesmanship never to lose sight of the post-war prospect in chasing the mirage of victory, where the two sides are too evenly matched to offer a reasonable chance of early success to either. The statesman is wise who can learn something from the psychology of strategy. It is an elementary principle of strategy that if you find your opponent in a strong position costly to force, you should leave him a line of retreat as the quickest way of loosening his resistance. It should equally be a principle of policy, especially in war, to provide your opponent with a ladder by which he can climb down. The question may arise as to whether such conclusions, based on the history of war between so-called civilized states, apply to the conditions inherent in a renewal of the type of purely predatory war that was waged by the barbarian assailants of the Roman Empire, or the mixed religious and predatory war that was pursued by the fanatical followers of Mahomet. In such wars, any negotiated peace tends to have in itself even less than the normal value. It is only too clear from history that states rarely keep faith with each other save in so far, and so long, as their promises seem to them to combine with their interests. But the less that a nation has regard for moral obligations, the more it tends to respect physical strength, the deterrent power of a force too strong to be challenged with impunity. In the same way, with individuals, it is a matter of common experience that the bully type and the robber type hesitate to assail anyone who approaches their own strength, and are far more reluctant to attempt this than a peaceful type of individual is to tackle an assailant bigger than himself. It is folly to imagine that the aggressive types, whether individuals or nations, can be bought off, or in modern language appeased, since the payment of Danegeld stimulates a demand for more Danegeld, but they can be curbed. Their very belief in force makes them more susceptible to the deterrent effect of a formidable opposing force. This forms an adequate check except against pure fanaticism, a fanaticism that is unmixed with acquisitiveness. While it is hard to make a real peace with the predatory types, it is easier to induce them to accept a state of truce, and far less exhausting than an attempt to crush them, whereby they are, like all types of mankind, infused with the courage of desperation. The experience of history brings ample evidence that the downfall of civilized states tends to come not from the direct assaults of foes, but from internal decay, combined with the consequences of exhaustion in war. A state of suspense is trying. It has often led nations as well as individuals to commit suicide because they were unable to bear it. But suspense is better than to reach exhaustion in pursuit of the mirage of victory. Moreover, a truce to actual hostilities enables a recovery and development of strength, while the need for vigilance helps to keep a nation on its toes. Peaceful nations are apt, however, to court unnecessary danger, because when once aroused, they are more inclined to proceed to extremes than predatory nations. For the latter, making war as a means of gain, are usually more ready to call it off when they find an opponent too strong to be easily overcome. It is the reluctant fighter impelled by emotion and not by calculation who tends to press a fight to the bitter end. Thereby he too often defeats his own end, even if he does not produce his own direct defeat, for the spirit of barbarism can be weakened only during a cessation of hostilities. War strengthens it, pouring fuel on the flames. AP Appendix I, The Strachert of Indirect Approach in the North African Campaign, 1940-42, an account by Major General Eric Dorman-Smith, Deputy Chief of the General Staff, Middle East, 1942. Originally a letter, printed as foreword to the 1946 edition, My Dear Basil. I told you earlier that your ideas had influenced the course of events in Egypt in our favor at two crucial times between 1940 and 1942. For the plan of attack that led to the annihilation of Graziani's army at Sidi Barrani and broke the first invasion of Egypt in 1940 was a perfect example of your strategy of indirect approach, while the defensive strategy and tactics that foiled Rommel's invasion at El Alamein in July 1942 was more immediately inspired by it. I was going to tell you the story in more detail, and here it is. From it you will see that whenever we neglected the principle, we paid dearly for our neglect. In September 1940 I was sent from being Director of Military Training in India to be Commandant of the newly created Middle East Staff College. Early in October, when Graziani's invading army was halted about Sidi Barrani, I went up to stay for 2 weeks with O'Connor's forces in the Western Desert. O'Connor was studying the possibilities of an offensive stroke despite Graziani's numerical superiority by land and air. We discussed the faults in Graziani's dispositions and the possibilities of a wide approach maneuver south of the escarpment aimed at Sollum and Hafaya, there creating what you call a strategic barrage behind the enemy's front, or alternatively a stroke nearer Sidi Barrani. Transport stringency eventually dictated the second course. The diversion of part of the Middle East's scanty air force to Greece postponed the offensive, and on 21st November, Wavell ordered me to revisit the Western Desert headquarters. There O'Connor asked me to give him an independent opinion on the 4th Indian Division's rehearsal for an attack against a fortified desert encampment such as the Italians held in their chain of positions south of Sidi Barrani. This trial attack, as rehearsed, was entirely frontal and would have been delivered along the line of most expectation, straight over a minefield which at that time we had no means of lifting. It was timed so that our artillery could have 4 hours after daylight for registration, which was dangerous, for during that pause our assaulting troops would have lain under the menace of the enemy's very superior air force. In sum, the method conformed to the official pamphlet and not to the tactical situation. It would certainly have failed. That evening O'Connor, Galloway, and I evolved an unorthodox and very indirect manoeuvre. We embodied our conclusions in a paper, Method of Attack on a Desert Camp, which served as the tactical directive for the operation and worked like a charm. It applied your principle of the indirect approach in direction, in method, in timing, and psychologically. The approach march started on the 8th, and that night our forces assembled in the area south of Nibewa, the southernmost camp in the enemy's front, and close to the gap between that and the group of camps at Sofafai, which covered his landward flank. Immediately after first light on 9th December, the Army Tank Battalion, the 7th RTR, and some motorized infantry of the 4th Indian Division assaulted and captured the Nibewa camp from the rear, afterwards going on to take Tumar, also from the rear. The long pause for registration was eliminated, and the artillery support was entirely unregistered, 72 guns browned the Italian encampment from the opposite direction to the tank assault, and we placated the gunners by calling it fire for demoralization, which it certainly was. Meantime, the 7th Armored Division had swept through the gap and gone westward into the rear of the enemy's whole forward area to cut him off from reinforcements and block his retreat to Sollum. This compound of indirect tactical moves completely upset the enemy's balance. His resistance collapsed, and we rounded up the bulk of his army east of the escarpment at amazingly slight cost to our own forces, numerically much smaller despite our marked air inferiority. As Wavell once wrote me, a little unorthodoxy is a dangerous thing, but without it one seldom wins battles. Not the least interesting feature of O'Connor's offensive was the fact that owing to acute transport stringency he was forced to dump water supplies and ammunition for 48 hours fighting in the mobile outpost zone under Graziani's nose, and had his operation not succeeded within this time margin he would have had to retreat for lack of water, using his administrative transport to carry his infantry. No other British, and I think very few continental commanders, except Possibly the Russians would have begun an offensive under this handicap, but O'Connor twice did this, the second time at Beta Fahm. He is a bold and calculating fighter, and a very dangerous opponent who undertakes the indirect approach in the administrative field. After our advance into eastern Cyrenaica, I went up in January to prepare a report on the operations leading to the capture of Bardia and Tobruk. O'Connor told me his future plans, and I had the luck to take part in evolving and accompanying the Beta Fahm flank march by the 7th Armored Division, which cut off the remainder of the enemy's forces south of Benghazi before it could retreat into Tripolitania. All this took place before the new edition of your Strategy of Indirect Approach was published. But you must remember that for a long time my mind has been steeped in the essence you have distilled from history, into which you have infused your own military philosophy, and it fascinated me to perceive how strikingly all these operations demonstrated your theory in practice. Late in 1941, I received the copy of your republished classic that you had sent to me some time that summer. I read and reread it in the next few months. My grasp of strategic principles was refreshed and aroused. The significance of your theory, checked with the facts of the North African campaign, became even clearer than before. Certainly O'Connor's operations from December 1940 to February 1941 were an outstanding example of strategical and tactical indirectness. From their brilliant beginning at Sidi Barrani to their dashing finale at Bed of Fahm, every masterly move was a direct testimony of the truth, analyzed and expounded in chapters 6x, XXXX of your book. But Dan O'Connor is a commander of the First Order, and in fact the only leader of a British field force during this war to kill his fox in the open. In the spring of 1941, the dramatic advent of Rommel saw the weapon of the indirect approach turned against us, and our small and ill-equipped forces barely escaped disaster by a disorderly retreat to Tobruk. This was when, alas, we lost O'Connor. But the decision to halt within the 271 2 miles of the Tobruk perimeter with a force of 4 aft brigades, which, though absurdly small for the purpose, was practically all the fighting troops we had in Egypt, daringly wrested the weapon of indirectness from Rommel. And for all that summer and autumn, the enemy had barely sufficient strength to contain us in Tobruk, and to hold his positions about Sollum against our efforts to relieve Tobruk by land. The decision to hold Tobruk we owe to Churchill and Wyville. I flew up to Tobruk on the 10th April to give Morshed the order to stand there. Our offensives in June 1941 on the Egyptian frontier, though the situation offered wide scope for obliquity, were frontal and obvious and dismally abortive. For that matter, our very direct and frank advance into Syria from Palestine met with sharp checks, and might well have led to defeat had not our subsequent indirect advances from northern Iraq, then under Archanlech's command, against the vulnerable eastern flank of Vichy Syria, reaffirmed the correctness of the principle by taking the French in rear. So far in every operation your theory had been justified. Command of the Middle East changed in June 1941, and it fell to Auchinleck from India to reorganize and re-inspire the somewhat dispirited forces in the Western Desert for the next onslaught on the Axis in Cyrenaica. At that stage, the Western Desert Force became the 8th Army. Tobruk was still invested, and Rommel was gradually collecting the means to deliver a decisive assault on its weak defenses. In November, before Rommel was ready to assault Tobruk, we launched the offensive known as Crusader. It had a sound strategical background which gave the army commander, Cunningham, a well-placed line of operations northwards from a hidden desert supply area about Madalena, and a two-pronged choice of objectives against the rear of the enemy investing Tobruk, or alternatively of those on the frontier defenses. Rommel, on the other hand, was very awkwardly disposed with his back to the sea, and having to protect both the siege of Tobruk and his Hafaya positions, he had no depth. Our approach from Madalena compelled him to engage at right angles to his communications. Despite these considerable advantages, the operation failed to destroy Rommel's forces, because our tactical plan was designed to enable our armor to bring Rommel's armor to battle as a preliminary to any indirect moves against Tobruk or the frontier defenses. Rommel, though partially surprised strategically, fought his technically superior armor in combination with his other arms and administered an initial tactical defeat, which was only retrieved after the operation had degenerated into a corps commander's battle, from which Ritchie belatedly developed an indirect approach via Bir Gobi and El Adem. This caused Rommel to withdraw his main forces in fair order to El Agheila, sacrificing his troops on the frontier and in Bardia. Thereafter the principle of indirect approach left our banners. Rommel's next sally from El Agheila found our forces over-dispersed and thrust them back in disorder. Once at Misses he had Ritchie on the horns of a dilemma, with its points at Benghazi and Mikili. From these Ritchie escaped by a precipitate retreat towards Tobruk, which halted on the Ghazala Bir Hashem line, having outstripped pursuit. From February 1942 to May 1942, the 8th Army lay disposed in line between Ghazala and Bir Hakim, much as it had come to rest after retreat, while Rommel, secure in the Jebel Akhdar, planned its further discomfiture. During that period, having visited the 8th Army front, I interested myself in thinking out a tactical layout for a modern army which would avoid the defects which were apparent in Graziani's dispositions at Sidi Barrani and which had reappeared in Ritchie's dispositions at Ghazala and Tobruk. For the dispositions of the 8th Army in the period February to May 1942 bore a striking resemblance to the dispositions of the Italian army about Sidi Barrani in October and November 1940, in that they lacked depth and flexibility, and important detachments were exposed beyond tactical support. Here we come up against the greatest problem of desert warfare, the ratio of frontage to depth, and forward troops to reserves. Mechanized mobility is so easy in the desert, particularly since administrative factors greatly reduce the size of the field armies, that the side which stays put in defense is readily outflanked by its opponent. To counter this, the tendency is to overextend the front in detriment to depth and reserves, and a surrender to this tendency has never proved the right answer. This tendency is particularly noticeable when the army is short of mobile troops or weak in offensive armor, and also where the command is ignorant of the fundamental nature of this type of warfare. Rommel himself succumbed to this in the autumn of 1942, when as a result of the July fighting he overextended his front to the Katara Depression and so had little real depth of defense when Montgomery attacked. The problem that defeated first Graziani and then Ritchie is clearly defined in your passages on the action of strategy, being how to avoid the psychological dislocation which results from the enemy making a sudden move against one's rear, or conversely, how to dispose an army so that it can use its arms in a new direction without becoming unbalanced. The solution lies in so disposing one's own forces that the mere fact of one's enemy marching towards the rear of one's dispositions does not constitute a strategic indirect approach. This implies that the defending army must be able to develop as powerful a defense to its flanks and rear as to the part originally nearest to the enemy. And in all warfare, effective defensive action is the resultant of a check to the enemy's advance and a general counterattack. There are in fact only three possible dispositions for a defending army. One is linear with mobile reserves, the second is circular, i.e. linear, but with a closed rear, the hedgehog, and the third is an open checkered square. This checker square must have the centers of resistance as widely separated as is compatible with mutual artillery fire support and the capacity of reinforcing movement within its area, and the whole disposition must admit of at least 75% of the mobile missile throwing element of the whole being able to concentrate at the point of attack before the enemy can break the resistance of the threatened checker localities. This implies some abandonment of the rigid divisional area and divisional front idea laid down in field service regulations, which has produced a tendency in our commanders to think that if on any given frontage you deploy X divisions in line, each should concentrate solely on the defense of its own frontage and only assist its nearest neighbors in its own particular interest. In this idea, it is the task of reserve formations to support any forward division which is heavily attacked or to protect the array from rear attack. The difficulty of defensive action by small forces in open country arises from the fact that the defender invariably overextends his front, and so has little or no depth or reserves, unless he understands that we are now back to the Waterloo ratios of number, frontage, and mobility, and adjusts accordingly. The answer seemed to lie in a modernized form of the legionary disposition, in which the army on the defensive is disposed with its stable defensive element holding localities some 10,000 yards apart laterally, and in depth, each containing a quota of artillery and infantry, while the remainder of the artillery Infantry and armor is free to move within this framework, either to concentrate at any threatened point or to strike at the flank and rear of an enemy attempting to bypass the array. In this way, an army of, say, 4 infantry divisions and an armored corps could be disposed in a rectangle of 24 miles by 18 miles and still be mutually supporting, while the armored element could operate with this disposition as a pivot. The airfields must be covered by the ground layout, and in rear of it, outside, on either flank of the rectangle of the checker, there should be light mobile elements with independent maintenance areas, and, slightly withdrawn but within gun support from the Legion, should be such heavy armor as one has with the whole system flexible. In very open country, the legionary pivots occupy areas of observation, for thus they control, by commanding, the fields of movement. In close and roaded country, they would be placed at road centers. The whole should be mobile, flexible, yet well defended. Compare the system with the paper on defense you gave me when I first came back from Egypt, and you will see that it is the same idea. A disposition of the Eighth Army south of Tobruk on these lines would have defeated Rommel, but the actual dispositions of the Eighth Army were, as I have said, linear and lay wide open to an attack in the classical oblique order. This Rommel undertook on the 27th May. His plan was for the bulk of the Italian element of Panzer Army Africa to contain Ritchie's front, while the relatively small German Afrika Korps, with a few of the better Italians, bypassed the Free French post at Bir Hakeim and struck at Ritchie's sensitive area between El Adem and Knightsbridge. Though the initial attack did not entirely succeed, this clever blow so paralyzed Ritchie that Rommel was enabled, firstly, to destroy an isolated brigade of the 50th Division, and also capture the even more isolated Free French position at Bir Hakeim, thus clearing his rear, and secondly, after defeating several frontal counterattacks with heavy loss, to develop a new advance against El Adem, which again placed Ritchie on the horns of a dilemma, because this advance equally threatened the rear of our forces holding the Gazala sector, or the ground immediately east of Tobruk where lay our railhead and dumps. This threat so impressed the army commander that he withdrew something more than half the Eighth Army to the Egyptian frontier, leaving the remainder in Tobruk without fighter cover, doomed to inevitable destruction. In these operations, Rommel gave a masterly exposition of the principle of indirect approach, with a small German body approximating to 2 brigades of armor and 4 of mechanized infantry. He attacked and defeated in detail the whole of Ritchie's Eighth Army, most of which he immobilized by means of a frontal threat from the numerous but otherwise quite useless Italian element. On the 25th June, Auchinleck, superseding Ritchie, took direct command of operations in the Western Desert, and I accompanied Auchinleck to headquarters 8th Army. By this time, what remained of the 8th Army was retreating to the vicinity of Mersa Matruh, Ritchie having evaded Rommel's effort to cut it off at the Egyptian frontier. Auchinleck's arrival brought a new factor into the struggle, for he disposed of what remained of the military forces between Matruh and Persia, and as commander-in-chief was able to make the wider strategical decisions necessary to produce the maximum concentration of effort in this crisis. His first problem was whether to give battle near Matruh or to withdraw farther east. In view of the mythical prestige which attached to the defended areas about Matruh, it would seem at first sight a good place to fight, but Mersa Matruh could only be held if the defending army had an armored force large enough to prevent the enemy from bypassing via the desert. Without such a force, the Matruh and Bagush defenses would have become waterless internment camps, past which the enemy would have swept to the Nile Delta. Since the bulk of our armor had been lost during the earlier fighting, the commander-in-chief decided only to delay the enemy in mobile battles south of Matruh, and to make his main stand near El Alamein, where he would fight the battle for Egypt. But he made 2 other decisions which were to alter the whole technique of that later battle and would automatically give it a quality of indirectness. The first decision was to centralize once more the higher control of the artillery of the army, which had been unsoundly fractionized by a permanent dispersal of the field regiments into the infantry brigade groups. The second decision was to ignore the widely dispersed previously prepared defenses between El Alamein and the Qattara Depression, which were no longer suited to the type of battle he intended to fight. In the event this last decision considerably perplexed the enemy, he also thinned out his formations, which were carrying over many vulnerable unmechanized infantry for this mobile warfare. History will, I think, show that Auchinleck's handling of the Eighth Army in June and July 1942 not only saved the United Nations from very far-reaching defeat, but also provided students of war with a classical exposition of the application of the indirect approach. Though his strategy was necessarily defensive, every tactical action was effective. Having got his remnants back to Alamein, his first concern was to smash Rommel's head-on rush on Alexandria via the coast. Between the 1st and the 3rd July, the Axis forces attacked our position south of Alamein only to meet intense artillery fire and air bombardment from an elastic and evasive front stretching from El Alamein to the dominating ground of the Reisart Ridge. The technique of this front itself was novel, for in it the infantry and artillery lay side by side. It was in fact a flexible front of 25-pounders protected by closely disposed infantry and supported by such tanks as we had left. Against this disposition the Afrika Korps wilted, and by 3rd July its attacks ceased. Without delay, Auchinleck took the offensive and struck with his left wing under Gott, comprising the mobile element of the New Zealand Division and the 7th Motor Brigade, against Rommel's right flank guard, which was at that time about halfway between the coast and the Katara Depression. This attack, which seriously damaged the Italian Ariete Division, Rommel met by dispatching most of his German troops to extend his right to the Katara Depression, leaving his left by the coast to be held mainly by Italians. These, on 10th July, Morshed's 9th Australian Division attacked with such success that Rommel only saved the day with troops just arrived by air from Crete, and had to bring his tired Germans north again at full speed. No sooner had this happened than Auchinleck made his third attack, this time with the New Zealanders against the Italians at the center of Rommel's front. The effect of these three well-calculated attacks was to force Rommel to stiffen the demoralized Italians by dispersing the German Afrika Korps along the whole 40 miles between the sea and the Katara Depression, so in effect immobilizing the offensive element of Panzer Army Africa. Thus, by mid-July the Axis invasion had been defeated, and from then onwards the enemy faced an increasing scale of loss by battle casualty and disease as they lay on a 40-mile front in open desert, exposed to the pitiless bombardment of a powerful air force and the concentrated fire of more than 300 field guns. Rommel's offensive against the Delta had failed decisively, and since his arrival at El Alamein he had lost some 9,000 prisoners, but Rommel had considerable powers of recovery. It yet remained to destroy him, and meanwhile so to strengthen the general defences of Egypt and the position of the Eighth Army that if Rommel attacked again he would fail. It was also necessary to be prepared for pursuit in case circumstances compelled Rommel to withdraw from his exposed and overextended front, though in view of his temperament this step appeared to be unlikely. The most immediate task was to strengthen the position of the Eighth Army in the open country between the sea and the Ohrweissat Ridge, with one flank open to the south. For we have seen that twice in these campaigns had armies lying thus in open desert been attacked and destroyed by smaller forces. The effect is fully described in chapter 6 of your book. Auchinleck's problem was how to secure the Eighth Army against a repetition by Rommel of the move round Ritchie's flank. His solution embodied the theoretical layout I have already described. Having abandoned the unsuitable positions prepared in 1941, he constructed immediately in rear of the front of the Eighth Army, which extended only slightly south of the Ohrweissat Ridge, a distance of 20 miles, a checker of localities each 10,000 yards apart laterally and in depth, and each garrisoned by 2 infantry battalions and 1 25-pounder battery. Divisions with 3 infantry brigades had 3 such localities in their area. There were no isolated localities, but these localities were merely a skeleton framework for the defense plan of the whole army's area. As much of the army as was not required to hold this framework was free to operate under Auchinleck's personal command in the interval between the localities to either flank or to front and rear. Inside this great checkerboard lay mine belts so disposed as to present no protection to an enemy and to facilitate one's own counter-maneuver. An army so disposed could form front in any direction without loss of equilibrium. In consequence, there was no danger of any part of the army fighting in isolation or its higher command, experiencing that distraction from the rearward attack which was so fatal to Graziani and Ritchie. Auchinleck's headquarters lie within the checker area, but more than this is necessary. Should the enemy operate against one or other flank of the defended area, He too must be attacked from outside as well as inside, and Auchinleck therefore arranged for a counterstroke by armoured and motor elements from the southeast against any such movement. This plan embraced a three-way application of the indirect approach, the checker being designed to meet the enemy's advance in an essentially indirect way, while both the heavy armoured group and the light mobile group were so placed as to be capable of executing an indirect approach to the enemy's flank and rear in their varying ways. But even had Rommel succeeded in compelling us to retreat from our Alamein-Rysat checker positions before the Eighth Army had absorbed its reinforcements just arriving from home, all would have by no means been over. For as soon as we got to Alamein, preparations were made for a second defensive battle farther east if our first failed. To this end, the defenses of Alexandria were extended both into the desert beyond Amria and east of the Nile. The obstacle of the Wadi Natron was also made the basis of a defended area, while west of Cairo the defences in the cultivation were extended towards the Fayoum and preparations made to bridge the Nile near Mahdi and farther south. This work ensured that should the Eighth Army have to withdraw from the El Alamein area because Rommel was too strong for it, its withdrawal would be in good order and intact, and so conducted as always to threaten the flank of the enemy's advance from two directions. On 6th August 1942, when Wavell visited the Eighth Army, he said to me before leaving, "You are very advantageously posted indeed. This is a form of defense which would justify a withdrawal of your front so as to lure the enemy into your network. Have you considered doing so?" We had in fact examined this possibility, and the idea seemed promising. It is perhaps unfortunate for military science that this defensive layout was never properly tested in battle, for when Rommel next advanced in September, the reinforced and rested Eighth Army was superior to him in numbers, firepower, and armor, and his attack, which came against the southern flank of the checker layout, met with such opposition from our powerful reserve formations that it never got anywhere and lost some 60 tanks. In fact, it never looked like getting anywhere. Even so, the general pattern of the battle developed on the late commander-in-chief's plan and not on Rommel's. It was Auchinleck's victory. Other commanders profited by his foresight. This does not detract from the value of the idea or from the merit of the commander who was prepared to use a whole sequence of new ideas even in a crisis. In effect, Rommel was defeated in July, even if we had to wait till October for Montgomery's riposte to put the seal on Auchinleck's victory. The spirit of the indirect approach and the offensive-defensive which inspired this layout will be found in all your works. Twice in this war have our forces in the Middle East passed through crises which, had events gone other than they did, might have sealed their fate. The offensive battle of Sidi Barrani was the first occasion, the defensive battle for Egypt was the second. Had O'Connor failed, or had Rommel defeated the Eighth Army under Auchinleck, the Axis would have overrun Egypt and the Middle East. The history of the war would have been totally changed. Seldom has any general in Auchinleck's position faced such a crucial situation so coolly or so intelligently. Seldom has the art of war seen such a sequence of well-judged examples of the indirect approach, either in defense or in attack, as those which wrested victory from disaster in July 1942. It is almost as if the contents of chapters XXXXXXX inspired them, and this is to some extent the case as I have indicated. This is not to imply that O'Connor or the Auk or any good general makes war from any book, but their study and reflection were as continuous in war as in peace. One can conclude from this review of a series of campaigns in which victory uniformly followed the application of your principles of indirect approach, that except where one side has a crushing preponderance of land weapons, mobility, and air power, any commander is unwise to neglect those principles. It is, moreover, significant to note that neither Rommel at Gazala nor O'Connor at Sidi Barrani possessed air superiority. Air superiority, however powerful, will never compensate for bad generalship on the ground. Critical readers of your book will find in it no ritual formulae for success. Instead, they will discover a key to a method of approach to the solution of the problems of war on all planes of action, and that key is obliquity. It is a purely mental instrument, and only for the use of the critical and unorthodox, those open-minded soldiers who can say with Brian Boru before the Battle of Clontarf, "What sort of a war will it be today?" There is no readily discernible law about the business, the current factors of the situation correctly appraised in the search for the best means of indirect attack on the enemy's mental and physical freedom of action will dictate the appropriate obliquity of action. At one time this is logistical, at another ballistical attack and defense must be employed according to the dictates of obliquity. Strategic defense may dictate attack. Strategical attack may best derive from an initial tactical defensive. The attitude of mind is important. Obliquity is always offensive. A defensive spirit towards one's opponent, however powerful he may appear, is a defeated spirit. The object of obliquity is to find the chink in the armor, the mental armor at that. One's object is the psychological disruption of the opposing command, and the yardstick of success is the degree of freedom of action one enjoys at the end of the process. To this end one seeks all possible means of keeping the enemy guessing, hence the value of alternative objectives. But there are no tangible rules, and there is no hope for the direct-minded bon general ordinaire to whom the dust upon the shoebread is wholly over all. There is little doubt that the true mental qualities for success on all the planes of military action are common sense, reason, and obliquity, and the last quality becomes the more necessary as one ascends the scale to the plane of independent command. The way of the indirect approach is assuredly the way to win wars. Yours ever, October 1942, Appendix 2, condensed translation of article by General Yigael Yadin, published in Bamakané, the Israel Forces Journal, September 1949. For by wise counsel thou shalt make thy war. Proverbs 24:6, a strategical analysis of last year's battles by General Yadin, Chief of the General Staff, Israel Forces. The problem that faces strategical planning and also tactical planning, though in a more restricted sense, is twofold. We must, on the one hand, strive by all means to prevent the enemy from acting on sound principles. On the other hand, a supreme planning effort must be made to enable our forces to exploit those principles in order to facilitate the achievement of our aims and objectives. For this purpose, every principle which the enemy is likely to apply must serve as a target for the ingenuity of those who plan the operations of our forces. Let us examine what this requires. Against the principle of surprise continuous activity by the various intelligence agencies, against the principle of maintenance of aim tactical diversionary attacks and strategical, psychological and political offensives, against the principle of economy of force attacks against lines of communications and stores in the rear, thereby pinning down the enemy's forces and dispersing them, against the principle of coordination strike against the channels of administration, against the principle of concentration diversionary attacks and air activity to split up the enemy's forces, against the principles of security sum total of the above activities and those that follow, against the principle of offensive spirit, against the principle of mobility destruction of lines of communications. As to planning our activity designed to achieve the military political aim determined by the government at each stage, this must be coordinated with secondary and diversionary operations. But we should always bear in mind that its main object is to exploit the principles of war so fully and in such manner that the fate of the battle will be strategically determined even before the fighting begins, or at least ensure that the fighting will proceed with maximum advantage to ourselves. Indeed, this is the secret of perfect strategic planning. Clausewitz's famous saying that blood is the price of victory is obsolete thinking. The days of frontal tactical attacks are fast disappearing, and the art of tactics aims at achieving the main task by flank and rear attacks. There are still, however, debates among the captains of war whether this is also the method applicable to strategy. It certainly applies, but in a different manner, naturally. There is no doubt that the strategy of indirect approach is the only sound strategy, but the constitution of the indirect approach in strategy as brilliantly defined, explained and elaborated by Captain Liddell Hart is far wider and more complex than in the tactical field. To exploit the principles of war for our purpose and base ourselves upon strategic indirect approach, so as to determine the issue of the fighting even before fighting has begun, it is necessary to achieve the three following aims. A. To cut the enemy's lines of communication, thus paralyzing his physical build-up. B. To seal him off from his lines of retreat, thus undermining the enemy's will and destroying his morale. C. To hit his centers of administration and disrupt his communications, thus severing the link between his brain and his limbs. Reflection on these three aims proves the truth of Napoleon's saying, "The whole secret of the art of war lies in the ability to become master of the lines of communication." The execution of these aims is the condition for the primary strategic mission, as so aptly defined by Captain Liddell Hart in analysing the aim of strategy and the responsibility of the strategist. The true aim is not so much to seek battle as to seek a strategic situation so advantageous that if it does not of itself produce a decision, its continuation by a battle is sure to achieve this. The determinant strategical situation is achieved mainly by dislocating the enemy's organization and thus causing the enemy's dissolution or his disruption in battle by the three methods described above. On the other hand, in planning their execution, one has often to take account of political factors that govern the form of execution. Thus, for example, it is well known that the quickness of the effect of cutting lines of communication and blocking routes of retreat is in inverse ratio to the distance of the location where such operations are carried out from the main force against which one fights. In other words, the nearer the cutting off point lies to the main force of the enemy, the more immediate the effect, whereas the further back it takes place and the nearer to the enemy's strategic base, the greater the effect. Plans have therefore to be framed in accordance with the time factor available for the operation. This time factor was sometimes determined in our battles by artificial causes. Because of the special character of the war last year, i.e. the intervention of the United Nations from time to time, it sometimes necessitated choosing plans that would achieve a more immediate effect and not necessarily the greatest effect, as we shall note further on when we analyze the battles of last year. A few more words on maintenance of aim. The aim must be single, but the method of achieving it, if we want to be sure of maintaining it, must comprise alternatives, for otherwise the failure of one method will immediately bring about failure in achieving the aim. A plan must be based upon, if such and such will happen then. If, on the other hand, such will happen then. See in this connection the very lucid considerations of Jacob in his preparations for battle with Esau in Genesis 32. Liddell Hart very aptly wrote, "A plan like a tree must have branches if it is to bear fruit. A plan with a single aim is apt to prove a barren pole." My purpose is to enable our soldiers to study and analyze for themselves the battles in which they took part, and make them try to apply it to strategic considerations and assumptions, and not be satisfied with tactical subjective descriptions in which our war literature so abounds. Nevertheless, let me say a few words in analyzing some of last year's operations in the light of what was said before. The most important were A. Operation 10 Plagues against the Egyptians, B. Operation Iron against the Egyptians, C. Operation of Consolidation in Elath Gulf of Aqaba area, D. Operation Hiram, Liberation of Galilee. And from a strategical point of view, as defined above, even the Rhodes operations armistice agreements, a survey will show that the planning of all these operations was prepared upon the strategical principles and methods that we have mentioned: indirect, strategical approach, cutting off, sealing off, and maximum exploitation of cunning to achieve surprise directed at a basic and speedy dislocation of the enemy's deployment. Time factors, not least by reason of various interventions, have also influenced the choice of methods. The Egyptian enemy invading the country hoped that its gateways would be opened to him, and he therefore moved north up the coastal highway towards Isdud, and when he was halted he branched off towards Fallujah in the direction of Jerusalem. His forces were very superior and compelled us to avoid frontal battles as far as possible, as he would have enjoyed superiority being established as he was in a number of defensive localities and having a superior quantity of defensive weapons. On the other hand, his main weakness was in that very point above quoted from Napoleon. The whole secret of the art of war lies in the ability to become master of the communications, for his lines of communication were extremely long. Operation 10 Plagues, the aim of which was to open the way to the Negev and dislocate the enemy's deployment, exploited this weakness to the maximum. And the triple system I have mentioned, cutting off supplies, blocking routes of retreat, and striking at centers of administration, found a classical example in Operation 10 Plagues. The breakthrough east of Iraq, El Manshia, cutting the enemy's eastern communications on the one side and taking Hill 113 on the other side, combined with numerous strokes by the various commando units, undermine the physical structure of the enemy's deployment. The conquest of Beth Hanun, thus blocking the retreat route for his main force, confused the enemy, and in addition to the physical effect of cutting lines of communication, fundamentally undermined his will and morale, bringing about his decision to withdraw. This incidentally is an example of close blocking and the way it has an immediate effect. The repeated bombardment of Gaza, Majdal, Rafah and El Arish hit the arteries and centers of the enemy's administration and paralyzed his entire nerve system, the system linking the brain with the limbs. One should mention the fact that our forces operated both against the enemy's northern sector and against his western sector with large and independent formations, thus giving the command the flexibility for fruitful shifting of the center of gravity in accordance with requirements. Operation Ayin, also against the Egyptians in the Oja El Arish area, brought some very striking lessons in the art of war. At the outset, the Egyptian enemy failed to exploit his two arms, western and eastern, in such a way as to gain a decisive strategical advantage. After Operation 10 Plagues, he belatedly tried to make use of the eastern arm to cut off and seal off the southern Negev. As remarked earlier, the most suitable answer to offensive spirit is offensive spirit, and this was indeed the origin of Operation Ayin. Our sages have long ago said, "He who comes to kill thee, thou proceed to kill him," the weight of the offensive against the enemy's rear, the surprise in the route of approach, doing what the enemy regards as the impossible, through Haluzah towards Oja, and the strategical diversion, combining tactical, psychological and political threat against the western sector along the coast, all combined to produce victory. Operation Ayin demonstrated clearly the truths mentioned above, that the aim of a strategical plan is to decide the issue of battle even before battle begins, or at least to create such conditions that the battle itself is sure to bring about a decision. The exploitation of Operation Ayin by pursuit into Egypt also demonstrated in an apt way the other principle mentioned earlier, regarding the relationship between the location of the sealing off and the speed and proportion of its effect. The breakthrough of our forces towards El Arish and the domination of the vital crossroads at Abu Avelia in the Sinai Desert would have brought even more decisive results, but the time required for a decision was too long. On the other hand, the speedy switch of the sealing off action to the neighborhood of Rafah, although likely to be of a less decisive character by reason of its proximity to the enemy's main forces, thus placing him in a position of tactical superiority vis-a-vis our forces, produced more immediate results and promptly brought the Egyptian application for an armistice. The various Rhodes operations and the operation for our establishment in Elath, as well as our expansion in the so-called Triangle and Wadi Ara Megiddo Pass, bring out the lesson that the tools employed in strategy often differ from the tools employed in tactics. In that strategy sometimes chooses political tools to achieve conditions favorable to tactical decision. These tools, when they succeed, save a great deal of blood and sweat. Last but not least, I would mention Operation Hiram. This was a blitz operation of classical type, but also provided an apt illustration of a strategical decision, the importance of which is not less, and in this case proved even more effective than a tactical decision. Cauchy wanted to force a tactical decision that would have ended in his favor if, after his pressure on Manara, we had allowed ourselves to be drawn into further frontal attacks when some of them had already failed. In Operation Hiram, we applied the strategy of indirect approach with the fullest possible use of alternatives coordinated in an overall plan and aim-based, again, upon the triangle combination of cutting off, sealing off, and striking at centers of administration. The two arms of our forces, the one moving from Safad northwards towards Sassa, and the other from Kabri eastwards through Tarshiha, constituted a fine example of planned strategical encirclement in the 1948 campaign, as well as producing the quickest decision. In conclusion, I would emphasize that it has not been my intention to describe the various actions in detail, but to throw a strategical searchlight upon them, thus providing a comprehensive approach to the understanding of their significance. Narrative by Lieutenant Colonel and Lorch, Chief of the Historical Section, Israel General Staff. Operation 10 Plagues 15th 21st October 1948, whereas on other fronts the 10 days fighting between the 1st and 2nd truces 9th 19th July had witnessed Israeli initiative and resulting gains, the situation on the Egyptian front had remained more or less static. The Egyptian army, having been disappointed in its original hope of a swift and decisive victory over the poorly equipped and battle-weary Israeli forces, had been concentrating ever since the first truce on consolidating its positions in the part of Palestine held by its forces, which consisted mainly of Arab settlements along the coastal road as far north as Isdud, those along the Oja Esluj Beersheba Hebron Bethlehem road, and along the Mashdol Beth Jibrin road, connecting the two laterally. In spite of considerable exertions, only 2 Jewish settlements lying isolated astride the coastal road had been taken. A third one, after having successfully withstood a number of attacks, had been evacuated during the first truce. The main area of Jewish settlement in the Negev, the semi-arid area in the south of Palestine, which had for the most part been allotted to the Jewish state by the United Nations Resolution on Partition, November 1947, was situated further away from the highways and had remained intact. But its communications with the north, the center of the state, had been severed by Egyptian positions on both sides of the above-mentioned Majdal Beth Jibrin position's lateral road. It was obvious that the resulting situation could only be transitory, even if the provisions of the truce providing for the use by the Egyptians of the east-west road during certain hours of the day, and by the Israelis of the north-south road during different hours had been scrupulously observed by the Egyptians, which they were not, whereas the Egyptians could rest content for the time being, hoping to reduce the Jewish Negev at some future date or starve it into surrender. The problem of supplies to the settlements forced Israel to take the initiative, particularly since there were indications that the present military situation was contemplated as a basis for a political solution which would leave Israel without the Negev. The problem facing the Israeli command was a formidable one. Conditions in the area had been unsettled for some time. An Israeli convoy dispatched south according to a United Nations decision had been attacked, some of its vehicles set on fire, and the convoy had been compelled to withdraw. It was obvious, therefore, that any action that might be decided upon in retaliation would not achieve surprise. Secondly, it was clear that a way to Negev could only be secured by the capture of one or more of the strongholds on either side of the Majdal Beth Jibrin road, all of which were well fortified. Furthermore, this had to be achieved early in the operation. In other words, not only did surprise in time have to be sacrificed, but a considerable amount of direct attack at the very point which the Egyptians would expect us to attack was unavoidable. On the other hand, the Egyptian dispositions lacked depth. They consisted of a number of strips, the coastal strip wedged between the sea and our forces in the Negev, the strip along the Majdal Beth Jibrin road, and a third strip running northeast into the mountains of Judea. It was this weakness that was exploited by us during the operation, and it compensated to a large extent for the handicaps mentioned above. This, however, required larger forces in the south than we originally possessed. Operation 10 Plagues was therefore preceded by a considerable airlift into the isolated Negev, which culminated in the passage of a considerable mobile force through the Egyptians' lines under their noses. This accomplished, the signal for our offensive was given on the 15th October 1948. That same day in the afternoon, the Israeli Air Force attacked the Egyptian airfield at El Arish and several other targets including Gaza, Beth Hanun, Majdal and Fallujah, dealing a formidable blow to the Egyptian Air Force which, though active during the rest of the operation, did not regain superiority in the air. On the following night, Israeli ground forces drove a deep wedge into the Egyptian lines near the village of Beth Hanun. On the coastal road, this threatened and later on almost severed the Egyptian communications, thereby preventing reinforcements and supplies from flowing freely towards Majdal and forcing the Egyptians to divert considerable forces from the main scene of battle. The same motive underlay a series of raids further south, whose task was to blow up bridges and railway lines between El Arish, Rafah, and Han Yunis. At the same time, the Majdal Beth Jibrin lateral road was cut through the occupation of a number of hills hitherto unoccupied by the Egyptians in the area of Beth Jibrin. Thus, on the morning of the 16th October, though hardly any fighting had as yet taken place, the Egyptian communications had been severed in the north and threatened in the west. The scene seemed to be set for an attempt to cut a way through the Egyptian lines in the north. This took the shape of an attack by armor and infantry against the village of Iraq al-Manshiyah and the ancient Tel, its dominant feature, at dawn on the 16th October. The attack, however, ran into well-ranged artillery defensive fire. A number of tanks were put out of action, and the infantry, now unsupported, was unable to assault. The order was given to retreat. The capture of Iraq al-Manshiyah had been intended, inter alia, to enable us to threaten from the rear the Egyptian dispositions near the junction. Since it had failed, there was no choice but to assault these unassisted. The Egyptian defenses there were based on a number of hills, some in its immediate vicinity, some up to a mile away and on the police fortress of Iraq Suwaidan, some 2 miles to the east of the junction, dominating the country for scores of miles around. There was nothing indirect about the assault on these features. During the night of the 16th-17th, Hill 113 and a number of other hills were taken, after severe hand-to-hand fighting, which in some instances ended with teeth being used. The Egyptians proved that they knew not only how to organize a position for defense, but also how to defend it. The attack opened that night against the Egyptian right flank in the hills of Judea to the southwest of Jerusalem. Although acting as a strategic diversion as intended, this attack could do little to assist the forces cracking the junction, the toughest nut of all. During the course of the 17th, the Egyptians counter-attacked strongly in order to restore their communications between the Majda and Fallujah areas. They failed, however, to retake any of the hills we had captured. The position now was such that, although the east-west road had been denied to the Egyptians, the south-north road had not yet been opened by us. That could be done either through the capture of the remaining Egyptian strongholds along the north-south road in the area of Hulekat, or of other strongholds further east, which would enable us to bypass Hulekat. The following 2 days were spent by us in this sector in seeking to achieve either of these two objectives, and by the Egyptians in stubborn defense and counterattack. While the Egyptians managed to hold their ground in the east from the police fortress of Iraq Suwaidan up to Iraq al-Manshiyah, the area henceforth known as the Fallujah pocket Hulekat fell on the night of the 19th-20th October. After an isolation lasting many months, practically since December 1947, a firm bridge had finally been established between the Negev and the rest of Israel. The remainder of the operation can be briefly summarized. In the west, the Egyptians, worried about their communications by the wedge of Beth Hanun, evacuated the area of Majdal almost without firing a shot, thereby evacuating among other points the Jewish settlements of Yad Mordechai and Nitzanim, which had fallen into their hands in May after some of the toughest fighting of the war. In the east, they were driven from their positions in the mountains by a swift offensive which brought our forces to the outskirts of Bethlehem. In the north, only the force in the Fallujah pocket stood fast. This stand underlined a danger inherent in the indirect approach. By cutting his lines of communications, an enemy who might otherwise have been inclined to retreat was forced to turn back and fight. But the periphery of the pocket was progressively curtailed, and when the fortress of Iraq Suwaidan finally fell on the 8th November, the pocket had lost its last vestige of potential offensive value. Incidentally, it is of interest that among the documents captured in the fortress was a copy of the strategy of indirect approach belonging to the Egyptian commander. It is now cherished as a souvenir by the officer in command of the assault. In the meantime, the operation had been crowned further south by the capture of Beersheba. Swiftly exploiting success, forces had been rushed south into the Negev along the road just opened, and together with others already in the Negev, they captured the city during the night of the 20th-21st. Although probably not unaware of the fighting going on in the north, the commander of the garrison, not expecting the knock at his door so soon, was taken by surprise and surrendered after only 5 hours of fighting. The surrender occurred 31 years, almost to a day, after the British had taken Beersheba in World War EA, and in sight of the monument which commemorated the Commonwealth soldiers who had fallen in that attack. The capture of Beersheba sealed the fate of the Egyptian garrison in the Hebron area, which soon after was relieved by the Arab Legion, the Egyptians pulling back their right flank southward to Bir az-Luj, southwest of Beersheba. Operation Ayin 22nd, December 1948, 7th, January 1940. The Egyptian dispositions at the opening of Operation Ayin were similar to those prior to Operation 10 Plagues, though greatly reduced in extent. Again, there were two wings, that on the left following the coastal road as far as Gaza, that on the right following the Oja-Hebron road up to Bir Azluj, southwest of Bir. The two wings were connected laterally by the Rafah-Oja road, which ran partly in Egyptian territory, and further south by the road connecting El Arish with Abu Avilia. In addition, there were still detached Egyptian forces in the Fallujah pocket and to a lesser degree in the Hebron area. Although unlikely to undertake any major offensive operation without the assistance of at least one of the other Arab armies, the Egyptian army had not been defeated. Still holding considerable areas of Palestine, it constituted a threat, and, unless finally defeated, would constitute a permanent danger to the safety of the young state. The Egyptians' dispositions were based mainly on two premises, of which one proved correct, whereas the second turned out to be erroneous and led ultimately to their defeat. The first of these was that in an unpopulated area like the southern Negev, whoever was master of the lines of communication would be master of the whole area. The second, that lines of communication in this territory could be identified with the existing metalled roads. Consequently, they once more based their defense on a series of strongholds lying astride the above-mentioned roads, with their main fields of fire towards the roads themselves. The only lessons they had learnt from Operation 10 Plagues were that the Israelis specialized in night attack, and that the Israel Air Force had now become a weapon to be considered as a result. Their positions were better camouflaged than before, and alertness during the night had been stepped up. Our general plan of attack resembled that of Allenby for the Third Gaza battle in the autumn of 1917, but carried out in the reverse direction, for whereas Allenby's drive pushed up from the south, ours came down from the north. The idea was to attract and pin down as large a proportion of the Egyptian forces as possible in the western sector, and then by a determined push to roll up the eastern wing beyond the Egyptian border. That accomplished, our forces were to wheel northwest and force an evacuation of the Gaza Strip by threatening its communications with Egypt, if necessary accompanied by a direct attack on Gaza in the last stage of battle. The operation opened with a concentrated attack by the Israeli Air Force on Egyptian airfields and troop concentrations at Rafah, Hans Yunis, and Gaza, followed by artillery shelling of Egyptian strongholds along the whole front. During the same night, our forces on the western front occupied a series of hills some 8 miles south of Gaza, thus threatening to cut the Rafah-Gaza road. Following their previous experience, the Egyptians were not slow in swallowing the bait, and they concentrated a considerable force, including most of their armor, for counterattack in that sector, while also strengthening their defenses in the Gaza-Rafah area as a whole. Although Hill 86 was retaken by the Egyptians after obstinate fighting, it served its purpose of a diversion. Thus, when the attack started in the eastern sector, it achieved complete strategic surprise. The first objective was the clearing of the Beersheba-Oja road up to and including Oja itself. The Egyptians were, of course, prepared for such a move. They little expected, however, that our intelligence would rediscover an ancient Roman road running from Beersheba in an almost straight line to the rear of Oja. Even less did they expect that our engineers would be able, undetected, to prepare that road for the passage of vehicles as heavy as medium tanks. Yet that was what happened. While the Egyptian outposts at Bir Azluj were eagerly watching the Beersheba road, expecting an attack from that direction, Israeli light mobile forces emerged from the desert, captured a series of strongholds further south, and blocked the Oja-Rafah road in 2 places. When Oja itself was attacked at dawn on the 25th December, it had already been cut off both from its northern outposts and from its bases in the west. The garrison of that locality did its utmost, but after all reinforcements had been repulsed by the blocking forces on the road to Rafah, it retreated into the desert in the early hours of the 27th December. A few hours later, Bir Azluj, now completely isolated, was occupied, and the Beersheba-Oja road was open to our traffic, thus completing the first phase of our plan. Although our troops were tired by the fighting of the previous days, Phase 2 of the operation started after only the shortest possible interval for rest and the bringing up of supplies, then pushing on into Egypt. Abu Awiyala, an Egyptian base in Sinai on the road to Ismailia, was taken during the night of the 28th-29th December, and an armored column was now pushed forward along the road to El Arish, capturing an airfield south of the town Let, with some of its aircraft intact. Another push should have enabled us to take up positions astride the coastal road and to reach the coast in the vicinity of El Arish. Here, however, political circumstances intervened in the military conduct of the offensive, whereas the Egyptians had been suffered all along to operate undisturbed on Israeli territory. It was made clear that the presence of Israeli forces on Egyptian soil would not be tolerated. Under severe political pressure and the threat of British military intervention, the armoured column was ordered to withdraw into Israel territory. There was no choice but to attempt to achieve the same end north of the borderline. To that end, a number of brigades were hurriedly assembled for an attack on Rafah from the southeast and the south. They occupied a redoubt at the cemetery within sight of the town and the large British-built camps near it, as well as a group of hills to the south of the El Arish-Rafah-Auja roads. When the battle had thus reached this stage, on the afternoon of the 7th of January, the Egyptians asked for an armistice. Although the order to retreat from Egyptian territory had been received at the height of the offensive, when the fruits of this seemed in reach, Israel had good grounds for satisfaction when reviewing the results of the operation. Except for the Gaza Strip, the Egyptians had been expelled from the whole of Palestine, and a major part of their army had been destroyed or disrupted, being put out of action for a considerable time to come. All this had been achieved by an attacking force barely superior to the defenders in number, and still inferior to them in equipment. Operation Hiram 28/30th, October 1948. When the regular Arab armies invaded Palestine, the Liberation Army under command of Fawzi Kauchi, which had hitherto carried the brunt of the fighting, was withdrawn to reorganize, or rather, to be formed into a regular force. After the first truce, Kauchi was left master of Galilee, flirting in turn with the Syrians, the Lebanese, the Iraqis, still nominally under direct command of the Arab League and not under command of any of the regular armies. The 10 days fighting between the two truces had cost him most of Lower Galilee, including Nazareth. However, he had succeeded in withdrawing most of his forces into Upper Galilee, where he occupied a rectangular area about 20 miles by 15. Although unlikely to undertake any major offensive on his own in the near future, in view of the repulses he had suffered previously, he still constituted a potential danger in conjunction with one or more of the regular Arab armies. Operating on interior lines, from the vantage point of the high ground of Galilee, the highest in western Palestine, he was able to undertake an offensive against any one of the 3 narrow strips held by Israel surrounding his territory against the valley of Zebulun in the west, in conjunction with the Lebanese, the valley of Esdraelon to the south, with the Iraqis, or most likely against the valley of the Huli, with the Syrians. About the middle of October, Kauchi, counting on Israel having its hands full with fighting on the Egyptian front, decided the time had come, in spite of the truce, to score at least a partial success in order to re-establish his prestige. He therefore decided to attack the redoubt of Sheikh Jabed, overlooking the Jewish settlement of Manara, precariously perched on the edge of the mountain ridge. 2,500 feet above the Hul Valley, the redoubt was taken by a surprise attack, and Manara was cut off once more, placing Huli in danger. However, Kauchi had miscalculated once more, this time fatally. In view of Kauchi's provocation and breach of the truce, and taking advantage of a lull in the fighting on the Egyptian front, which freed the Israeli Air Force for action elsewhere, the Israeli High Command decided to settle with Kauchi's Army of Liberation once and for all, and to expel it from Palestine also, if possible, to destroy it completely. The former of these objectives was attained in full, and the latter to a considerable extent, in no more than 60 hours by Operation Hiram 9. The area held by Kauchi was ideally suited for guerrilla warfare or for defensive action by any resourceful and resolute force. For a regular modern army, and Kauchi had acquired most of the handicaps, though few of the capabilities of such an army, it held one considerable disadvantage: the paucity of adequate roads. 1 north-south road and 4 east-west roads were all that could be used. For the rest, there were footpaths, most of them too difficult even for mules. The key to the whole system of communications was the village and road junction of Sasa, where the Bassa Tarbika and Naharia Tarshiha roads coming from the coast join up with the Faradia road from the south, and with the Malikia road running north into the Lebanon Kauchi's base of supply. Cauchy's forces were formed into three more or less equal parts, called Yarmouk Brigades. Calling them brigades was rather pretentious, and so was their titular association with the army of the Yarmouk, which took Palestine from the Byzantines under command of Khalid ibn Walid. One of the brigades lay south of the Acre Road, the second holding the northeastern area, including Sasa, and the third the northwest, with headquarters at Tarshiha. The outline of our plan ran as follows. Two forces were detailed to pin down Cauchy's forces in the south by feint attacks from the south and southwest, and a third force was to take Tarshiha from the west. Meanwhile, the main force, consisting of light armored cars, half-tracks and infantry, was to push west from Safad to capture Sasa while securing its flanks and rear against attack from the south and west. Once a junction had been achieved between the western and eastern arms of the pincer, success should be exploited, A, to wipe out the forces remaining in the bulge, now turned into a pocket, B, to push northeast and clear the area along the Malikia-Metula road, thereby making secure the area of Jewish settlement in the Hule Valley below. The Air Force was to bomb the main objectives Tarshiha, Sasa, Malikia, etc. on the afternoon preceding the 0 hour, and subsequently be on call to give support to attacking ground forces where required. Artillery was scanty, being mainly attached to the main effort, but even there hardly amounted to the strength of one battery. The task of armor in this plan is particularly deserving of note. At first sight, its use in this area looked risky, for it would be tied down to the few roads and at the mercy of an enemy occupying the high ground to either side. Nevertheless, it was decided not only to use it, but to use it as spearhead for the attack on the main objective and to hold off or delay reinforcements which might be dispatched. The dominant consideration was speed. The success of the whole operation depended, both for political and military reasons, on crushing Cauchy before any regular army had time to intervene, and before he himself had time to take stock and evaluate a situation which, even after the loss of Sasa, might have been retrieved. The use of armor under these circumstances was a gamble, but one which came off. As to the execution of the plan, there is little to be added. Although the clearing of roadblocks and mines during the first night took up more time than anticipated, so that the attack on Myron and Gish, originally planned for the night, was carried out at dawn, the eastern force was well on its way towards Sasa by the morning of the 29th, having captured 2 villages just south of it and repulsed several counterattacks. A regular Syrian battalion, which had been sent during the night, was attacked and largely destroyed almost before it had time to take up its allotted positions. The enemy had been taken by surprise. At the same time, the 2 feint attacks from the south and southwest had both succeeded and failed. They succeeded in convincing Cauchy that here was the real effort, but failed to pin down forces on that front, since he hastily ordered a retreat north of the Acre Road, i.e. into the area which contained our main objective. The retreating units were, however, of little avail in that area. The western force failed to capture Tarshiha during that night, 28th-29th, with the result that some villages which had already surrendered now turned on the occupying forces, more as an alibi in case of Cauchy succeeding than for anything else. In the early hours of the following night, the 29th-30th, Sasa was taken, whereupon Cauchy's forces evacuated Tarshiha, which was entered on the 30th early in the morning. A few hours later, a junction was established between the forward elements of the east and west forces, though not effective enough to prevent a considerable number of Arab soldiers breaking through and crossing the border into the Lebanon. What followed was a rout. The pursuit not only cleared the whole of Upper Galilee as far as the mandatory boundaries of Palestine in the north, but brought some of our units into the Lebanon to the Wadi Dube. By 600 hours on the 31st, less than 60 hours after the start, Operation Hiram had been completed with hardly any casualties to the attackers.